As far as I know, we should be going. Maybe I'll just check first real quick. Okay, yeah, it looks like we are in fact live. Welcome, this is Huge Movie Fanatics Radio. Huge Movie Fanatic Nate reporting on this last show of March 2022, March 24th, 2022. Next time we do a show, or next time I do a show, or we do a show, it'll be April. So that'll be fun. Unlike most of the shows of recent times, shows past, this is a non-scheduled show because I've started doing shows through OBS, and last week when I did the first OBS show I couldn't connect to the scheduled show. So hopefully people know we're doing the show, but whatever, we're doing the show. In case anyone's wondering, it's currently somewhere around 40 degrees Fahrenheit where I am in Minnesota. We actually had some really nice weather that was mid-50s over the weekend and stuff, so I think we're finally crawling out of winter. One of the coldest and longest winters I can ever remember having. Looks like we've already got Matt here. He says it's live. It sure is. Sure is. I'm assuming I'm sounding okay. How am I sounding? Now that I'm doing the shows on OBS, I can't see how many people are currently on the show, which might be a good thing, honestly. I mean, who the hell wants to see that number tick from, between 0 and 1 and back to 0 and 1 and up to 2, back to 1 at the end of the day anyway. But honestly, not a whole hell of a lot on my mind, as it's it's funny how spring in Minnesota is kind of like good and bad. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's mostly good, but on one hand, it's like when you get those really nice days, like mid-50s, and it's just like glorious, and then you get back down into the 30s, it's just like, oh my God. It's kind of torture in a way, even though 30s is warm compared to what we've endured for the past 3 months. It's like when it gets up into the mid-50s, close to 60, and you have a beautiful day or two and stuff, and then it has to, get back down into the whatchamacallits. Matt says sounds fine. Okay, thanks for that feedback. Gets back down into the 30s, and we're going to have some lows in the teens again. It's just like, it's kind of torture. I'd almost rather just have, I don't know, those days just be cold and then just warm up and stay warm, but that's not how it works, is it? I'm actually gonna click this thing and see if I can see, okay, yeah, so if I go to YouTube and go to my homepage, I can see that there are 2 people listening. Welcome all. Welcome all 2 of you. Apparently the show sounds fine, which is good. Yeah, so the last week's show sounded frickin', when things were working, sounded frickin' amazing. So obviously OBS will be what's going to be used moving forward. So that's fun. Think I covered everything. Temperature, date, intro. It'll be interesting to see who shows up. I part of me is wondering, like, the fact that I didn't schedule this thing 12 hours in advance will make people think it's not happening today. We shall see if the turnout is less than normal or the same or whatever, but see how many people we can get on the old Skype-a-rooney today. Yeah, not a whole lot on my mind, actually. Just, I guess, kind of suffering in the cold after some warm weather. It's just like, let me know, Matt, if you want to connect on Skype. I'll turn my shit on. so far, 5 minutes into the show. Matt's the only one who showed up. Slow start, but last week the show didn't even start until 13 minutes after 1 p.m. Central because of technical difficulties. So, and with the non-scheduling, maybe people think there isn't a show this week. But yeah, I did listen to quite a bit of last week's show, and it sounded wonderful. It's just kind of too bad I didn't start using this program sooner. We could have avoided a lot of staticky, scratchy shows, but I guess it was meant to be this way, or that way, with scratchy, crappy shows. Looks like we're possibly got 3 listeners. Welcome, everyone. All 3 of you. Apologies, not the most amazing start of the show, but can't have everything all the time. Yep, see what I mean? Back down to 2 listening. Well, you can't blame them. I'm not talking about anything. Yeah, normally I've got things to talk about at the beginning of the show. I think yesterday the Godfather Trilogy came out on 4K. If anyone wants to fall asleep to the movies in 4K, they now have that option to do so. I'm currently reviewing the films. I think yesterday I published my review of the first film, the one I think I regard as being the best of the 3. For me, they just get, worse as they go on, although I think 2 is still, relatively good, and 3 is just like, oh my god, yeah, I guess that's all I'll say until the review goes up. But I guess, what I can say is they pretty much only really needed to make 2 of them. What honestly would have been cool is if they would have done, like maybe part 2 could have been just instead of blending the 2 stories in part 2 like they did, it could have been just like part 2 could have been the story of, whatever his name was, Marlon Brando character. And then 3 could have been the continuation of Michael Corleone or whatever, maybe, instead of blending them both. But whatever, they did it the way they did it, I guess. If it were these days and the first movie did well, you can bet that that's probably what they would have planned, is like, oh, okay, we're going to, the first one did great, so we're going to do 3 movies or 2 more, like the recent Halloween trilogy, which, as I keep saying, I think it'd be funny if it did, Halloween Ends did just amazingly, and we got a Halloween Ends part 2 or some shit like that. It does make you wonder, like, how long after Halloween Ends are we going to get, oh, okay, I got to turn my stuff on. How long after Halloween Ends are we going to get another Halloween, Halloween New Beginning? I gotta turn my stuff on. All right, yeah, I hear you.
Oh, you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay.
I got the speaker in that position from last week, so hopefully it won't be garbled from the beginning.
Okay. Little echo, but...
What do you mean by echo? Is that just show feedback?
Might be. I think I'm all right. Yeah, it stopped echoing. Oh, man.
Yeah, honestly, I don't have a whole lot to say. Maybe you could get the conversation going.
Burned out this week.
Yeah, kinda. I don't know if you heard what I started the show with, but when you get when you go through a grueling winter and then you get some nice weather and it's beautiful, then it goes back to cold. You just kind of like it just takes the wind out of your sails.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. I haven't had nearly as good of a winter as you, so, but I know what you mean when that does happen. Is next week looking warm for you, or?
Let me just take a quick. No, not really. Well, warm compared to the last 3 months. I mean, it's like 40s. Yeah, 40s. Yeah.
Oh man, that's not bad though.
No, not compared to barely reaching out of the single digits.
Brutal. I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't put up with that cold of weather. That's. Oh man, it's too cold.
Yeah,
But
like I say, when I have a winter like this, it really tests my frickin' ability to put up with it as well. We haven't had anything like this for a while.
yeah, yeah, I hear you there. What was I gonna say? Yeah, not much for me. I didn't watch any new movies. Just yeah, not much going on here. Yeah, I know.
We both have nothing to say.
I know. There's always something to talk about, but not much in today's world. It's like, well, we talked. Well, it's also like, can't how many times are you gonna if we talked about a lot in the past year as well of movies, and then now here we are. Is it just gonna get to the point where we're just like, yeah, hello, yeah, cool, like just like there's nothing to say?
Well, I'm
conversations of people are just like, oh, hello, cool, thank you, bye.
Well, today's talk so far has me worried. Yeah.
Like nothing, because like nothing new coming out, more of the same of everything. And once you said it all as well, it's just like, yeah, it's like, do we even need a vocal? Do we just start talking in sign language, and just learn a few words? And I don't know. It's oh man, and no one's in the chat except me. I think I was doing one.
Yeah, so far you're the only one. Like I say, for the past several months, I've been doing that, scheduling the show 12 hours in advance, so it's visible to people, and because of
I didn't know if you were going to stream today because you didn't. Usually, you put in the community tab that you'll be live, but
oh, okay, so it's possible that a lot of people don't even know this is happening today. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Can't you also just put up like a notice like you normally do, and then like 30 minutes before take off the notice, and then just go live at like with your OBS?
Yeah, I thought of that as well. Just put up the notice and then cancel it, and then
yeah, just cancel it. Yeah, like 10 minutes before.
I thought of that. Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, you think you'll be streaming next week?
Well, I would think so. Why do you ask?
Oh, I didn't know if the weather was going to cooperate with you or be better.
No, like I say, it's just gonna be 40s and rain/snow.
Oh shit! Wow. Hopefully, yeah, it'll be April next week. So wow, man, are you looking forward to spring this year?
Oh, you better believe it. Especially after that terrorist winter.
Yeah, it's crazy. You had such a bad winter, and I had the most mild winter of my life. It's yeah, it's weird. Like I said, who knows what's really going on in this world with that kind of stuff. But so yeah. I mean, yeah, you got to enjoy this spring and summer because, like you said, who knows what's on the horizon. You there, or did I cut out? Or?
Yeah, I'm still here, just listening.
You died? Just it sounds very low energy. You should get a Red Bull.
Oh yeah, I don't drink those, but I appreciate the
What do you
suggestion.
use to? I know you don't. What do you use to cope with this life? Like, if you don't drink Red Bull or do you have any? Like, what do you do? What do you do?
Well, this life being what?
Well, just a fantastic, beautiful life. I mean, I guess how else do
Oh,
you enjoy it? If you don't have
oh, are we
a
talking
Red Bull
about
or a
the of the past couple years and such?
yeah, past whatever 5-10 years.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a good question. I mean, just well, I'm not always as drained as I am right now, so
that's true
this
too.
is kind of a low for me. So yeah,
That makes sense. I mean, you're looking forward to spring, and it is spring, and it's not spring weather at all, and it's not. Yeah, so it's kind of a bummer.
like I say, when you get those warm days pushing 60, you're like hallelujah, and then it just goes back down into the 30s. You're just like,
Yeah,
you know, I was
because you were probably hoping what?
I started the show by saying, part of me is like, well, I wonder it'd probably be easier to just, to not have those warm days and just, if it could just slowly, gradually warm up instead of this like beautiful weather and then back down to cold. It's just like a really slap in the face. So, but as I
Yeah,
said,
because then you would know that the warm days are here to stay instead of being like, well, it could go back down to 30.
it almost seems like, I don't know if I'm just remembering what I want to, but it almost seems like that's what it used to be. Like things just kind of gradually warmed up, in the spring versus this like just back and forth teeter totter.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I remember you saying too. Well, like I said, man, things are going around the world. Who knows what's going on? So can't say much more than that of why it's different. But
Yeah, can't
we'll just
talk.
insert mainstream, whatever the mainstream says. That's what it is. Why the weather's different. So
Yep.
whatever CNN says, we agree 100%. We are in support of them. We're not. So yeah, that's why the weather. That's why the weather is a little wacky. It's because of people like you and me, obviously driving to work. I think so.
Right, in our aerosol spray cans.
Yeah. Oh, they don't mention those anymore. That's showing your age, man. I remember that in school too. Yeah, we're showing our age talking about that. The kids be like, "What are you talking about? Aerosol spray cans?" Like, yeah, that's what they told us. It's like, oh God, Grandpa, jeez, it's cow farts, Grandpa.
Yep.
It's the cows now, and you now. It's you breathe. So that's changing everything. Yeah, what an insane time to be living. I don't know how long the human race has been around, but that'd be an interesting. Do you think we live in the most? I think. I mean, because unless we had this level of technology at one point, I think the human race is possibly the most insane it's ever been. Like I don't know, because I feel like humans back in the day, they had to be a lot more grounded in reality. They all, I don't know, like maybe except like maybe royalty was allowed to be kind of crazy because they lived in like a fantasy world, but everyone else kind of had to work really hard, and I don't know, like they didn't have these sheltered lives like people have now.
Yeah, part of me wonders is if and this very well could be if it's just like this endless cycle that I don't know how long each cycle would last, possibly, I don't know, 3,000 years, but if we're on this endless cycle of like, start at caveman and then slowly over 3,000 years get up to this, this pinnacle of whatever, and and it's just like they have media technology controlling us and this and that, and then they just explode the whole world and then they start over, every 3,000
Yeah,
years.
yeah,
And
because there's definitely a lot of evidence still standing around. I guess that they let stand around of like those Egyptian pyramids and shit. Of like, yeah, people seem pretty advanced back then to be building this stuff. So who knows what they had,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I definitely hear what you're saying in regards to just like yeah, it's like we're just God, we're really in shitty times, and it's just escalated so quickly, like in 20 years.
Yeah, yeah. Ever since that fateful day in '01.
That
We'll say any
fateful
more than
day on
that.
that fateful month on that fateful year.
It really, the mirage, the curtains dropped or whatever. The mirage was lifted, and we went into overdrive. Yep. And now we're going even further into overdrive. Now they've turned up the gas ample, whatever analogy you want to use. They've gone fucking. Oh my god. They were a lot more gradual with the shit that they were pulling 20 years ago. Now it's like, whoa, they're really speeding things up here.
Yeah, I mean, just think about how much changed in even just the last 100 years. I mean, if you talk like, yeah, just 100 years, 120 years. I mean, there's some people who lived, who are still alive, who lived through this transition, going through, two world wars and on the brink of the third, and I mean, so much has happened and changed in just 100 years.
Yeah, and yeah, yeah, and it's not like God, it's not like I personally don't think the technology has changed that drastic. I think from like someone living in 1820 to like 1930, 1920, like I think that was a much drastic change. Well, I guess it's tough to say, but I mean, all the technology we have now is just an innovation of something we had 50, 60, 80 years ago, even 100 years ago.
Yeah,
Like,
like,
when was the internal combustible engine created? Wasn't it like early 1900s? I don't know the exact, maybe even late 1800s. I don't
yeah,
actually. I'm actually. I know that obviously people couldn't afford cars until Ford came around, and that was what 1920s. People started being able to afford their own Model Ts, but internal combustion engine. But before that, they had steam engines.
right.
I'm looking up the date. 1860, around 1860.
Shit.
That. Yeah. And then what was the steam engine? Oh my God, maybe that wasn't even that much further back. 17. Wait, in 1698, someone invented a. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like in the 1800s, it's like a lot of this stuff was invented or at least thought of. Like when was the telegram? Like even binary for like the first thought of like for computers. This was all so long ago. And I guess my point is by like 1920, 1930. I mean, we had film, right? You would better know, but when did film come out? Like late 1800s
Yeah, you're talking about
pictures.
like motion pictures. Yeah, like probably late 1800s. Yeah.
Yeah, and in early 1900s we had people could drive a car. They could go see a movie, right? In the 20s.
Yep.
Drive a car, movies. They had a radio. They had a phone, right? Didn't they had phones, right? Yeah, they had phones.
Yeah, but usually,
So
people were usually living in like a, apartment house, and there was like just one phone on the entryway. Everyone used the same phone.
yeah, but I'm saying you had the ability to make a call long distance in
Yeah,
real time,
yeah,
like we're doing now. So it's just this stuff has gotten smaller and more innovated and more efficient, but that's to me it's not. I don't know. It's like I don't know. And I think by the time the 1990s came around, it was basically, I think, the peak of all this shit. Like computers, maybe early 2000s, but like 90s, early 2000s was like the peak of all of this technology. And then we've just been what has really happened since then. It's gotten, again, a little bit faster, a little bit more streamlined, while everything else has just kind of gone backwards and gone more insane. And Not that it wasn't insane 100 years ago because they were fighting a world war, you know. But so yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's yeah, you know, the 21st century is definitely a stink hole.
Not looking good.
Yeah.
Not looking good.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, because the 21st century started out like 1 year after with that fateful day, you know. Because besides that, it was looking at least decent if that didn't happen, you know. So yeah, I don't know. Here we are, and I guess the one good thing is there's really going to be I don't see any new technology really getting created. So I guess that's a good and bad thing, but.
Well, I don't know. It's from what I'm seeing and hearing. I mean, the robotics might be becoming more prevalent as these years go on. Like, it's just...
Yeah, there'll be more, but they've already been invented years ago. You know, it's just they're just streamlining those things. You know, like I'm talking like totally new inventions that can fuck us even more. Than
oh yeah, are. Okay.
Yeah. You know, like. Oh God, I don't even want to imagine.
Good.
You know, obviously, all technology in the right hands is a good thing, but it's like any other tool. You know, it's how you use it, and they certainly don't. Yeah. So. To
me, what's just the most depressing is just what they're doing, what they've been doing to the kids in the last 10 years. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, where was I driving? I got a radiator cap for my Miata, because old radiator cap, I figured I'd replace it. So I was driving in the morning. I usually don't drive in morning rush hour anymore, you know.
Yeah.
But I was, you know, I've been getting up early. My sleep schedule's kind of like more normalized for now.
And
I was driving like 7:30 in the morning around the time I guess school is in session or going in session. So I was cutting through the school to get to this parts store, like I usually do. I mean, this school anyway. It's a middle school, you know. So I was cutting through it, and there were some kids, you know, kind of I guess getting off a bus. They were kind of walking to the front of the school, and I gotta say, man, I think I saw at least like, now there weren't like a ton of kids. Yeah, I think most of them were already like in there, but you know, it was outside. And there were still quite a few kids voluntarily wearing the beep. So that was just like, oh my God. And you got to imagine some of those kids probably that weren't wearing it outside. You bet you there's probably a percentage that are going to put it on when they go inside. You know what I mean? So I was just like, oh my God. And then I went to the mall near me yesterday, and yeah, I'd say about like, I mean, it wasn't very crowded because it was a weekday night, but I'd say 40% of the people in the whole mall were wearing the beep. Like, again, voluntary, it's not, you know. So I'm just like, wow, this is just here forever now, isn't it?
Son of a bitch.
What?
I said, son of a bitch.
I know, it's just, I'll never get used to this shit. Like, this is just, you know, just what it symbolizes and how fucking retarded. Like you had said, I think you had said before, like, oh, you used to get crazy seeing like an American flag. It's like, imagine those days. Like, oh, those are the good old days.
Yeah.
Because you had to kind of go out of your way to see them, or at least driving by a neighborhood, or like some idiot with their truck and an American flag on it. Now it's like, oh my God, yeah, oh my God.
I wish it were just flags.
Yeah, I just wish it were just, yeah. But I'm still seeing, what are those flags? I saw some douche with a truck. What are those flags that, I don't even know what I don't even care what these different versions of the flag that they keep showing, I like with different colors. Like, some guy had again, he has a truck and he put a huge sticker. Like, it almost fit the whole back of the truck, like the door, the pickup door. Like, it literally was almost like it was a huge stick, you know, almost the size of a flag. But it was like one of those flags that are black, I think black and white. Let me Google it.
Well, I know that, like...
Have you seen those?
Well, I know that the ones with like black with the blue line through, I know what those are for.
Yeah, I didn't notice a blue line, but maybe it was there. I didn't really get too good of a look. Maybe it did have the blue,
Yeah, that's another thing
uh,
that's really happened in the last 5 or even less years is just all these different versions of the American flag to symbolize, it's like no longer our nation's divided. Now you've got people within a nation divided, and they have a different version of the flag.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I can't keep up because I don't think I saw the blue because I usually look out for that fucking blue. I don't know what that means, but I don't think it was a blue. I think it must mean something else. And I was kind of curious, like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore. You're like, yeah, they've done an amazing job of dividing people it's like they divided up this pizza by like 1 in 10,000s of a piece. Of one piece of pizza,
Yeah, who would have ever thought there'd be all kinds of different versions of the American flag, and you'd have to look online to even know what they symbolize.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's really weird, and they're coming out with new ones every day. It's kind of like the gender thing. Like, there's always a new gender. It's like there's a new American flag you gotta look up now too.
So the flag you saw was all darkish colored?
I think it was all. I think if I remember correctly, I think it was just black and white. Like, I don't think there was a blue.
Huh.
Because I was looking for the blue because I know what the blue means and it usually kind of pisses me off, but
Yeah.
Or makes me very happy.
Yep. Very supportive.
Yeah, maybe it did have that fucking blue thing, but I don't know.
Well, any luck searching black and white flag?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone with just no blue line. I'm not seeing anything without the blue. So, I mean, it could have just been me not looking close enough, or it could have been a whole new. Who the hell knows, dude?
Yeah, I think it's official. I think me not scheduling the stream really made people think that it's not happening. That's weird because I didn't think that had such a big impact.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think it does. I mean,
I think it does now as well.
people may have done something else and not waited around, or
That's okay. It's my fault. But like you say, I was
people will come in. They'll get a notice that you're streaming. So
I was thinking of doing that thing you suggested, just doing the normal the thing and then just deleting it minutes before, and yeah. I guess maybe I'll do that or whatever, yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
yep. Yeah, I can't. Well, goodbye, stream. It was nice streaming. See you later.
yeah, needless to say, if it's just you and me, we probably won't go 6 hours.
No, there's no point. Yeah. Unless they just want to hear us rambling without any chat intervention, Because at least the chat kind of keeps you talking about the movies and the stuff that I guess people come to your channel for.
Yeah, but the last couple weeks, I'm like, oh, great. So now people, because, the people, they think I've been ignoring chat, so now they're not even going to show up. Ah!
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, they've been showing up. I mean, there's been the last video got a lot more views.
Yeah, wasn't that weird? Did you? I don't know if you saw it, but like 3 days after.
I think it went down in views. Yeah, sometimes that happens. They give you like more views or something.
Yeah, it was like 135, and then it just went back down to 70.
Yeah, which is like kind of normal of what you get. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying. Yeah, I've had that happen on a video where you get more views and you wait a day and it goes back down. Like, it's the way they count views or something. I don't know.
I see.
I don't know how. Yeah, just a way to make you get more excited that people actually care about your channel, and then take it away from you. Or it could be something, technical that I don't, quite get that they have to do. You would think in this day and age, like, it would be pretty easy to count a view in real time. I don't know what the issue, the holdup is, but I guess apparently there is,
Yep.
So yeah. So yeah, Verisimilitude was in the last stream. Yeah, well maybe he had his friends watch it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he shared the show with at least, well, one guy for sure. He showed up in the chat.
Yeah. Yeah, so who knows? Oh, and what about Summer Hill Cinema? I saw him. Has he been around? I haven't seen him.
No, not really, but he's of that age where he's probably working more, and I bet he's probably working a lot these days, I would imagine. I mean, it's not just a show related thing. He barely puts out videos. It's like a video every 3 weeks, so he's probably just busy on the grind.
Yeah, man, that your work is going a lot less farther, so you got to work more, yeah.
Oh my God.
So yeah, gotta get back to work, America. Gotta get back to work. Gotta keep working. Gotta pay those taxes too. Don't forget to pay the taxes. Or I mean, at this point, they'll just take them out of your bank account.
Yeah, I don't even know why they make people do, like, quote unquote do them themselves. I guess it's more money for the
it's illegal. Yeah, for the tax.
Because then you gotta, if you don't know how to do them yourself, then you gotta have someone pay someone to do them, and
Yep, and then you could fuck them up and not get as much money, which they'll like I said, if they, you know what I mean, probably a lot of reasons, and it's also like just to piss you off, just to show you who's boss,
Yeah, I've thought of things before. I can't remember right now. I can't remember right now. Something regarding something like, and they want the info from you, and I'm thinking, well, you got the info. Why do you need me to give you the info that you've already got, kind of thing? And it's just like, oh my God. Oh, that reminds me. Have you ever done jury duty?
Oh God, no. I've gotten called for it a couple times, and I got scared that I'd have to go. But I always they always send a letter that you don't have, you were excused because whatever, you know what I mean, because that happens a lot. You'll get the letter that you have to go, and then before you have to go, they say, "Don't worry, you don't have to go now." It's a total fucking bullshit. Why did you get a letter?
No, I just what I was talking about with just uncontrollable bureaucracy reminded me of in 2014. I actually had to go do it.
Yeah, how was that? Did you have what kind of court cases you have? Did you?
I think it was some domestic abuse case.
That's 80% of them, isn't it?
Yeah, well, probably, I would imagine, but it was just such a. I mean, luckily I didn't have to do it. It was such a joke. I basically just they go through. It's just such a joke and a waste of everyone's time. Oh, what I thought was so funny about it is it's like, I mean, they pay you, but I mean, it's like I can't remember.
$20, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I can't remember what it was, but I mean, obviously, it's way below minimum wage, and it's just like, oh, of course, the government doesn't have to pay you minimum wage. That's just so, it figures.
Well, they just say it's your duty.
Right, it's your duty. Yeah, you're lucky that you get to do it.
Did they feed you at least? Did you get a free lunch at least?
Not that I remember.
Oh my! So between paying for the gas to get there and packing a lunch or buying a lunch, I mean, it's probably barely covers that, if that.
Well, actually, one thing that they did do, which I was surprised about, was they let you calculate the distance that to and from the place,
okay.
And they add that to what they pay you, which I was amazed that they did that.
Yeah, So you at least got paid for your gas to go there and back.
Yay!
But they pay you for your fucking time to drive and all that. No, it's your duty. It's your duty.
But anyway,
so were you there all day?
I think let's see. The first day, because if you've never done it before, the first day is you just sit around and wait to be called, and then they'll have you go in there, and then both sides of the case will ask all the jurors a question, and they'll screen the jurors, and
yeah.
I made a point to just say what I thought of the whole thing, so luckily I wasn't picked, so I got to.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no way they probably let you. I was gonna say you probably were very honest because you probably wanted to get the fuck home and not do this shit. and there's no way they would want someone like you on the jury duty because you're you know what I mean? You see through the bullshit.
Exactly. So that was one whole day wasted. I want to say I came back the second day, and I can't remember. I can't remember. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. But I think I came back the second day and didn't just stayed for a little short period of time, and then they let us all go at that point. But at least I didn't have to do the damn trial thing. But
oh yeah, that could have been like a couple. That could have been you don't know how long that could have lasted.
But yeah, just talking about the bureaucratic monster, it just made me think of the jury duty experience I had.
Yeah, I would immediately like. I've kind of always wanted to just show up just to see, just to let like because when they screen me, I'd want to be saying like, I would just be asking like, well, is this the common law court that we used to have granted by our bill? What's this court system? What's the jurisdiction? Why do you have jurisdiction? I'd be asking all those kind of questions. You know what I mean? And then I'd be like, well, what about jury nullification? You know what that is?
What is it?
It's actually a really good thing that no one talks about, and I think they'll just throw you right out of the jury if you bring it up. if you think a law is unjust or bullshit, you have the jury has the right to say jury nullification and just throw it right out.
A case, or what are we talking about? Any case or what?
Yeah, any case where like obviously they broke the law, and if you go this law is unjust, it's bullshit, you just claim jury nullification, and I guess they're just innocent because they broke an unjust law.
Oh, I see.
But apparently, when people bring that up, the lawyers just obviously they go, nope, you're out of here. You're not jury.
Right. Yeah. He's not gonna play the game.
Because they don't want you to think that you have the power to decide what laws actually are good or bad. You're just a little peon, slave. So how could you decide? Even though this country was founded on you being, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's so funny. But yeah, you're on the jury, though. That's what's funny. It's like, okay, well, then I guess I think the law is bullshit, and I guess you'll just say this guy's innocent no matter what the evidence says, because I think the law is bullshit, So I guess either way, you don't even have to do the jury nullification, but I don't know.
Yeah, for me, I'm of the opinion there's plenty of people out there who probably actually wouldn't mind or almost would want to do that to do
quote. Yeah, because they're sick people, man. Like they want to send people away to jail or let people get off innocent. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they want to have that power over someone.
So it'd be nice if they could not waste people like ours time and give us the option to just not participate, because I'm sure the most people actually want to do something like that and say, oh boy, I got to do. They probably see it as some kind of a privilege.
It also would make more sense to, obviously they're not going to do this because it's the government like workers, but it would make more sense just to at least be able to kind of pick and choose, like, all right, you're going to do it every other year and just kind of be able to pick and choose the time frame. Like at least a month that you'd want to do it, so at least you can plan your life around it instead of just getting a fucking letter in the mail.
Yeah.
Like you can choose. I don't know. It's like the fact that like, oh, you get a letter, you have to show up on this date. It's like, well, I guess fuck anything that's going on in my life, right?
Yeah. Like what if you made reservations or vacation or, oh my God.
Yeah. 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 It's like, yeah, or like, can I have the option to fucking? Yeah, I don't know. It's just fucking. You're just It's such bullshit. It's such it's slavery. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, because they say, oh, it's a crime if you don't show up.
I wonder if there was ever a case like that required a jury where the case was the defendant didn't show up for jury duty.
Yeah, I think I don't think so. I think it's a kind of a slap on the wrist type thing.
Damn it! That'd be ultimate patheticness. Well, this is the case of the state versus so and so. His crime is not showing up for jury duty. What do the jurors think of that? Yeah.
Oh man, dude. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't say much more because probably one day they'll probably censor this kind of talk, so I can't say my real opinion on this state or all this
Yeah.
shit.
Other than it's great and it's the best time to be
It's
alive.
amazing. It's democracy, amazing states. Yeah, amazing. I love having a state. I love having these individual states that have a million different fucking laws. I love it. It's amazing. I mean, I love having a federal oversee government as well that can come in and do whatever they want.
Yeah,
That's
it's
amazing
it's
as well.
great. It's great having a bunch of states with their own laws, and then having all those states are in one big country, which has got its own laws.
That's separate from the states.
And you
And if
pay.
you travel on certain roads that aren't owned by the state or you, then there's other laws you'd have. I know it's just like becomes this like yeah, I love it. It's amazing. And then also let's not forget like actually each town has certain jurisdictions and different stuff too as well. Don't forget like they have their own regulations and I don't know as far as laws go, but they obviously have their own like building codes and all that other crazy shit and just the civil stuff, and that's pretty cool too. I love it, man. It works so well. There's so much freedom to be had and efficiency. It's amazing. I love it. So go to jury duty, do your duty. I love how the algorithm just cannot detect sarcasm. Because it's just a bot that sees the words. You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I think it's funny. What?
I think you're right. Yeah, and
It's just a program compiling up words you say. It has no ability to detect that there's sarcasm. It's not. You don't mean what you're saying.
yep.
Or you do mean what you're saying. Like you never know, because you could also say, "Hey, I was being serious." Like, who are you to judge? I mean, I never said I was joking.
Not
Wink,
that
wink,
not that we don't mean what we're saying, mind you, but if there was a circumstance where we weren't meaning what we're saying, yeah, that's convenient.
Yep, exactly. We were just acting. It's a YouTube entertainment show. Like we act sometimes. It's it's like a movie. It's an act.
Oh my.
We can never say what we say live. You can never say. We can never say, well, we definitively meant that. It's like, well, were we in a court of law? Did we have to swear in that everything we say was 100% what we meant, or was sarcastic, or we didn't mean it, or it was an act? No, no, we're not liable for that.
Nope.
I don't know. Nope. No siree. Who's watching? Let's see who's watching.
I don't think anyone's watching.
One watcher. Wow, what the hell?
Isn't that weird?
What the hell happened? Usually people know you stream on Thursdays. You'd think someone would come in and start talking about Laserdisc or something.
Isn't that crazy? I'm assuming it has to be public because you saw it. So, I mean, it's not...
Yeah. I mean, this is... I can't... Actually, this is probably the worst you've ever had it.
Like, ever, yeah.
Ever, yeah. I don't think you've had times where like I was the only one here for like the first 20 minutes, but you're going on like 50 minutes now, and no one has talked in the chat, and maybe one person showed up and left. But wow, dude. I mean, it's kind of cool though in a way because it's like a new record for how long can we go before someone shows up.
Yeah, if you look at it that way, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Because like I said, what's wrong with breaking the record for having the least participated show? It's I think it's kind of cool. It's like I don't know.
Well, that's definitely the half. Was that the half full way to look at it? Yeah, that's...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Because it's funny. You look back, you're like, oh yeah, I forget I had 2 hours and no one showed up. Yeah, that was cool. It was just Matt and I rambling for whatever, going on almost an hour now.
Well, honestly, like if it was just to be us two, how long did you think you could ramble for? Another hour or?
Yeah, I mean, it just would make sense because again, it's like I don't know. These people want to hear me ramble about jury duty for I don't know or whatever else. I don't think so. I think they came here for movies,
Right. Yeah. There's really not. Well, I think people pretty much know by now that the radio show veers off into other avenues. So
that's true. But when you go on 2 hours of nothing about movies, I don't know. It seems like your audience they want to talk. They want to talk movies, Laserdisc.
What audience?
Oh yeah, today at least. I mean, you do have over 500 subs, so and viewers that watch the movies because people are going to maybe listen after the fact. So, I don't know.
Yeah, so we're like 10 minutes away from an hour. Or do you think we're gonna have a record? That'd be a record, I think, with no one.
I think if you go back, I think you've already broken the record. Yeah, I don't remember it ever being almost an hour and no one showed up.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I mean, when I say show up, like again, I think you had one, maybe two people did show up, but like you've never had it this long where no one even said anything in the chat.
Wow.
But again, like, I'm here, so technically I am one person, but you always at least have like a second person talking,
Yeah. Oh well. It's interesting how each show has its own life. Like, this is just crazy.
Yeah. I think it's cool though. I think it's cool, and I know you don't, but I think it's kind of funny. It's kind of cool. I think it would be really funny if you went 2 hours and no one showed up. So,
do you think that's going to happen?
No, I think someone will eventually show up. Like, someone's eventually going to show
up. Place your bets.
Place your bets, yeah. Like, I mean, like you said, maybe in 30 minutes you have like 5 people show up. You never know with these kind of things.
That's true.
What would Beth say if like you managed to go a 2-hour show with no one showing up but me?
Yeah, I mean, well, the last Nate and Beth show we did actually was pretty crappy turnout, so that was kind of I think that kind of bummed her out, but.
Was that the one where you didn't announce it either?
Yeah, I think so. The last one we did, it wasn't announced, and we just did it.
Yep. Yep. So now you really learned. Yeah, you got to announce this stuff at least 30 minutes before or something. Yeah.
Well, I would think that the longtime listeners, viewers, I mean, they know Thursday at 1 p.m. Yeah. I mean, I don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, it's a good point. But yeah, I would have thought that at least 1 or 2 people would have showed up. But yeah. Who knows, man? You have to ask these people when they do show up. What's the deal? Didn't you know? Thursday. Every Thursday, 1 p.m.
Yeah, part of me is like, maybe once a week is too much. I don't know. That's what's
No.
You don't think so?
Mm-mm. Some people have live streams every day on Twitch or YouTube, man.
Jesus.
Yeah.
No,
I don't think so at all.
Okay. Because that's, something
also, what?
Go ahead.
Also, you basically go the whole summer without live streaming at all, so.
That's true.
So you got to, maybe you do a couple Nathan Beth shows, but you lose out on your focused Thursday shows are gone for the whole summer. And not even whole summer, even, I guess, late spring, into, you don't come back until what, like October?
I might have not returned till November, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know if you came back in October. I think you did like a Nate and Beth show in October, but so yeah, man, that's a long time of not doing any show, and then so I don't think personally once a week. People know that there's a huge drought of I think it'd be great, man, if you could get that mobile streaming, so you could be on that, so you wouldn't have to give up your kayaking or whatever you were going to do.
Yeah, well, it took 10 years to get to 500, so another 10 years I'll be at 1,000. By then they'll change. By then they'll change it to you got to have 5,000.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, they'll just bump the number up. Like, are you fucking serious? I don't get why you just can't stream mobile like with 5. Like what? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, come on. Like they used to be able to do it. Then it's like, no, you can't stream on mobile. That's for the privileged. Like you have a phone with data or the ability to stream mobile, but no, you can't do that. Yeah, because you just stream on your phone. Just do your bike or walk or whatever. A lot
Yep.
of people stream on their phone. I see a lot of YouTubers will just walk around streaming.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
Why don't you blame them?
Because if they're going to stream for a couple hours and they stream like a lot, then I guess the mixing up is nice, not having to just sit in your room like with a microphone. You know what I mean? Especially when it's nice out.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you could take your phone or your laptop, put it outside, and you have a microphone. It's not like, I don't know. It's not like that, What's the difference,
I know.
So, yeah. Well, you had sorry, my mom texted me about these stupid laptops.
What should I get?
Yeah, because she wants to get me a birthday gift, and I don't know. I don't care either way.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, I guess it's nice, but she's really annoying about it. Like it's not even it's not even worth dealing with.
Oh, it's more annoying to deal with than to not.
To just not have, just to not get any, So yeah. Do you eat Chinese food, Nate? Do you like Chinese food? I don't know if I've asked you that before.
Yeah, I'm a really picky eater, and I did try we went to a buffet years ago, and I ended up liking sesame chicken. So I eat sesame chicken. That's pretty much all I'm eating right now. Not to say that we've tried something else that I didn't hate, but not as much as, I mean, I didn't like anything so far as much as sesame chicken.
You try the orange chicken?
Not that I'm aware of.
The General Tso chicken?
I didn't try much. I just tried sesame chicken and something else. I think it's got beef in it. What's the thing with What's the thing with beef something?
Beef lo mein, maybe? Something?
Yeah, it might have been that.
I when I get Chinese food, I hear you, dude. I only get sesame chicken, orange chicken, or General Tso's.
Okay.
And I get the pork rice. Did you get the pork rice?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you get rice at all?
Oh yeah, the rice comes with the sesame chicken.
Yeah, it's probably pork rice. Like pork rice just means it's brown rice. Was it brown rice?
No, it's white.
Oh, it was white. So okay, never mind. I get the brown rice with the pork mixed in. It's good, man. It's really good. And I usually get either sesame, General Tso, or orange. They're all. If you like sesame, man, you'll like orange chicken and you'll like General Tso's. They're kind of similar tasting. Like I've never met someone who did it who liked. So just a word, just a tip. If you do ever get it again, just don't be afraid to try General Tso's chicken or orange chicken.
Okay.
Because they got it. It's just the orange chicken tastes like sesame, but like has a little bit more of an orange tang to it.
I see.
And then the General Tso's, maybe like a slightly. To me, General Tso's, I taste a lot like sesame chicken. It almost tastes the same. I don't even know if there's much of a difference at all. I'd have to eat them back to back, but I feel like the sesame chicken just has the sesame seeds on it. I feel like it's the same sauce that they use on the General Tso's chicken, but I could be wrong. But did you eat the egg roll? Did you try any of the egg rolls?
I can't remember. Is there cream in the middle or what?
No. Well, maybe some of them, but no.
Beth gets something with cream like sour cream in the middle or something. I don't know what.
Yeah, some of them do probably have that, but I don't get cream in the middle of mine.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not sure about the egg roll thing.
So you don't eat any other Asian food either, like Japanese or Vietnamese?
Yeah, I'm like a really picky eater, and the thing is, it's not that I wouldn't like it if I tried it. I mean, I went all this time without eating sesame chicken when obviously I like it.
That's crazy to me because Chinese food is so good. I feel bad that you went all your whole life without eating good Chinese. Like your parents just didn't order it as a kid?
Yeah, like I say, I mean, I was a picky eater. I guess they knew that, so maybe they just gave up trying to have me try new things, and yeah.
Wow. Japanese food is really good too. I love Japanese food.
Huh.
And Vietnamese is really good. They're all. I mean, I would like to try other Asian foods. I mean, it's just They probably all have their good dishes. Can't imagine. Do you like Italian food like chicken parm and lasagna,
And
spaghetti and meatballs?
pretty much just spaghetti and pizza. I probably really should try lasagna.
You never had lasagna?
It just looked gross to me. I guess I should.
Oh, dude, it looks kind of gross, but no. Well, do you like cheese? Like mozzarella cheese? Do you like cheese? Like a pizza, so you like cheese, right?
I like cheese. Yep.
Do you like burgers? Do you like ground beef?
Yeah. So
Okay. Do you like
it's cheese
you ever
and
had like a ravioli?
not so much. So lasagna is ground beef and cheese.
It's like ground beef, cheese, and then it's got the like the macaroni. I don't know what you'd call that, but just the it's like the stuff that you'd have in a what's it called? It's like the same flour material like you'd kind of have it with spaghetti. It's just laid out flat.
Oh.
It's not just like strains.
Oh, okay.
And then also there's like some other. It depends on what lasagna you get because they all have their different. Just like how pizza doesn't taste the same, people do lasagna a little different from the next guy. So yeah, I mean, but that's pretty much the majority of it. Like like the beef, you get the ground beef, cheese, and whatever you would call that macaroni crap. Not crap, but you know what I mean.
Just the noodle material.
Yeah, like the noodle material. Yeah. That's like the main gist of it, with some other stuff thrown in there. And it depends on who's making it. But yeah, really good though. And do you like chicken?
Yeah, I eat chicken.
Oh, also lasagna has obviously tomato sauce on it as well. How could I forget? Obviously, like there's big yeah. Also tomato sauce. But you like chicken though, right?
Yeah, white meat. Yep.
So you like white chicken. Do you like chicken with breading, like fried chicken or breaded chicken?
Yep.
Okay, so you like that. You like cheese. We've established you like cheese. You like tomato sauce. So you put them all together. You throw some oregano, some basil, and you've got yourself chicken parm, which I'm sure you would really enjoy.
Okay, good.
Also, let me think. My mom cooks almost nothing but Italian food. I'm kind of sick of Italian food, at least her Italian food, but I had to eat a lot of it growing up. And we used to always have to go to Italian restaurants too when we went out. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, lasagna is good, man. I can't believe you haven't had lasagna. Ooh.
Yeah.
Do you like what?
I was just gonna say, I guess the look of it kind of always gross. Do I like what?
You like hamburgers, right?
Yeah. I like hamburgers.
You like French fries?
Yep.
You like chicken nuggets?
Yeah, I mean maybe not so much anymore. I mean I eat them. Yeah.
Okay. Do you still eat McDonald's as an adult, or you stopped eating McDonald's?
I stopped eating McDonald's after I saw that video of taking the fries from McDonald's and then taking fries from some other restaurant, and then like the McDonald's ones never get moldy, but the real fries get moldy, and yeah, that was just like, oh my God.
Yeah, I don't let that put me off. I still eat it. I think we're eating way worse stuff than that now. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's kind of off-putting.
Yeah, it just plus when you go a long time like I have without eating McDonald's, once you eat it again, it's just like, oh my God. So it's okay. It's okay to have no McDonald's in my life anymore. God knows I ate it enough in the first 30 years of my life.
Yeah. Do you eat any other fast foods like Chipotle or Burger King? Or
yeah. I'm more partial anyway to like Burger King and Wendy's, but like I said before, Wendy's just changed their fries because they had to change them to the DoorDash, so that
So they're not as good.
Well, remember, I don't know if you remember, but I told you. Yeah, they changed them because people were complaining that when they have them delivered, they're soggy. So now they changed them and they're just shit.
Fucking assholes. Burger King didn't change theirs, right? They always had good fries.
Yeah, honestly, I don't do a lot of fries. It's just like I don't know. When I found that as I'm getting older, like once I hit 30 and stuff like that, I really started cutting down on stuff to keep the old waistline in order. So I don't even necessarily do fries that often anyway. It'd just be like Burger King now would be like I just skip the fries and do just a hamburger, and then in addition to the hamburger, like a bacon double cheeseburger.
Oh, so instead of eating fries, you eat just another big ass hamburger.
Well, I have the big ass hamburger instead of fries. I'll have just a normal hamburger in addition. Yeah. I don't know if that's I don't.
I'm not seeing the logic in that one, dude.
Well, as long as it works in my mind, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you just look at the calories. I'm sure there's probably more calories in that burger than the fries. But yeah, to each his own,
Yeah, it's logical in my head, so that's all that matters.
I love Burger King burgers are really good. I think they have some of the best fast food burgers. They have that I don't know. They just have that flame. They still cook them on that flame. I don't know. They just got that they taste like real burgers.
Yeah, isn't that? I'd agree. They got the best fast food burgers.
And do you eat Arby's? I love Arby's. I love Arby's.
Yeah, I never really did, but in my more recent years, I have. But I don't like that as much as like a Burger King burger.
Gotcha. Well, to me, it's I hear you, man. I love burgers, but it's nice to change it up and get an Arby's roast beef.
That's true.
And Arby's has. They have some pretty good like those smaller slider sandwiches. They've got a pretty good chicken buffalo slider sandwich with cheese that I really like too. So yeah, it's a nice change of pace. And their fries are pretty good at Arby's. Do you eat Mexican food or?
Yeah, I like
or any the.
Yeah, I eat tacos, and we've been making taco salads for the past several years and stuff.
Yeah, that's right. You got sick to one, didn't you? From the one, or maybe that was chicken salad. I don't remember.
No, You talking?
Salad dressing.
You talking? Yeah. I'm still not 100% sure what the hell caused that. I think it was either, watermelon or watermelon in the frickin' end of December. Probably not the best thing to eat in Minnesota, because they got to ship it in from who knows where. So it was either just watermelon or salad dressing. I don't know what the hell caused that, but that was definitely some, I think, food related.
Yeah.
That was bad. My stomach was gurgling for a week, just or maybe not stomach, but the intestines, just grrr.
Ugh.
Grrr.
They're what did you feed us? Ugh.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know your innards could do that for a week. You think that, God, you think it'd get cleaned out quicker than a week.
Old age, man. Maybe when you were 15, it would.
Yeah, old age.
Yeah. Who knows? I don't know. Yeah. Well, now, have you ever? No, I think a place that's very overrated, and I would eat it if it's given to me, but is Chipotle. We want to talk about an overrated fucking Chipotle. Have you heard of Chipotle?
What the hell do they sell? I forget. Oh, I think
it's this spin-off of Mexican. It's not. I don't think it's true Mexican type food. It's.
I think
burritos and shit, but they're not I don't know.
I think I had something from them years ago, yeah, and I was just it's too different for me to even count as what it's supposed to be or whatever. But I wasn't impressed.
Yeah. No, I'm not either. I like Taco Bell. It's cheap. It's good. But if I gotta spend a few more bucks for kind of fast food tacos, I really like that place. I think it's called California Tortilla. Have you ever had them?
They don't even ring a bell. Maybe we don't even have them.
They might not be in your state. Yeah, I don't know if they might not have them where you're at. Do you have Moe's at Moe's South American Grill?
I'm not 100% sure. I'm not really up on. It doesn't ring a bell either. I know we've got. Okay. You must have Acapulco. Do you have Acapulco?
I think so. I don't think I've been to one though.
That's where we go a lot for. for Mexican stuff. Yeah.
Okay. So you like Mexican food? I got you. I got you. Do you like Pizza Hut? I love Pizza Hut, even though a lot of them are closing down.
Well, I mean, yeah, like you say, a lot of them are closing down. So I mean, we used to not so much Pizza Hut anymore. We prefer, like I say, the mom and pops around town more than
Corporate.
Pizza Hut. But yeah, there's this corporate place near us called it's the place that's open every day. So we went there on like Thanksgiving and Christmas. The
Domino's?
Sarpinos. It's called Sarpinos.
Oh, okay. I don't think we have them near us, or I haven't heard of them.
It's pretty good. It's like corporate, like if it's corporate kind of stuff that's got the old pie cut. But I mean, it's pretty good. Like a lot
Better
of.
than Domino's?
I'd say better than Domino's. Yeah.
More expensive though, or
I don't even know what Domino's cost anymore, but maybe a little.
cheap?
Oh, it's cheap.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's pretty cheap. It's like, do you have Little Caesars near you?
yeah. I think that's everywhere. Yeah, we got that.
Yeah. What do you think of Little Caesars? I only had them one time, and I can't really give it a rating because I accidentally bought I didn't even know they sold these. I mean, I guess it makes sense they do, but I accidentally ordered the right thing, and the fucking person gave me the wrong pizza. But the pizza I got didn't have tomato sauce on it. It was just cheese and bread.
They
So I
probably
was
screwed you up. Yeah, that was probably a screw up.
yeah, I don't think I ordered it wrong because it's like their menu is pretty easy to not fuck up. But when we got back, I was like, this tastes pretty good, but there's no tomato sauce. So I couldn't really. Yeah, you need tomato sauce on the pizza. So that was. Yeah, I'll have to go back and try it because their pizza is so cheap,
Oh, Papa John's is cheap?
No, Little Caesars, not Pop. No, Little Caesars.
Oh, did you say I thought you said Papa John's. Maybe you did say
No, I said Little Caesars.
Oh, I don't know why. I could have sworn I heard Papa John's. Anyway, okay.
I do like Papa John's though. I like Papa John's. They're a little more expensive, but they're pretty good.
Yeah, I remember I used to do those Little Caesars take and bake for quite a while there for a while, and I got sick of them.
Sure. Nothing. There's nothing wrong with getting a Red Baron frozen pizza though for like $3-4, whatever they go for now.
Oh, I didn't tell you that I got one a couple weeks ago. It was I think it was I can't remember, maybe brick oven, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, the brick oven's good, but you're technically it's like the same price. But if you look at the you're getting a little like it's technically more money because you're getting a little less pizza. Like it's not as big of a pizza as the regular one.
Yeah, it was on sale. That's why I got it. So maybe the price evened out. Maybe.
No, the brick oven's good, man. It's a little different tasting than the regular Red Baron, but they're both really good. You should try it. Have you tried the regular Red Baron, like the 5 cheese, whatever it is, the regular?
I think I may have. Like a year ago or whatever when you brought it up. Yeah. Oh, Jesse, I don't know if he wants me to say his name, but Versimilitude's here.
Someone said something?
Verisimilitude? Oh, okay.
You're going to get a copyright strike, whatever's going on in the back.
Yeah, I was going to say, how do I mute? Can I turn off his...
Maybe he doesn't know.
Oh, he's just doing it for...
Great entrance.
Yeah, we don't want a copyright strike.
Yeah, you gotta be careful of copyrights, man.
Yeah, I only played it for a few seconds. I think we'll be alright.
Yeah,
well,
I think the quality probably wasn't good enough to really even tell what it was.
Wow.
So there you go. How much time was that till someone finally showed up?
An hour and 12 minutes.
Hour and 15 minutes? Wow. Okay. New record.
I don't know if he's still with...
An hour and 15 minutes?
Well, no, I mean, this has been a dead show so far. Like, no one except for Matt said anything in chat, and it's a record.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw no one was really watching at the moment. Yeah.
So maybe they all feel left out because when more join on Skype, we kind of leave chat behind.
Got to keep focused on chat.
It's a hard thing to keep up with. But yeah, definitely we can improve on it. And we said we were aware of the problem. We were going to work on it. So, yeah, that's all we really do, really.
That's all you got to keep reading the chat.
Anyway, what's on? I said I said your first name accidentally. I hope that's okay.
Ah, no, that's all good, dude. No worries. Yeah,
But we've got verisimilitude here. Me and Matt were just talking about food or what the hell ever else.
Mm-hmm. And
yeah,
I think
sort of the tail end of that. Yeah, like Nate. I love Nate's knowledge. His way of thinking about like the two burgers versus like a burger and fries.
yeah,
I
I didn't follow the logic with that one. And he said a bacon burger too. I was like, all right. I think Nate just wants to eat two burgers and just justify it in a sense instead of having fries.
Yeah, I had a burger the other day with bacon on it, and I swear, like, I reckon they probably put that bacon on the fryer for like all of about 1.3 seconds. It was like almost raw. I was like, yeah, like I actually went in there. I'm like, did you guys cook this? Like, jeez, bad.
Raw meat's good when you eat it right from the source without any. You have a raw meat having to sit. Yeah, it's gonna go bad. Gotta eat that. You ever see these guys on YouTube that eat raw meat diets?
No, I can't say I have.
Yeah, that's all they eat.
No, but I've heard people that they eat raw minced meat and stuff, and it's like, dude, but I can't even eat it when it's like medium rare, let alone freaking raw. Right?
I mean, it's like if it's still good, it's not gonna do any harm to you, man. You don't really. It's like, I mean,
well, that was a big thing with mothers, like either like expecting mothers or like mothers like with infants, like in the 80s and stuff, like they were told to eat like raw steaks and minced meat and stuff. Apparently, it was supposed to be good, like protein and stuff. But,
I mean, think about it this way, man. Every other animal, what do they do? I mean, obviously, we're different because we have to transport our food. It's like I understand raw meat goes bad a lot quicker, like But that being said, if you freeze it right away or you put it in a refrigerator, I mean, well, my point is, every other animal, what do they do? Do they cook it or they just eat it right from the source? It's like I don't,
Yeah, I don't know. They're not as sophisticated as us. I mean, we're kind of like a highly evolved animal, but
I don't know. Again, evolution. It's another theory. I buy into these theories that they say. But at the end of the day, it's like we're here now. People eat raw meat. They look healthy. They're fine. They live for many years. So that's all the evidence I need that you can easily survive off of not cooking meat.
Yeah, you can survive. It's just
they look healthy, bro. They look healthy. Some of these guys, they look built.
It's a preference, man.
Yeah, it's a preference. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I want to try some raw stuff for sure, but I do like the taste of like a little charcoal meat, which you wouldn't get with a raw meat,
Well, Bruce Lee, he was one of the first people to do that. Like, he used to like not just eat raw meat, but he would blend it. Like, and people are like, dude, why are you blending that raw meat? And like, he'd drink it, and he goes, because it goes straight to the bloodstream this way.
Yeah, you need the blood too. Yeah, you cook away the blood. Blood's good for you.
Yeah, but it would go straight through his bloodstream and like build the muscle back up like a lot quicker, apparently. But, yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense that you're I mean, again, I would love to get more. I would love more. Hardcore. They don't study anything at this anymore. They just how these things work now. But it makes kind of sense. Like, so they say the raw meat guys say, oh well, you actually take away nutrients when you cook this shit. Like, you're not getting, you're like burning away. You're losing the blood for one. Like, you're not even getting the blood anymore, which has how much how many different minerals and whatever you would need in that blood. So
yeah, I mean, to me, like a steak, my steak's got to be well done, or I can't eat it, dude. Like, I don't need it to be charcoal or anything, but like, if it's red inside, it just doesn't taste right to me.
Yeah, it's all perfect.
What are you you guys more of a steak guy or
no? I only eat steaks if they're cheesesteaks. I don't like steaks. Big cut of steak. I gotta have that shit. Yeah, I like the cheesesteaks. They're like real thinly sliced pieces of different. Well, it's like a different cut of steak, but yeah, it's like you put it on a sandwich, put cheese on it. Yeah, cheesesteak.
Oh, I love me steak and veg. But have that every once in a while.
Yeah, but yeah.
What about you, Nate? You prefer burgers or steaks?
Yeah, there's a time and place for each one. I imagine. I reckon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more of a burger guy, but yeah, definitely won't say no to a steak. Well, burgers are my favorite food, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, burgers and pizza.
Like if I was forced, like if you put a gun to my head and said, yeah, you can only eat like one type of food for the rest of life, it'd definitely have to be burgers.
I would say I love burgers probably as much as pizza, but I would say if I could only eat one food, I think like eating a pizza feels more complete for me, I guess. I don't know why.
Pizza I love too. Like pizza's probably goes burgers, then steak, and then pizza. Mm-hmm. But like I get sick of pizza pretty quickly. Like
I don't, dude. I don't.
If I have pizza like twice in a week,
God,
then I'm done. I'm done for
Get
at
him
least
off
like
the
2-3
show.
weeks.
Verisimilitude, goodbye. Verisimilitude, we'll see you later, man. It's not working out here, dude. That's blasphemy, dude, because I think Nate probably feels the same way when he hears that.
Well, you Yanks, you love your pizzas, don't you?
Yeah, dude. Well, to be fair, man, yeah, I don't know. It depends. I don't know what kind of pizza you're eating in Australia. I have no idea what pizza tastes like.
We got some pretty good pizza here, dude. It's just that I don't know, dude. I think it's got to do like it's just pizza's like a very heavy, doughy, obviously, like meal, man. I don't know. I just
what's your genetics? I mean, that could be it as well. You might not be able to. Maybe your like I said, your diet might not process all that dough as well. You know what I mean? That could be part of it too.
I mean, I can process it pretty well. It's just I don't know. It just becomes like very samey to me, and I don't know about like with you, but like I'm pretty like linear when it comes like especially pizza. Like there's only a few like types of pizza that like I really like. You know what I mean? Like I'm a big chicken and pineapple guy. Like I love that. I used to get what we call Hawaiian. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but that's basically like ham and pineapple and cheese and stuff. And don't you like you're getting kicked off this street if you for 1 second say to me pineapple doesn't belong on a pizza.
I don't think it's preference. I just eat my pizza plain.
Okay. What do you mean, like plain with cheese or?
Yeah. I don't put toppings on it.
Yeah, see, dude, like, I mean, I could eat that like once a month, man. Like, I couldn't. If I had to eat that for the rest of my life, like, I'd be like, dude, just pull the trigger. Like, I just taking me elsewhere, man. I can't do this.
Oh man, I don't know how you're gonna survive in the new world, man. You'll be eating bugs, let alone pizza.
Dude, I'd rather eat bugs. At least like it'd be different flavors instead of just like plain cheese pizza, man. I mean, it has its place like anything, but I couldn't eat it consistently, man. So you're a very Kevin McAllister in that way, mate. Yeah, you
I just like things. Even my burgers, man. I can eat a plain burger just fine. I'll eat it with cheese sometimes. Sometimes.
Yeah,
okay,
but yeah, I rarely just eat a plain burger, man. It's got to have the lettuce. It's got to have the tomato. It's got to have the cheese. I'll even throw a pineapple on a burger every once in a while. Bacon, I go back and forth. Like I got to be in the mood to have bacon on there. And I'm not really an egg guy. So I don't.
You're not an egg guy?
Egg on it. No, I don't really like eggs, man. To be honest, like I know they're great for protein, and that. Like for me, if I ever eat an egg, and if like on the rare occasion where it actually happens, which is maybe a couple of times a year, it has to be hard boiled. That's really the only way I like them, really.
It's crazy. I love eggs.
Interesting, huh?
Love eggs. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They're chicken abortions, bro.
It's fine with me.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's the look of them, the texture, just
amazing. That's what I love about it. Yeah, I love it.
doesn't. I mean, like throw eggs in a cake and make that. I'll eat that just fine, or whatever. But I'm their own man.
He's definitely not American. That's for sure. You're definitely not American.
Well,
you guys love eggs. Yeah.
People that are born and raised and live predominantly in Australia, they're not Americans, are they, Matt?
No. Well, I'm just saying. I feel like I don't know if I've ever met an American that was like, I don't like eggs. I mean, I'm sure they exist, but it could just be maybe verisimilitudes, odd one out. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, now that
our menus here are pretty. They seem pretty different anyway. A lot of the things you guys are into,
Yeah.
Like even it always flips me out like in American movies and like TV shows and stuff where like I see like some random dude will be eating like cereal out of the box, like just the cereal, like it's chips or something.
Yeah, that's not cool. That's blasphemy. Come on.
Like,
people do that, but
the box,
no.
Add the milk, bro.
Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get that.
Well, that's surprising, because that's like a big thing, kind of from what I've heard, man. Like the Americans and stuff.
They're assholes like that, but I don't talk to those people. you just.
What's your favorite cereal?
I fluctuate. I don't think I have a favorite, but oh man, Frosted Flakes are definitely up there. I really like Frosted Flakes.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of those. For me, like I'm not like a huge cereal guy, but for me, it's probably you probably never heard of it, but it's called Nutrigrain. I love me Nutrigrain.
No.
It's pretty nice. Yeah, it's got like a kind of like a chocolatey sort of taste to it, kind of. It claims to be healthy, but it's not. But like, yeah, I'm not a big cereal guy, but when I have cereal, that's usually what I opt for. But yeah. What about you, Nate? You're a cereal guy?
Yeah, it's pretty much what I'll eat after I wake up, and like Matt says, and for me it fluctuates and stuff. Whatever's a lot of it has to do with whatever's cheaper. I've just been getting the generic stuff for the last several years because, I just look at name brand prices earlier this week, and a box of cereal over $5. It's like, holy shit!
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Dude, I wish I could get a box of cereal for $5.
Holy shit!
For a box of fucking cereal over $5. Oh yeah, we're I mean, jeez.
Yeah, a box of cereal here, like. From the best of my knowledge, like I said, I don't buy it all the time, but that one I was just talking about, Nutrigrain, I think like if you want a decent sized box, not like the real friggin' pub, like 250 friggin' gram box, like you're up for probably like a good $8 or $9. I'd dare say, easy.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, like supermarket prices. I don't know if it's like that with just everything like in the States as well, but like here, like man, you can walk into a supermarket with $100, right? And you're lucky if you walk out with like 2 bags, and it's like probably enough supplies for like 2. Maybe you could stretch it to 3 days, like if you buy some really cheap items. But if I'm talking about like if you buy quality items, like. Telling you, like, within 2 days, that food's gone, man.
Ugh.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
So, well, let's get Verisimilitude's take on the absence of people in chat this week. What do you think it's attributed to?
I don't know. Has this ever happened before? Not
ever? This bad.
We've never gone. It's almost 90 minutes now without. I mean, I guess I don't know if we can really even count Matt. I mean, I guess we can, but
yeah,
it's really weird.
What if I didn't show up today, Nate?
Oh hell! I mean, I probably would have gone. I would have gone 30 minutes and probably stopped, I guess.
I don't know, man. I mean, what, like, when you think about it, I mean, how many regulars have we really got? What it's like? What 4, 5 maybe?
Yeah, but I mean, usually someone shows up. It's just crazy.
I mean, it's possible they just either all forgot or they could just be out doing other things. I mean, who knows? It's always a possibility.
Other things on Thursday at 1 p.m. Central?
They're working.
Yeah. Could be working. They could be out doing things we like to do, ride bikes or something. Maybe they get laid. I don't know.
No, I don't think any of our listeners do that.
Oh, shots fired.
Wow.
Shots fired.
Oh, well.
Wow, that's funny. That's funny.
He's probably right.
I think he's right though, yeah. That's what's funny about it. Like, yeah. I think so. What happened to what's his name? Too pixelated guy. What's his name?
Now it's JoJo Wilson, and yeah, JoJo.
Yeah, he usually shows up.
I think Nate pissed him off.
I think it was kind of the other way around.
Well, I think he pissed you off, and then because he pissed you off, you pissed him off 10 times worse. You just got him good, and then I think a couple of the comments that Matt made probably really put it over the top. Maybe. Who knows? But I mean, I don't know, man. It's interesting. I mean, it could be an effective last week's show just because we didn't pay all that much attention to the chat. But Wade didn't even he say you should just read chat for the first hour or something and then just continue on with the show, the conversation. So it seemed from his point of view anyway, that he was enjoying what was happening with the rest of the show anyway. So for him not to show up is, I guess, kind of interesting. But
oh well.
Oh well, it's the recordings here. People can tune in later if they want, I guess.
Yeah, it's true. Just thought I'd get your.
Sorry?
Oh, go ahead. I was just gonna say I just thought I'd get your feedback. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I catch the odd live show here and there, but even channels that I'm a big fan of, I don't often catch that live show. You know what I mean? It's sort of I catch every other one. You know what I mean? To be honest, just because I either forget or I'm just doing something at the time, sort of thing. And yes, I mean, I wouldn't be too worried. It is a possibility that everyone just either forgot or they just had something else going on, or vice versa.
Well, good for them. Let's hope it's nice weather and they're out living their life and getting laid.
Getting laid, yeah, there you go. So they're out there, it's nice weather, they're outside getting laid in the nice weather. Triple whammy. They're doing it outside. In the nice sunny weather.
Great food.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna be eating bugs soon, so don't you worry. Just know it's pizza and burger talk. Bug burgers, cockroach burgers.
You guys watch anything good this week? Or
nope. That's what we talked about for the first hour. There was nothing we didn't do. We just.
I can't remember. I can't remember if I really did or not. What about Verisimilitude?
I finally got around to watching Hacksaw Ridge the other day with a buddy. That was interesting film.
So is that a war movie? What the hell's that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a war film. Yeah, it's based on this guy. He's I can't remember exactly the name of his religion. I think he was 7-day evangelist or something like that. And it takes place in WW2. And he goes into the battlefield with no weapons. He doesn't believe in weapons or anything. And his commanding officers and stuff put him through hell and shit because he refuses to use a weapon. But
he refuses to kill anyone.
Long story. Yeah, he refuses to kill. Yeah, long story short, he ended up saving like something like over 20 or 30 injured soldiers, like lowered them down, what was called Hacksaw Ridge. So, yeah, dude's pretty respected.
True story.
Yeah, true story. Yeah, true story.
He got a medal. He never fired a shot. He was just a medic.
Yeah, maybe when you think about it, like, what are the odds of him surviving something like that, especially without a weapon? Pretty incredible.
Yep. Pretty. Yeah, the odds were not in his favor.
Definitely not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I revisited The Forest since last week. It's a horror movie from 1982. Go in the woods and die. Have you seen that or get killed? Have you seen it, Verisimilitude?
I'm not too sure. Hey, like, I think maybe I don't know, Nate. Like, I've spent so much of the 90s and the early 2000s, like, watching so many slashes, man, that, like, I could have seen it somewhere along the way. It's just, sometimes it's hard to remember, man, because I've just seen so many of those,
That's true.
I mean, most of them I remember that I've seen. I mean, they end up, if I like them, they usually enter the rotation, but, yeah, I'm not too sure if I've seen that one, eh?
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, but, I just, about an hour ago or something, I finished rewatching Friday the 13th Part 3 with a buddy. It was fun. We just kind of took the piss out of the movie the whole time because, that's... Like, don't get me wrong, like, I enjoy the film, but, like, that movie has a lot of issues, man, I'll tell you. We'll talk about it, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, it's possible that today, because of the, this is just throwing this out there, because of the, lackluster turnout, possibly, if Matt's cool with it, maybe the show could end sooner than normal, and then maybe you and I can start the Friday recordings. How would that sound?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
I couldn't do that today, probably, but...
Oh, okay, well, then forget that.
I was actually going to contact you the other day to do one, man, but I got caught up with stuff. But man, I want to definitely start on it soon. Hopefully, if you're free, I'm thinking early next week or something. We should make a start on that at least.
Yeah, well, that'd work. I think you're depending on the time of day. Sometimes you're a day ahead of us, which I can't even wrap my head around. Like it's Friday morning there, ain't it?
Yeah, it's literally like pretty much 20 to 7 o'clock in the morning here, dude. Yeah.
Hey Matt, it's Friday in Australia right now.
Yeah, I'm in the future. Welcome to the future. Just so you know, it's today here, but today is just as shitty or shittier than yesterday.
Oh man, a box of cereal's $9.
It's just the lights in a different spot, that's all.
Wow.
But without expanding on the conversation too much, like, are you as high on Friday 3 that is you were like when you were a kid, or?
It's funny because I went through a period during I don't know, whatever, my teens, 20s, where I didn't think much of it, and honestly, I don't know if it's because of the new Blu-ray or something, but I'm actually lightening up to 3 quite a bit in the last year or so.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, as a kid, you don't think about that much sort of stuff like, like production or acting and stuff, but I never really had many issues with it as a kid, but like I've noticed, especially like around the last decade or so, it's just there's just a lot of things about that film that just don't work for me. Like, don't get me wrong, like, definitely has its moments and stuff, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's not even close to like 2 or 4 or even 1, you know.
Yeah, that's for me. I think the movie that went from the just being worshipped when I was a kid to just like the exact opposite when I was older was like Halloween 2, like the original Halloween 2. Like, I just thought it was the coolest thing as a kid, and as an adult, I'm like, well, Jamie Lee Curtis doesn't do anything. She just lays in bed the whole movie.
Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I still really dig the hell out of that movie. Like, I can't watch the OG without watching the sequel. Like, I've got to watch them both, you know what I mean?
Oh,
But,
okay.
I definitely see what you're talking about, though. Like, yeah, I mean, even as a kid, like, I remember thinking, like, why does her hair look so weird? You know, like, even as a little kid, I'm like, that must be a wig, you know? Even as a kid, I thought that. And then, yeah, like, I mean, if you added all their screen time up, it's probably like less than 10 minutes, maybe even, or maybe like right on 10 minutes or something. Like, she's not in the movie all that much, but I don't know. I still dig it though. I still think it's a pretty decent sequel, and that, and yeah, I think it has its moments and things like that. I definitely say it's a better film than Friday 3. I'd go as far as to say that.
Oh, okay.
That's me. But like I'm telling, like, without, like, you know, obviously I want to say some of the talk for when we do the episode itself. Friday Part 3 for me is the biggest problems with that movie is Dana Kimmel and the guy that plays her boyfriend Rick, was it Paul Cracker or something? Like, dude, I tell you, that guy, he's a great actor.
Okay, so what their performances is what you, or what about them? I mean, I can understand the guy, but you don't think the girl, just their performances?
Nah. Like, as a kid, I didn't really have any issues with it, but I think, like, I can't lie, like, some of my hate is because of, like, what I know about her personally, like how she interjected her personal, like, views and things on the movie. Like, it hurt the movie, man. It really did in a few ways. You know what I mean? And I find it hard to get past that. And not only just that, but I just don't think she's a very good final girl. Like, I mean, for me, I would have rather Vera survive, man. Yeah, the chick that gets the arrow in the eye. I reckon she would have been a better choice.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll definitely be an interesting talk, man. Because, yeah, we've seen, like, we're gonna have different viewpoints a bit on it here and there.
Well, that's
Don't get me wrong, there's still things about the film I really dig. Like, Brooker is definitely still one of the best Jasons. Does some really cool stuff in that movie. I don't know, man. Even the overall cast altogether, man, just doesn't do a lot for me. I don't know, you know. But compared, like, yeah, especially when you're coming off Part 2 and even the original film. But yeah, that's all I'll really say for now. I don't want to divulge all my thoughts. Yeah.
To be fair, I think a lot of the reason a lot of things in Part 3 suffered is because they were concentrating more on 3D aspect than maybe some of those other aspects that would have had more. Jesus Christ, I got some subwoofer. Oh my God.
Yeah, I heard that. I thought that was the show.
Oh my God, you're probably going to be able to really hear that well on the show mic. Holy shit.
Yeah, I heard that. I thought the show got messed up.
It did get messed up. Oh my God.
I didn't hear anything.
Wow.
Holy shit. Well, how loud, that thing must have been loud.
I bet if you would have listened to this back, it really shows up on the show mic, especially if you got a speaker with some bass. Oh my God.
Does that happen often? Some guys.
Well, I think that's the first time it ever happened when I was doing the show. I mean, the house, you know, the room and the shit in the room was rattling.
Isn't that funny?
How much the show would that be on? Is that what did this happen for a second or?
Well, no, I mean they were driving by kind of slow. It was going on for like I don't know 4 or 5 or 6 seconds.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
So you could just drive around neighborhoods with this loud subwoofer, just rattle people's freaking houses.
Yep, some people, I tell you.
Just, could you imagine how it sounds in his car? Like, can you imagine how much his car's just his car's probably like bolts are probably like coming loose. They're probably turning.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how how it's like to be in the vehicle. Jesus criminy.
Yeah, man. They love that boom, boom, boom. Just that boom.
Oh, I think what I was saying, verisimilitude, was I think a lot of things suffered in part 3 because they were concentrating on 3D stuff.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, that's definitely a problem with the film. Yeah, like I just think, and I think also Minor just, I think he lost his like. I'm not saying like he was probably overly passionate about even doing the second one, but I think he was just even more disinterested by doing the third one. I just think he was kind of over it, and I think the film also just it suffers from that aspect of it too. And I think from what I've heard from most of the actors, I think most of the time they got like 1 or 2 takes. Man, it was the only time when they sometimes do another take would be if the 3D effect didn't work. So, I mean, and I think it really shows, man, in the film too.
Yeah, but on one hand, I mean, if you're looking for acting, you're probably looking in the wrong movies franchise.
Oh yeah, but I mean that argument's obviously there. I mean, obviously, I know that's the name of the game when it comes to the franchise and just slashes in general. But I mean, I think Part 3 stands out, like especially in the formation of the first 4 films. I think it really does stand out, even when it gets to the acting department. You know what I mean? Like if you look at, like the originals got, the performances in that film I wouldn't say are terrible, and Part 2's got some decent performances, and 4's got some good ones too. Like for what they are for slashers. You know what I mean? But just, I don't know, man. 3 just really, in a lot of ways, for a lot of reasons, just sticks out like a sore thumb nowadays, isn't it?
Hey Nate, I gotta get going. I gotta head out early. That's all right.
All right, Matt. Well, thanks for showing up as always.
All right, man. All right, see you later. See you, Nate.
See you, Matt.
Catch you later.
Bye.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, so you're obviously you're not. You need some kind of prep time to start the Friday talks. I see, huh? Not ready to do it now.
Yeah, I just want to be fresh, man, for the day and that. Like I've actually been up like the whole night now. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's understandable.
Yeah, I wasn't even gonna jump. I kind of just jumped on just to put in an appearance and stuff. And I'll stay on for a little while, but I'm not going to be able to stay on like my usual time and stuff. And I've got like something I've got going on later on tonight. Now I'm actually going to be going to like a revival theater I go to where they're going to be showing the original Predator and Commando.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, so.
Is that digital?
We're all gonna go see that.
Digital or 35 projection?
Not too sure. Sometimes they 35 it. I think if they have print, and then I think it's like probably like 70% of the time it's digital. Then sometimes you'll get a print, but I mean it's just it's rare to get a print now. But
well, either way,
it used to always prints like 10 years ago.
Either way, it'll be fun. And honestly, I guess I've been to enough 35 millimeter things where they had really, really old prints that were pink and shitty anyway. So maybe digital is just as well. But either way, it's gonna be a blast. And I envy that showing. That sounds great.
Yeah, I've actually seen them. I've seen this will really make you jealous because I've seen Predator like at this same theater. I've seen it at this will be like at least the third or fourth time, and Commando I've seen it at least one other time there, and like almost annually they show the first two Alien films, The Thing. They're going to show The Thing in the next couple of weeks, so I'll probably go see that too. Yeah, it's pretty rad theater, man. They show some really good stuff sometimes. I just wish they'd show like a lot more horror. You know, like, they don't really do the whole slasher thing, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, they do show some good stuff there.
Well, that sounds like a damn fun thing you got going on. Yeah, don't feel like you gotta stay. If you wanna head out anytime, feel free to do so. I don't want to keep you.
Worries. Yeah, I'll stick around for a little while. I don't mind sticking around for a little while. It's just I can't stay on like for the next 6 hours.
Right. Yeah. Those shows got to be a little much.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if I got nothing going on and like, you know, I'm fresh, then I don't mind so much. Like last week, you know, like I prepared for it, you know, like I made sure I got enough sleep and stuff. So I mean, if I hadn't have been hungry like we both were, I could have done at least another hour, 2 hours maybe. It just all depends, you know, like what's going on through the day, what the plan is, sort of.
Yeah, that's
sort of thing, I guess.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's sort of surprising, like how I have that revival theater to go to, and like even a lot of my buddies that I talk to in the US, like they don't have that sort of thing very much, which is kind of interesting. Like you'd think that would be a bigger thing in America.
Yeah, I know that there used to be a theater in the 90s, in the early 2000s, you know, in a city, in one of the main cities in Minnesota that sometimes we'd go to, and it was a normal thing where they'd get like, you know, new prints of old movies and they'd show, and that was really kind of fun. But I'm not a big city guy. I didn't really like driving into the city and having to, you know, park and be in the city and stuff. But I seen a lot of stuff at that place, you know, back in the glory days and stuff. Things that, you know, a double bill of Citizen Kane and Magnificent Ambersons and even the original King Kong. And you know, we're talking 35 millimeter prints, you know, so... Psycho, Touch of Evil, North by Northwest, just all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I've seen Psycho a few times at this place. Yeah, that's always a blast. I mean, I love the hell out of that film. I'd even be down to do, like, some shows on, like, Psycho. Maybe we could even, cover, like, the sequels and that as well. I'd be totally down for that.
Yeah, all we need to do is start doing it.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. We definitely will, man. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely on the cards. Yeah, like I think at one point when I said that I'd even just jump on, I think at one point you'd be like, yeah, I don't know about this guy. He keeps saying it. I don't know if he actually will, but I did. So.
Oh, that's true. You did end up being on Skype on the show, so one step closer.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I've been going to this place like since like the really early 2000s, like 2002 or 3, I think was when I first started going there. So I've been going there like at least around 20 years. But like I used to go past it all the time as a kid, like on my way to school, and I always thought it was like a theater because it looks that way, like where they have like plays and stuff. So I never really paid too much attention to it. It wasn't until I got a bit older that I actually had discovered I'm actually show classic movies in that here. I'd love to see King Kong. I think maybe they've shown that like once, but I just for whatever reason I couldn't go. But I usually, whenever there's something on that I want to see, I usually go. But they show a lot of they do show like a lot of foreign stuff there, and they have different film festivals and things, and like independent films and that. So that kind of eats into the calendar a bit. So I usually like, before, the beep beep and all that, I'd usually go at least like a handful of times or maybe more sometimes a year, just all depended on what
So
they were showing, but it's always fun.
so this theater just does that? They just show nothing but like old movies or what?
No, they show like the new ones as well. Like, I think they're showing the Batman like in the next couple of weeks. Like they're going to show that once, or sometimes if a new movie comes out, if like I think a lot of what they show like is based on the owner's taste and stuff. So if there's even a new movie out that is really popular or whatever, they might show that for like a week or sometimes even 2 weeks. It just all depends. But like I'd say probably about more than half probably of what they show is like classic movies and stuff. Like they sometimes show like Humphrey Bogart movies and things of that nature. And that I didn't see it there, but I don't know if I mentioned this on one of the other previous shows. Maybe I did, but if not, I'll mention it now. About like 7 or 8 years ago at a different theatre, I got to see the first 8 Friday films, like at a marathon.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, that was really cool. Like it was packed house and it was really cool. Like they didn't start, the first one didn't start till like 11 o'clock at night either. So like by the time it was interesting though, because like for like the first 3 movies, like it was pretty much packed, and then it was funny, like after each installment just a few more people would leave. Like by the time you got to like part 4, like after like I think by the time you got to part 4, like 3/4 of the theater was still there, and then once part 4 it ended, like you'd lose like another like 10 people, and by the time you got to like 7, like there was only like probably maybe 20 of us in the theater. And then by the time I got to Manhattan, like I think there was like maybe 6 or 7 people left in the theater. Like, and I got out of the theater and it was like midday. The sun was like on my face, and it was a crazy. No, it was really good there.
Yeah, personally, there's no way I could see 8 movies back to back. I just get worn out on the whatever the hell you want to call it, just sensory overload. But for those people that can do that, I imagine that's kind of fun. Probably a bummer to see people, slowly file out, but you can also understand why, I guess.
What? Not even as a kid, you like did like long marathons? Or?
Well, I don't know. I probably would have been more up for it as a kid, but I can remember, I think I was a teenager when me and some buddies went to some showing of the Evil Dead 1, 2, and Army of Darkness, and by the time, we got to Army of Darkness, even 3 movies was a little too much for me, even as a teenager. So it's just a personality trait where it's just like, I can only do so much at once. So, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, they were showing. They actually did show like all 3 of the Evil Dead movies at that theater. It's actually called the Astor. Yeah. They showed all 3 of them like months ago. Hey, it was like just after we came out of,
Beep beep.
what jail.
There you go.
And I actually didn't have what to get in.
Yeah.
So I was really pissed out. And then I ended up getting it like a week later, or might even have been a week or less later. And I was like, man, like I missed out. It really pissed me off. I mean, I've seen all 3 of them there at different stages and that, but never all 3 together. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
That really would have been fun. But I mean, to be honest, like as a kid, whenever I would watch the Friday films, like I would usually, I'd shotgun them all. Like I'd usually watch at least, back then there really was only like 8 or 9 movies, so I could pretty much watch like from 1 to 8 in like one sitting. Like half the time I'd do that. They're like, yeah. I mean, I don't have nowhere near as many like really long marathons now as much as I did when I was like a kid and a teenager and even in my 20s and stuff. But like, I mean, I can still sit down now and watch like 3, maybe 4 movies, you know? This sort of all depends on what's going on. If I have like the whole day free or whatever, you know, and I feel fresh and feel up to it. And if they're films I'm really psyched about seeing, I can do it. But yeah, I mean, I can definitely see how, yeah, for some people it's hard for them to, yeah, just sit there in a chair or whatever for like, you know, multiple hours and just, yeah, watch movie after movie, I guess.
I guess, yeah, for me, it's just like, I don't know, just, you know, I've only got so much movie processing power availability. You know, I just need to, I don't know, I need to, like, I'll do a movie or something and, you know, or a couple of movies and I just got to do something else. I got to, you know, just can't look at a screen for that long, but people are different, so that's cool.
Yeah. I definitely get that, but yeah, man. But yeah, going to those revivals, it's always fun, and yeah,
Well, yeah, I
I'll
mean,
probably go see when they show that in a few weeks because that's pretty much like if you don't count Friday, kind of like The Thing is arguably my favorite movie of all time. Like I love that movie.
oh, interesting. Okay, cool.
Yeah, like you ever want to do that? Like if you're a fan of that movie, I'm definitely down to talk about that at some point.
Yeah, well, we can definitely do that.
You can't go wrong with old Carpenter, eh?
Well, you can, but not with that one.
Yeah, you can. Well, it's trying to be nice. You can. Well, Carpenter's an interesting director because he kind of really has like 2 periods of his career, eh? Like you've got the 80s and then you got the 90s, you know what I mean? And there's a very, you know, different slant in quality, you know what I mean? By the time you get to the 90s, and that, like, I mean, there's really only like 2 things that he did in the 90s that I'm really even a fan of. You know, like I like Body Bags, and I don't mind the Village of the Damned remake. But that's really it.
Oh, okay.
Escape from LA, like I can like laugh at. Like I didn't see that until only just a few years ago. But yeah, that's for me. That's kind of like the only things in the 90s that he did that I'm really a fan of. Like you might get shocked at this, but I get shocked the other way around when like people really love the film but I can't stand In the Mouth of Madness.
Yeah, I don't really like much of. I can't say I'm really big a fan of much he did in the '90s at all. I was, you know, back when it was new, I was watching Escape from L.A. just for shits and giggles and stuff. But yeah, I don't really like much of what he did in the '90s. So there.
What do you reckon it was? Do you reckon it was just he lost his flair or whatever? Or do you reckon it was just the projects or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, you know, it's very possible. I mean, like when it's new and you're younger, and he's just starting out in the '70s, and I mean, it's, you know, there's a lot can be said for the passion that comes with just being young, you know, and I mean, I guess you just, you know, you do one movie after the next, and you're getting on in years. I mean, it becomes, you know, just the magic I would imagine disappears with each movie, and it, you know, the freshness maybe, and it becomes just like, okay, well, you know, I'm still a movie maker. I can still make a living doing this, so I'll keep doing this. But yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, I mean, all kinds of factors. You know, the business probably changed a lot from the '70s into the '90s. You know.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I don't know, like, don't get me wrong, like, yeah, it's interesting to, you know, see Carpenter interviewed, like, you know, on these Screen Factory special editions and things like that now, but like the guy just seems like so burnt out on like talking about anything to do with his own movies. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, you know what I mean? Especially Halloween, you know, like he just looks like he's so done talking about that movie. And I mean, I guess I can't blame him. I mean, he's been talking about the film for like over 40 years now, you know what I mean? Like, that's a long time to keep getting asked the same questions and things like that, you know. But from what I know, that all he really wants to do now is, like, you know, write the odd song and, you know, smoke weed and play video games, you know. Like, but I mean, I can't blame the guy. You know, he's pretty much earned it, and he's given us, you know, in my opinion anyway, some of the best movies ever made, you know. But, I mean, you know, I don't know, it's interesting to look at, like, you know, the movies he was making in the 80s and stuff. And I think how The Thing failed, I think that really hurt him. I think that movie changed him in a way. Like, he changed his outlook on probably even the business itself, you know, because, like, and especially now, like, the movie's so beloved now, but, you know, back then it was pretty much just shitted on by almost everybody. And, you know, when people say to him, like, yeah, aren't you glad that, like, you know, Thing is this massive cult hit now? And he's like, well, not really. Like, why couldn't it have been a hit back then? You know?
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, that experience with the lackluster response to that really could have changed him. It really could have turned him into, like, you know, fuck you then.
Oh yeah, he's definitely got that about him now. He's definitely got that kind of fuck you attitude. You know what I mean? Like, he says, you know, like, you know, whenever they want to make another Halloween movie, I'm happy about it because I get a check in the mail. You know what I mean? Like, he's blunt about it. He's straight up about it. And it's like, you know, no one wanted to, you know, support my movies like back in the day. Like, it's cool that they're, I guess, you know, known and successful now, but, like, here you go, I'm going to, you know, sign this deal and you're going to get a shitty remake. You know what I mean? Like, whatever, fuck you, you know? Like, I don't know if you ever saw the remake of The Fog, but, like, it was freaking terrible. But, I mean, even in saying that, though, like, I'm not even the biggest fan of the original film, to be honest with you. I never actually saw that until just a few years ago. I mean, it's okay, but I don't know. I mean, I know it has its fan base, obviously, but it just didn't do a hell of a lot for me.
Yeah, I was never the biggest fan of the original Fog either. I felt like he went from Halloween, which was
Really,
this movie that was so much about the mystery of this you know, this killer and why, and not really knowing, to The Fog was just like everything was explained. Like, he fell into the you know, the trap of being like, you know, most movies where everything's explained and there's a reason for everything. And
yeah, I don't know. I just didn't find the plot terribly interesting. And, like, I like Adrienne Barbeau, but I don't think she works as a lead, you know? Like, she's kind of the lead in that film, I guess, but
well,
I think she's, yeah.
that's another
She's more
weird thing
effective
about
than
that movie is it's like an ensemble piece, and you're constantly, I don't know, it's really weird how, yeah, there's something never actually agreed with me about that movie.
Yeah, I don't know. Usually most people, when I tell them that, yeah, that movie doesn't do a lot for me, like, they're really kind of shocked, and they'll go on this whole, like, you know, tirade or rant or whatever, like, about how much they love the film and how, like, I've got to give it another chance and that. And I don't know. And what's funny about that movie is he had to reshoot, like, at least, I think a lot of the second half of that movie, or so. I know there's something like that. Like, I mean, I haven't researched the movie a lot, but I do know that was a thing. Like, he had to ramp up the violence or whatever in the film, and, like, try to make it scarier or something, because
Yeah, by then,
test audiences didn't.
Yeah, by then violence was more a part of those movies, so we had to redo some of the violence. Yeah.
No, we can kind of thank Friday for a lot of that, I guess.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's just a movie. I think I even saw the remake. Funny enough, before I would have saw the remake first, to be honest. But but I mean, I mean, it's definitely night and day between the original and the remake. The remake's just a real piece of shit. Have you ever seen the remake?
I think I worked at the video store when it came out. I think I, rented it for free. I don't think I finished it. I think I started it, but I didn't finish it. I don't remember.
Okay, yeah, you don't need to finish it.
Right, I didn't
It's
think
really
so.
bad. It's real bad, but I mean, and that movie's pretty much universally hated in that. But I mean, but if you also think of it like on the other side of the coin, though, like if the thing had to become a huge hit, right, when it came out, like, don't you think that would have like put his career on like a whole different trajectory? Like, he wouldn't have made Christine. That wouldn't have happened. Because that was like the job he took because that was the job he could get because he got fired. He fired off Firestarter. I'm sure you probably know about that, but like I mean, who knows? Maybe he may not have even directed horror movies at all anymore. You know what I mean? Or suspense films at all anymore. He might have went on to do like the real big stuff that like Spielberg and stuff do.
Yeah, to me, I mean, God, to think of him not doing Christine would have been a shame. I just love that's one of my favorite Carpenter movies.
Yeah, right there with you. I really enjoy that film, but that film feels like the most labored film for him. Like that film was a chore for him to get through. You know what I mean? Like if you watch like some of the interviews he did for that film, and like there's even like stills of him like just like sitting like in the director's chair, like just this look on his face, like when the fuck is this going to be over?
Oh no.
You know what I mean? And it's funny because like it's for a film he didn't have a lot of passion for, he still turned in we both think it's a pretty damn good movie, and like if you think of some of the other things he had more passion for, that they weren't as good. But for me, like his last like really good film is They Live. That's his last really good one to me.
Yeah, probably. So I didn't know that he didn't even really like doing Christine. He didn't even. That's interesting. Because
like I don't think he hated it, but like it was just a job. Yeah, it was just like I guess it was sort of like the average Joe when they they can't get the job they really want, so they they take a job as a janitor or working in a fast food restaurant or something. You know what I mean? I think that's really what it was, because I don't know if you know, but he was supposed to direct Firestarter, but because the thing friggin' amazingly flopped, he got fired.
Yeah, I don't think I knew about that. Huh.
I know. Yeah, I don't know everything, but I know a bit about Carpenter because he fights for that top number one spot as my favorite director. It's really hard for me to choose between him, Spielberg, and Hitchcock. Like I love all three of them for very different reasons, obviously, but they've all made films that I love to death. But I'd say that he has the most interesting career in like that aspect. Like most of his films. I mean, to this day, I mean, Halloween is like really the only film that he ever made that was like a big success. You know what I mean? And it's one of his very first movies. I mean, every job he kind of got after that was sort of because of Halloween in a way, but I just find that very interesting. But like I said, if the thing had been a hit, like you wouldn't have. I know you definitely wouldn't have got Christine. probably wouldn't have even got They Live. You know, because like They Live's a pretty low budget film for what I think I think it was made for like under 10 million, I think. But I think he would have went on to like bigger films. But, you know?
Yeah, it's interesting trying to figure out what filmmakers' filmographies could have been, you know, if other things would have happened. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean,
what do you reckon? Do you reckon he's got one more in him? Do you reckon we'll ever get another Carpenter? Yeah.
I'm inclined to doubt it personally. I mean, how long has it been since The Ward came out? Like that was, yeah. I'm inclined to doubt it'll ever.
It's like 2010 or something.
Yeah,
that's a pretty rote movie. Hey, like it's very generic and
yeah.
it barely feels like a Carpenter movie.
I'm surprised he even did that. So I'd say it's a fair bet that that'll be his last movie. It's kind of a bummer.
Yeah, that's a bad one to go out on. I mean that's the thing, though. It seems like it's almost every other month there's some rumor that, Carpenter's going to direct this film or that film. Or like, I think he actually was interested in doing, because he's like a big gamer and stuff, he was close to doing a movie on Dead Space. You ever heard of a game called Dead Space?
I think I've seen the cover. I'm not the biggest game guy in the world, but I think the cover rings a bell, or the title.
Yeah, it's sort of the Thing-esque. Like, it has some things, in like some of the DNA in common with the Thing.
Oh, okay.
And, yeah, he was interested in directing that, but yeah, I think the project just fell through. But I mean, yeah, you're probably right. He probably will never direct again. But I think, yeah, like if that was me, like, even if I really didn't have much passion for it anymore and didn't kind of give a fuck, like I'd be like, yeah, but I can't let my career end on this fucking mediocre fucking thing here. I gotta do something, Like,
Yeah, I can understand that, but he ain't no spring chicken anymore. That's for sure.
yeah, I kind of, I think about that sometimes. I think to myself, like Romero's gone and Hooper's gone. It's like how long does Carpenter still have? And he's, he loves those cigarettes.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever seen him without a cigarette? Oh, come on, like.
No.
Dude, even in Halloween, there's like shots. Obviously, I'm sure you're aware of where you can see like e-cigarette smoke like entering the shot. Like,
Exactly.
Sorry?
I said exactly. Yeah, I don't think he was allowed. I've seen some like on the Blu-ray of Assault on Precinct 13. I think there's a Q&A at a theater. I don't think he's smoking at the Q&A because they probably won't let him, but that might be one of the only times I don't see him smoking.
Yeah, actually, yeah, you got a point there. Every Q&A I've ever seen him on, he doesn't, he's not smoking because, I mean, a lot of those places, any kind of indoor event, you're not allowed to smoke anymore. And he's probably sitting there the whole time, like, thinking, when the fuck is this going to end so I can go have a cigarette?
Yeah.
But, it's sort of, with him smoking as heavy as he does, that he's still alive, but. Yeah, I hope he lives another 20 years, but who knows? But, I mean, what would have been really cool? Like, I never thought it would ever happen, but, like, imagine if he had directed the newest Halloween movies, like he had done at least the first one. Yeah?
Yeah, that would have been interesting. It's hard to say what the hell would have become of that?
Yeah, it would have been an interesting one for him to at least go out on, and kind of, I mean, he would have come full circle pretty much, like Halloween was like one of his very first ever, efforts and that, so it would have been interesting, It would have been a very different film, I think, in a lot of ways. It would probably be a much better film. But, I don't know. it is what it is, I guess. It's a shame, but yeah, that the award's probably going to be the last thing on his IMDb list. But what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, your last thing doesn't need to be amazing. I mean, he made so many amazing things at the beginning, so what the hell?
Yeah, but even Carpenter used to say that, like, you're only as good as your last movie. Yeah, I mean, that kind of relates more to, like, the business side of things, you know what I mean? Like, they kind of just look at, like, did your last movie make money on, like, when they're thinking about giving you, a job or whatever, directing a movie. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Personally, if it was me, I'd want to do something, even if it was, like, a short or something, like, just something there that, like, he raises that as I don't know, maybe he's done like some.
Oh, you haven't seen that? He did. I would imagine it's still up. I think he did this Christine kind of. Well,
that's right.
Yeah, it was like
I was gonna actually mention that. Yeah, I have seen that. Yeah.
I think it was more like a music video.
Yeah, it was like a music video kind of thing. Yeah, he did direct that. Yeah, you are right. Yeah, I remember that. I did say that. Speaking of like Christine again, like. Did you know they're going to remake that, or they're doing a sequel?
Oh shit! Like no, I wasn't aware of that. God damn it!
Yeah.
Can't leave anything alone.
There's no sacred cows. I mean, they're gonna do it all eventually. I really hope somehow like a nuclear bomb drops on us or something before they get to Jaws. I really don't want that to happen,
Well, with things the way they're going, you might get your wish.
But, yeah, I can't see Christine even working today, man. Like, the only way that really works is if it's a period piece at all, because, like, really, like, some dude's gonna, like, really fall in love with like, what, like a modern Ferrari or... Yeah, I'm not a big car. I don't know a lot about cars, but like what a modern friggin' Lamborghini or something like that. I just don't see it working at all.
I wonder if they're talking about like a new Christine movie, I wonder if they'd follow the trend of a sequel to the original film trend that's been going on lately. And if they do that, I mean it's possible, and I'd give them a lot of props for this. It'd be possible if they actually had that same car be the car, which would be cool, because at the end of the movie, the little piece of metal and the squashed car moved. So, I'd give them a lot of props for it being the same car if they did that.
Yeah, that could be interesting. I mean, as a kid, when the ending happened, I was like, oh, yeah, they should make a sequel. And I have often thought about that, like, as the years have gone by, and that like, I mean, the thing is, though, like, I mean, all right, the piece of metal and the grill moved or whatever, but the car was completely, like, like, pulped into, like, a square at that point. It's like, how can it really rebuild itself, like, from that? I don't know. I mean, what would it be? Like, was just some new kid finds a car, or is it, like, Arnie's, like, I don't know, his nephew or something. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, they gotta try to tie it, like, as closely as they can to the first one, because that's what they love to do now. Like, he's like the villain gonna be like Buddy Repperton's, like, cousin or something. It's I don't know, man. Like, the lengths they try to stretch things now, like with these, like, whatever you want to call them, recalls or whatever, like, have you seen the newest Scream yet?
No, I haven't. Don't spoil it. Why, have you?
Yeah, I've seen it. I won't say anything, but like I'll just say this is not really a spoiler, but some of the lengths they went to in that film to connect the dots is just, it's like, really, like, come on, man.
Oh no.
Like, you could have just let this film, do its own thing. It didn't have to throw this in there.
Oh no.
I mean, it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool, but it's you know, a bit kind of silly in the same way. But yeah, I mean, I didn't hate the film. It was all right. I mean, I don't know. For me, like it was just another Scream movie. You know, like I don't know about you, what your feelings are exactly on the franchise, but like I was never a huge Scream guy. Like as a kid, I liked them a bit more than I like them now. But like, I mean, I was pretty much the demo. Like when the first movie came out, like what 96, I think. I
Yeah.
was like 10 years. I was like 10 years old, right? And like that's like in like when I was in the thick of like being a slasher fan and like just a horror fan in general. And like I walked away from the film thinking, yeah, it was decent. But the biggest thing I got out of the film, honestly, like I developed a huge crush on Nev Campbell, like, and I liked Drew as well before that. Yeah. The movie itself, like, I mean, it's decent. You know, I've never given it the title of classic. It's not a classic to me.
Yeah, I hear you. I've always been it's always been a love-hate relationship with Scream for me, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it never gets better than that opening scene with Drew. You know, like that really is like that on its own, like that makes for like a really good like short film. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like the film, yeah, just never really the rest of the film just never really lives up to that opening and that. And I mean, you know, part 2's fun for what it is. 3 is pretty much ridiculous. Like, I hate the retcon in the third one where it's like, oh, you know, it was Sydney's brother the whole time. Like, was the one that told friggin' Billy and Sue to do the killings in the first movie, and it's like, fuck you, fuck off. The fucking bullshit it was. There's no fucking way. That always rubbed me the wrong way. Actually, I think though Scream 4 is probably my favorite sequel. Probably, to be honest. Like I don't mind the fourth one. It's not bad. But yeah, I mean the new one. It's another Scream movie for me.
Yeah, I was surprised.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, you go.
I was surprised that they even did Scream 5. Are they going to do 6? I heard word that they're going to do 6 or what? What's the word on that?
6 is like heading into production like soon, from like what I've heard. Yeah, like I mean, I haven't looked for the news, but like on different streams I watch and stuff, like people are talking about it. So yeah, from what I know, I think they're gearing up to shoot it in Canada like pretty soon.
Huh. That's crazy. Obviously 5 must have done well enough business then, huh?
Oh yeah, it's killing it. Yeah, it's making some pretty good money, which I'm actually pretty surprised at, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, for me, like I haven't wanted or needed a new Scream movie since like the third one. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I mean, if they never made another one, I'd be fine with it. But is, you know, if they're gonna keep making them, like, I mean, yeah, sure, I guess I'll go see it. You know what I mean? Like, you know, but I don't know. Yeah, like yourself, that's pretty much how I describe it. I have pretty much a love-hate with the franchise. You know, like, I think another thing that hurts that franchise is it doesn't have the one thing that most of the other really successful, you know, slasher franchises have. Like, Ghostface can be anybody. You know what I mean? Like, it's not one person. Like, you know, how you got Jason, obviously, and Michael and Freddy. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I think it loses something by not having that.
Yeah, I hear you, but I guess that's also probably what, you know, maybe it could also be someone could say is the strength to the franchise as well, that it's always someone potentially new under there, and it's like the mystery is of each movie, who is it, and all that kind of thing. But I also hear where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it is the first time you see the movie. You know, it's got that allure about it, doesn't it? Like trying to figure out who it is and that. But that's the problem with some whodunits. You know, it's like once you have that initial first viewing, unless you wait 20 years to watch it again, where maybe you might forget who the killer is. Like, the second viewing of the film like that is usually very different.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, you don't have that. The movie doesn't have that, that going for it anymore. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's true.
But yeah, funny enough, like about whodunits, it's funny how so many people give shit to the original Friday. You know what I mean? 'Cause it's like it's sort of planned out as a whodunit, but you really don't have much of a chance of guessing who did it. You know what I mean? But to be honest, that never really bothered me about the film. Like that never like, yeah, it occurred to me obviously, but it never really bothered me.
So what exactly are you referring to? People give it a hard time for being what? Like a cheat?
Like like how the movie is like it's planned out like it's a whodunit. You know what I mean? And there's all these sort of like red herrings through the film and stuff. And at the end, it's Mrs. Voorhees. You know what I mean? And she's not really in the rest of the movie. I mean, you see, a hand and all that, but you can't guess that it's her.
Oh, I see. I mean? Yeah, okay. Because you don't even know that
never
she.
Really thought about that?
Yeah, no, I haven't actually really even thought about that. But you're saying because she's not a character, that it's kind of a cheat because obviously you're not going to be able to guess who it is because she doesn't show up until the end.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. And like, I mean, there's even interviews like with Betsy Palmer, like before she passed away, but she reckons she went up to Sean at one point, Cunningham, and she said, you're not being very fair about this, He's like, what do you mean? And she's like, well, you should have me somewhere in the film, like maybe in the diner or somewhere. So, the audience has some chance of guessing who the killer is. And he just looked at her and he goes, no, Betsy, just let him guess. It's fine. It doesn't matter. So that's surprising, man. Like, as big of a Friday fan as you are, that's never really occurred to you. But
no, I guess it's understandable, but I guess I don't know that. I mean, I don't know. I guess the movie's been a part of my life for such a long time that it's hard to look at it from the lens of like not knowing who the killer is in that movie.
Yeah, that's true. I guess. Like, I mean, reviewing you go. I guess from ever since you could probably remember, you probably have always gone into the movie knowing who it was. So I guess, yeah.
Yeah, but
hard for you to look at it that way. I don't know. Like for me, it's. I don't know, like I said, like I never felt cheated, but like when it did get revealed, I mean, I don't like it's obviously was so long ago that I saw it. I don't think I knew it was Jason's mom. Nah, I wouldn't have because I hadn't seen any of the movies, but I do think I do remember like thinking the same thing that most people think when they see the movie is like, I think I at least knew who Jason was. And I was like, where's Jason? Like, you know what I mean? And then I'm like, okay, it's this lady. And then, but I do remember like thinking like, there's all these clues through the movie and stuff. Like, I mean, Steve Christie drives pretty much the same like Jeep as Mrs. Voorhees does. Now, like, I don't want to say too much because we could really milk this when we.
Yeah, we keep falling into talking about Friday the 13th.
It's hard not to though when you love something so much.
Yeah,
it's hard. But I mean, that is interesting though. How you've never really seen it that way. But I mean, it's talked about quite a bit in like forums and even like on like first time watches and stuff with people. But I mean, I look into this stuff like far too much. You know what I mean? Like I've watched like YouTube videos where, like people are watching the movie for the first time just to see like what their reaction is and stuff and things like that, But yeah, I don't know. Are you like a fan of like the whodunit slasher, like in general?
I wouldn't say not necessarily. Let me just say one thing though in regards to I was just replaying like Friday the 13th in my head, and I was just kind of thinking that the way I think I was thinking like what would it be like if we had seen Betsy Palmer's character show up before, maybe even dialogue somewhere, and then have her show up at the end, and I'm just like the way it works where she just shows up at the end now and Alice, the audience and Alice have never seen her before. It just works for me because if we'd seen her already, like the audience is in exactly the same place that Alice is in that moment. Like, who are you, And then she explains it and like it just works so well.
Wait, I'm Mrs. Voorhees, an old friend of the Christies.
Right. I mean, I can't see it happening any other way. And like, if we were to see her, even just in, I don't know, if we were to see her in the movie before, even if she was just in the background or whatever, I just don't think the impact would be, I don't know, it wouldn't be the same.
Like, you're saying like you would have maybe guessed it, or?
Well, no, I just like I like the fact that we've never seen her up until the end of the movie, and then when we see her, the audience and Alice are in the exact same place where it's just like kind of like because I can imagine seeing the movie
like the shock of it, I guess.
I can imagine seeing it for the first time and going like, who the hell's this older woman? And well, as I get older, I mean, she becomes younger, but who's this woman? And and Alice is in the same boat. It's just like, and it's just really kind of shocking. Like, who is this? And you're as a viewer, you're kind of like, I can imagine one who sees it for the first time is kind of like, God, who is this? And in the moments that pass, it's just like them being, they just want to know more of like who this woman is. So I don't have a problem with the way it is in the movie and never seeing her until the end, but that's just me, I guess.
No, like I'm in total agreement. So I agree too, man. Like it really does. I think people, I don't know, they're not as familiar with maybe they're not as familiar with the film as we are, or they're not as big of fans as some of the other Friday fans are. But yeah, I think that's a very good point, man. Like, it all kind of comes to a head, I guess, at that moment, you know what I mean, where she's kind of, lets loose and goes nuts on Alice and that, and I guess, if you had seen her somewhere before, I mean, it might have put a less in the impact. I don't know, though, because, like, as far as, like, guessing and stuff, like, I think if you had her in just maybe one random scene or something, like, I don't think, like, obviously 1980s audiences weren't as savvy as, like, modern audiences, I guess, so, people still probably might not have caught on or something. But if you want to get technical, like, I actually didn't notice this until I think it was the last viewing I had before this one. The part where Ted, just before he gets killed, where he walks up to the cabin and he sees someone, he's like, hello, like, can I help you, or something like that, he says. And you just see, like, what pretty much looks like a blur, like, of someone, like, walking into the cabin. Do you know the shot I'm talking about?
Yeah, where, he sees her in the cabin there, yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you freeze frame that shot, you can, like, it's hard to make out that shot actually is Betsy Palmer.
Yeah, you could never, it's like you could never see that until, like, the Blu-ray came out. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think it might have been when I first started checking out the Screen Factory box set and that, and I was just, like, kind of, mucking around, like, looking at, the picture and stuff, and I just, happened to freeze frame on that moment, and I'm like, oh, holy shit, like, that was actually her in that shot.
Yeah,
and I can't remember what I was watching. I was watching something not all that long ago. It was like a week ago, where someone mentioned that too, and they were like, "Oh, look, see, she is in the movie." And the dude's like, "Yeah, but it's like it's barely like one like frame of the shot." Like, sorry, you were gonna say?
Yeah, there's also, I don't know if it was intentional, it may have been, but there's also like some kind of a leaf or a branch kind of obscuring her face a little bit as well, which may have been intentional.
Yeah, that's yeah.
But I'll tell you what, yeah, until the Blu-rays came out, it's like, especially back in the 80s and the 90s before the first DVD came out, I mean, it was just like that shot of her, turning around,
It
and
was nothing.
you couldn't even, it was just like black. You couldn't even see anything at all.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure, definitely. I mean, the amount of detail that you can just see in those movies now is it's pretty incredible. Like it's just night and day compared to the VHS we all grew up with,
Yeah.
And I mean, especially even me, like I grew up watching, like I had an original, actual, official VHS copy of the first movie that 2, 3, 4, and 5 and 6, my old man dubbed all of them onto one tape, a long what we call long play, right?
Yeah.
So it was all them on an 8-hour tape, and by the time you do that, you lose quality. So it wasn't even as good quality as a normal VHS tape. So yeah, I grew up watching that, most of those entries pretty grungy kind of style and stuff. It wasn't until I think I hired them on from the video store every once in a while and would watch their copies and that, but it wasn't until around the early 2000s I started buying them, buying my own. I was 99. It was because you guys got DVD before we did, right? At least a year or two before we did. And I didn't get DVD until 2001.
Oh, okay.
So around 90, 99, I brought all the first, I think it was the first 9 Friday films. I brought them all in. Yeah, I remember being able to see the picture quality was a bit better on that. And this was kind of interesting. When I first brought the final chapter, that was the first time I'd seen the movie to almost the extent that the film is now uncut. I'd never seen the shot where Feldman just Tommy slams the machete into Jason's head, and you get to actually see him slide down the machete. I'd never seen that as a young kid. I remember being just blown away and just rewinding it and playing it again over and over. That was pretty cool.
Well, why did the version you'd seen before not have that? Was it off TV?
Nah, it was from a tape. It was just cut.
Oh, they cut it in your country at that time, I guess. Wow.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. See, so I saw.
And then,
I saw Final Chapter. My dad and I rented it, and then later on that year, I would have been 12 years old. I recorded it off TV, and a lot of so I watched it off TV for a while. That version I recorded off TV, and that was obviously cut down and edited for television. So that's a lot of my memory. My early memories of Final Chapter as well are the kind of truncated, goreless version. So it's kind of the same way for me every time I watch the actual version. It's almost like I'm getting an extended version because I'm so used to even now, and I can remember how certain things were cut for TV.
Yeah, there's a lot of films I can do that with. I actually don't think I've ever seen any of the Fridays on network TV. To be honest, I never watched a lot of movies on network TV. I'd usually just opt for having my own copy because in the 90s, that's on the weekends and stuff. Unless it was prime summer weather, that's all me and my dad used to do. We'd just go and on the hunt at video stores and just hire all the slashers and stuff, and we'd just make our own copy, just dub our own copies of everything. So, yeah, I used to just watch them all like on our own copies. I never saw like a lot of slashes and stuff on TV. I'm not even sure if they even like. I don't even remember hearing about like any of the Fridays being shown on TV here. I mean, I guess they did, but I just don't recall ever hearing about it.
I can remember watching the first. I think it was like I was like 13 years old, and they played. I think that like the first couple movies late at night, back to back, and every time they'd come back from the commercial, they'd say, "Okay, all right, now back to Friday the 13th, starring Betsy Palmer," and it's just funny because obviously she's barely in it,
Yeah, that's interesting. So what was the first one you saw like theatrically then?
The first one I saw theatrically was Part 8.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah,
And
for me it was Jason Goes to Hell, unfortunately.
And it's just the biggest. I've said this before, probably in my review of I don't know, maybe 7 and 8 that I did a few years ago. That it's just such a bummer because I can remember when the trailers, the TV spots for 7 were on TV. My dad and I thinking that looked like fun and maybe we should go see it. So I mean, I guess at that time I was kind of a pansy kid. I didn't get into horror movies and stuff until I was 11 and stuff and the second half of me being 11, and god dang it, that's something, that's a big regret. Like we could have seen if I hadn't have been at quite a as,
Yeah, I was about to say because you said like you saw like final chapter when you were like, was it like 12 or something? I think you said
12. So the first half of me being 11, I was kind of pansy. So I think the yeah. So by the time I was this almost nearly 12, I was starting to see the stuff. So it's a real bummer that we didn't go see 7 in the theater because that would have been quite the memory. But oh well.
Yeah, that's yeah. The more kind of horror fans I talk to, that's kind of like the sweet spot, like that kind of 11, 12 kind of age area. Yeah, like I don't know, like not trying to put myself on a pedestal or whatever, but I guess that's where I'm sort of more the exception, I guess, because I mean I've been watching this stuff pretty much as early as I can remember, almost, Nate. Like like I mean when I went and saw Jason Goes to Hell, I was only like 7, something like that. I mean like don't get me wrong, like some of this stuff it really scared me, but like as much as it scared me, it gave me this vicarious thrill, you know what I mean? It was like a drug almost, where it's like, yeah, this is scaring the pants off me, but I've got to see more of it.
Yeah, that's
I don't know. It's just,
yeah, that's how I kind of that's how I got when I was 11 there, and it's just kind of like I can remember seeing they played Texas Chainsaw Massacre on TV, and he was, he got Pam and was bringing her back in and put her on the meat hook and started the chainsaw, and I'm like, I turned off the TV. I'm like, I'm not quite ready for it right now, but it was just like I was just so interested in what was happening on that TV that was now turned off, and it's funny how it wouldn't be like until like it'd only be a couple months later where they'd play it on TV again, and I'd record it off TV and see Chainsaw for the first time when I was nearly 12. And it's funny because I don't think they cut anything out except for swear words, and which was really pretty amazing. I mean, granted, there's not a whole lot in Chainsaw, but I mean, there's the corpses and cutting his hand.
Which is very interesting, in it, like for a film that isn't like really violent when you think about it and things like that. Like it's still a very bizarre and just like horrifying movie in a lot of ways, scary movie in a lot of ways.
So yeah, there was just this fine line between me not being ready for it, because I seen like RoboCop in the theater with my mom, and none of us knew like how gory that movie was gonna be. Like with that title, it just seemed kind of like a cheesy movie. You got to understand, when RoboCop came out, I mean the title was kind of cheesy, I mean RoboCop.
Yeah, I could imagine. Yeah, I mean even as a little kid, I thought it was cheesy. I'm like, RoboCop, okay. Like, but I never really I think I'd maybe seen RoboCop like once, like in passing, like as a young kid, but it wasn't until maybe like RoboCop's a funny one for me because I've seen it like here and there, like throughout my teen life and that, but it wasn't until I think it might have been when I actually saw it at that theater I've been telling you about, where I don't know, I think it was something about seeing it like in that setting where I'm like, man, this movie's violent. Like, yeah, like this movie's full on. Like it's like not a snuff movie, but like yeah, it could be, like close in some ways. Like it's some of it's very over the top and that. But I mean, RoboCop kicks ass. But yeah, I think I mentioned it like last week on the show. But Chainsaw for me, like that was one that just even the cover art like was enough to scare me, and like it was one that my dad kept saying like you should wait a while, before you watch this one, and like I put it off for a little while when I think I was around 8 or 9 maybe, somewhere around there when I first saw it, and man, that movie really affected me, man. Like that movie, like still to this day, it still rambles around my psyche because I have nightmares and stuff. Like it doesn't happen very often, but at least like once a year or so, I'll have some really random nightmare about Leatherface. So that's a damn effective movie. That like I just revisited it just a few weeks ago in prep for the new one that was coming out, and like even to this day, that movie, like it's still eerie for me to watch that movie.
Yeah, that's a classic. I definitely hold that in very high regard. Just out of curiosity, did you mention the cover of it scared you? What was the cover over there?
See, because there was a couple. There was the one that's the kind of like the iconic artwork, which is like Leatherface on the front, with I think like what is it, like the meat hook in the background? I think with the girl on the meat hook, maybe. And then there's another one where it's just Leatherface, and there's like the sun like in the background, and he's sort of just like standing in front and center with the chainsaw and that. And even that one like freaked me out a lot. And then even the because like part 3 was out too at that time. Even the box art for that freaked me out, where it was just sort of like Leatherface in shadow with
the red,
chainsaw. Yeah, the red, yeah. Like even that, like really, really put the wind up me. Like it really kind of freaked me out. It's. I mean, I do have vague memories of watching like Friday 2 and being scared. Like like Jason with the potato sack on his head, or the teeter sack, as a lot of us fans call it and stuff. But that really did affect me too, but like nothing affected me as much as Chainsaw did. It's just I don't know. It's just that movie's insane, man. Like, there's so many like insane images and just like the whole vibe of the movie. It's really a unique movie in a lot of ways. That's like the reason why, like, no matter how many times they try to reboot that series, like they reboot that thing like a dead PC. You know what I mean? Like they just reboot it so much, and like they can never come anywhere near close to just how bizarre that first movie is. I mean, I dig the remake and that, but like it's nowhere near as like out there as the first one.
Yeah, that is something, how they really captured lightning in a bottle with that thing, and a lot of it was probably just due to it being such a low-budget movie. I mean, it just feels like it's not even a movie. It feels real.
Yeah, it really does have that documentary look and style and feel about it. I mean, even like down to how the movie doesn't technically have a score.
Yeah.
It doesn't have music. It's just like a cacophony of just sounds and things like that, which I think is kind of genius. You know what I mean? But it's funny how like how that first movie, like, yeah, I would go as far as say it's a masterpiece, you know? Not even just in horror, but just in movies in general. But it's funny how, like, there's nothing, like, to me anyway. I haven't seen everything Hooper's ever done, but there's nothing that even comes close to what he did in that movie, which is interesting. Yeah,
Yeah, you must have seen Eaten Alive that he did some years later.
no, I've never seen that movie, funny enough.
Oh,
I've
wow.
never seen that.
Yeah, that's a perfect example of it. It looks like some producer or something got a hold of Hooper expecting or hoping for him to basically recapture the lightning in a bottle that was captured in the original Chainsaw. And it's very similar, and you can tell like whoever had him, the producer or whoever hired him to do it was probably really just, yeah, give me more of that Chainsaw stuff. And it's got that same feel. Even the main kind of character guy who's like the killer, he almost dresses in the exact same outfit the cook does from Chainsaw, and it's so laughable how
Interesting.
yeah, it's just like it's and you can tell it's like all done in a sound stage, so even the exteriors are inside. You can hear like the echo of the voices and the echo of the car door slams. And yeah, it's just a goofy ass movie, but and it's funny
Isn't
how
Robert England in that movie briefly? I think
he's
I've heard
he's
that.
very briefly in the movie. Yeah, his character is Buck. He's raring the fuck. But yeah, exactly. And it's interesting how it's got the same kind of like, it's not anywhere as good as like the music or whatever you want to call it in the original Chainsaw, but it's kind of got that same thing where it's like, that was more, I think, like organic things, pans and pots and things being clanked and stuff, whereas Eaten Alive, it's more like electronic kind of nonsensical music. So yeah, you should really, I think you can, I'm pretty sure you can like see that on Tubi TV or something. You should really make a effort to check that out. I'd be interested in knowing your thoughts on Eaten Alive.
Yeah, it is one that I've been aware of for the longest time. It's just one that's eluded me, I guess. But yeah, I know it definitely has its fan base, and I've always been interested in checking it out. What year is that? Is that like late 70s or is it like 80? Or
I
something?
think I think it's 76 or 77 or something like that. Marilyn Burns is also in it as well.
Oh, okay,
But
interesting.
for the record, I'm not a big fan of it. I mean, I'm kind of a fan for how, I mean, kind of bad it is, I guess, more than anything else. Like it's just a testament to the. It's just like you probably, I don't know. It's possible he had more money or was given more money to do that than Chainsaw. But I mean, it's just like it's just a testament to how like more money doesn't always necessarily mean better movie. It's an interesting to see,
Well, to me, yeah. I mean, sorry to cut you off, but more like budgets and that. It's like I reckon 80% of the time it means almost nothing. To be perfectly honest, man. Like, I mean, yeah, it can give you better, production value and things like that. But I think if you have a strong script, you've at least got the strong script, somewhat of how to make a decent looking movie with what you have, and you got decent actors. Like, if you have all those things in play, then I don't think money plays like a massive part in a film. I really do. I really don't. I really believe that.
yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
I mean, obviously it depends on the script. You know what I mean? Like, you can't make a movie like Jaws, with $20, obviously. But I think exactly, at least when it comes to slashes and stuff, I just, I don't believe, man, that you always need, this high budget, man. I mean, how many high budget things fail nowadays? Because it just, that's all the movie is. It's just about, effects and all those type of things, But I definitely have to give Eaten Alive a shot. And it's interesting that like England's in the movie, hey, like years before he was, Freddy and things like that. Like, he was in a horror movie like so long before he did that. Like, do you know, like how Robert England reckons he helped rake the leaves and place the leaves like for like a day on the set of the original Halloween?
No, he was a leaf wrangler on Halloween.
Yeah. It's like one of his like go-to stories. I don't know if he's. I mean, he loves telling stories. That guy. I don't know if it's true. I mean, I'd love to think it's true. Yeah, he reckons. Yeah, like it was like just one day or whatever. That yeah, like I think a buddy of his or something was working on the movie or something, and he's like, "Hey, you want to come along and just pay you $20 or whatever, and you can help me rake leaves." Yeah, to be reused for this movie that they're making. But yeah, he claims he did briefly work on that set.
Yeah, that'd be cool if that's true. I never heard that.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. I don't know if I've ever mentioned this or not, but I've actually met Robin twice.
Oh yeah, I did as well. In '92, I got an autograph. Where'd you meet him?
I met him. Well, yeah, here in where I live, Melbourne. He came. First time he came was in 2012, and then again a couple years later, 2014.
Well, like a convention, I would imagine.
Yeah, the first one. I got really lucky and I found it like by accident almost. I think I must have been looking up like Elm Street News or something like that, and it just popped up that there was going to be this convention and stuff, and it was the first one was like as low key, I guess, as like a convention could be. Like it was at this like decently sized hotel, just in like this massive, this pretty big like. Gee, I don't know what they would have used it for. Maybe like a dining hall or something like that. There was maybe like 300 people tops, probably. So, I mean, you got to I got to ask a couple of questions, and actually, what was kind of funny is I asked him one question, and he's like, "That's a really interesting question." He's like, "Yeah, maybe later on we can get a drink at the bar and we'll talk about it further." And that kind of stunned me, and I was like, okay, and I remember, like lining up to get his autograph, and I was sort of like midway through the line kind of thing, and I got up to his table and had a bunch of stuff for him to sign, and he remembered me. He's like, "Oh, you're the one that, asking the hard questions and stuff." I'm like, "Yeah." I go, "You still want to get that drink?" He's like, I'd love to, but I'm wiped out here from all the signing and that. But I mean, just the fact that he offered was pretty cool. And I've heard like from a lot of fans that's happened before. Like, they'll even be randomly in a bar and he'll just be in there and they'll have a conversation with him. You know what I mean? So that's pretty cool.
Must have been a bummer. Must have been a bummer.
Sorry?
Must have been a bummer when he didn't do the little. He had to decline on the drink thingy though.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it was still just really cool to be able to meet one of my heroes, I guess. What's funny though is like I had to book the tickets online and stuff, and I went with my dad and that, and I remember thinking that like not long after getting the tickets, like because at that point, like I'd seen like this is 2012, so I mean like YouTube wasn't what it was like now, what it is now, and that, and I didn't have like that much internet like access back then. Like I, every once in a while at school. Well, that was years after school, but like if I'd been at a friend's place or whatever, but so I didn't know that much about Robin. Like I think I'd heard him on like a couple of commentaries and things like that. So I was thinking to myself like, but what if he's a dick? Like if he's a dick, man, like I've paid all this money, and if he's a dick, like it's gonna ruin that franchise for me.
Oh.
So like, yeah, like I was kind of like a little hesitant, like at first, but nah, he was, yeah, he's a perfect gentleman. He's a really, really cool guy. He's really there for the fans, and I don't know what your experience was. I don't know if yours was brief or not, but yeah, I really, yeah, kind of took it there. And then the second time I met him, what's funny is the second time I met him, the first time I didn't, there was a little bit of that, like, that's Robert England, like, yeah, like I kind of got a little bit kind of starstruck, but funny enough, the second time it got me worse for some strange reason. And I remember when I went and had a photo with him and stuff, and like we're talking and that, like my dad asked him like some random question about like Freddy versus Jason and like why wasn't it Kane Hodder and things like that, because my old man, was a big Friday fan too. What's funny is like I don't know what possessed me to do this, that like after we had our picture with him, I think like we stepped outside of the tent, so like we kind of got like ushered like to the same like part of the tent that he ended up leaving out of, because like he had to take, like we were one of the last people to get pictures with him. I think like there was this dude that I was actually I was hanging out with at the convention like most of the day. I think he had his picture after us and stuff, and there was like maybe one or two other people. Anyway, like so Robert England heads out the same end of the tent we did, and then like I can't remember what I said. I asked him something else, and then like he was like going to walk off, and I don't know what possessed me to do this, Nate, but I just like I stopped him one more time and I hugged him. I just like hugged him.
Oh boy!
And he was cool with it. He was cool with it. Like I don't know, man. Like he just, I don't know. Like I grew up watching this guy, and he just like, I mean, I love that character as much as I love Jason. I've always loved Freddy as well, And I remember like the guy that I was with, he's like, dude, like that took balls to do that, man. Like, I can't believe you did that. He's like, I wish I had done that. And I'm like, I think what really got me to do that was like, I was thinking to myself, like, I'll probably never ever get to meet him again.
Yeah, exactly.
And like he's not the youngest guy. Like back then, he was like at least like early 60s then, and I was like, I wanted him to know, man, like just how much he means, man, to the fan base, and then I even got to speak to him again after that because we had to go get stuff signed. I got a couple other things signed again after that, like a couple of things for myself, and my dad wanted something signed, and I even took some stuff for friends and stuff that couldn't go that they wanted to get signed and stuff. So he even got to talk to him a bit more after that, and yeah, he's just a really he's a very intelligent man too. Like he's a, believe it or not, but he's a pretty big geek himself, man. Like he knows a shit ton like about movies and like old Hollywood, and yeah, I don't know what I'd be interested in hearing what your experience was like. Was yours brief or?
Yeah, unfortunately, it was brief. I can't remember. It was like this big, huge indoor event where there was all kinds of vendors and stuff, and that Robert England had a table set up, and obviously, I would imagine we had to pay to, it was just a line kind of thing, line to get the autograph, and that was like my first ever, because I was like, I would have been 15, it would have been 92, it was right after Freddy's dead, and it was my first ever like meeting like a quote-unquote celebrity, so I wasn't prepared. I would have done the photo op had I known that was permitted, or it was kind of a bummer to see other people before us in line do photo ops, because it's like, oh shit, well, we don't have a camera, we didn't know that can happen and this and that. So unfortunately, it was a really small, just, you get the thing signed and move on. But I can still remember asking, it was my mom brought me, and she was like, oh, we're such big fans. I can still remember asking him how, how he did the gloves so well and this and that. And he said this thing, which I don't know if it's true, but I guess it kind of makes sense, where they actually he told me that they got the glove wet. They got the whatever, the leather part of it wet, so that way it like conformed better to his hand or whatever, or something like that. I never forgot that. Like, I was always wondering, like, if that was true or if he was just saying, BSing. And I can remember him saying, like, yeah, you got to be careful, though, when you go for a bathroom break that you're not wearing the glove, wink, wink. And I remember thinking, yeah, exactly. And that was kind of daring to joke around with the teenager at the time, but you got to love, in front of his mom. But that I can still remember. I can still remember. Those are the only two things I can remember. But honestly, it probably wasn't much longer of a meet than that to just be able to say those things anyway. But yeah, that was my meeting with Robert Englund. I can remember regretting, that, like I said, we saw other people take pictures with him and shake his hand. I can remember thinking, damn it, I should have shook his hand. It would have been the Freddie Glove hand. But I was 15. It was my very first, celebrity meet. So, whatever. But that was my one and done with Robert Englund. So.
Yeah, that's really cool. I bet the winning the glove. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, I've always wondered if that was true, but one can assume, well, it very well might be. I mean, why else would you say it? But I mean, when you think about it, that might make more sense to kind of get the glove to kind of mold to your hand or something, when it's wet, or at least until it, even if it were to dry out, it'd still maybe be a better fit or something. But I always thought that was interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But that's pretty crazy. Yeah, like, so what was that, like 91 or something? I guess, like, just after Freddie's dead's like 91, I think, or 92.
Yeah, 92. The autograph I got says to Nate, Robert Englund, Freddie lives, 1992.
Yeah, so he would have been like, and he's like prime playing Freddie, and that's really cool.
Yeah, I can just remember being bummed that I saw other people with the photo ops and shaking his hand. I was just too nervous to shake his hand and stuff, but that's okay. At least we met him.
Did you get starstruck at all? Like, there's Freddie.
Yeah, probably. I mean, the way this thing worked is he had this little table, and he had like a speaker and a microphone. People were in the line there, like Christmas Story, to sit on Santa's lap. I don't know if you've seen Christmas Story, but people were in the line for the autograph and the meet and greet, and every now and then he'd grab the mic and do like a Freddie laugh, or maybe a Freddie a line or something like that. So it was kind of, yeah, I mean, I was like, wow, like I say, it was the first meet and greet with a quote unquote star for me. So it was kind of, yeah, it was definitely fun. I'm glad we did it.
Yeah, it makes you think, like, these guys have been, like, especially him and that, they've been doing these, like, band shows and that for a long time now, man. Like, I remember, like, I've heard, I can't remember, I can't remember what it's called, man. There's some convention, one of the very first ever conventions, like horror conventions anyway, that started in LA. I can't remember what it's called, but I think it started in like the late 80s. And like Kane Hodder and people like that have been doing that ever since, like, way back then. But I've met a few actors and stuff. Like, I've met Matt Damon. I met him when he was out here doing it was at like a premiere for one of the Bourne movies, like the second one I think it was. And Brendan Fraser, I met him when he came out here to like promote the third Mummy, and a few other actors here and there. You met anyone else famous or?
I'm trying to think. I told you already before that John D. LeMay was at the Jason Goes to Hell.
That's right. Yeah.
It's very possible that was the only one. I mean, Bill Rebane isn't a huge celebrity. He's the Wisconsin filmmaker. I sent Bill Rebane a short that I did back in '06, and he liked it, and we drove up. He lives in northern Wisconsin, so we drove up to meet him, and spent some time with Bill Rebane and talked to him on the phone several times. So I kind of briefly quote unquote knew Bill Rebane, the Wisconsin filmmaker. So I think that's it. Just like Robert Englund, John D. LeMay, and Bill Rebane, I think.
It's interesting that like pretty much how like the one horror icon we both met is Robert Englund. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. You got, sounds like maybe a little more time with them. Can you share that question that he couldn't answer, or was that like a question you don't want to share with the show?
No, it was pretty much a question that was about Elm Street 3. Like, I don't know if you've ever like thought about this, but like in the first half of that movie, Freddy's a bit more of a darker character than he is like in the later half of the film, and he doesn't really talk as much and that. Like, he's kind of more kind of sinister, and then like in the second half of the film, he kind of livens up a bit more, and he's more jovial, and he's he's cracking more of the one-liners and stuff, and I asked him that, and I can't remember exactly what he said. Something like, trying to think of what he replied with these. I think he said something like, I don't remember, or something like, I can't remember exactly what he said, but I remember him thinking that. I remember him thinking that was pretty interesting. Oh, what I actually forgot, there's actually two other people I've met. They were at the same convention he was at in the first time I met him, Lisa Wilcox.
Oh, cool.
From Elm Street 4. Yeah, and Ken Sagos, who played Kincaid in 3 and 4. He was there also.
Oh, that's cool.
That was really cool to be able to meet them both. And what's kind of funny. What's kind of funny is like there was one moment where Lisa Wilcox was like walking around like trying to find the bathroom, and I just happened to be happened to be like pretty close to where she was, and I go, oh yeah, it's just over there, like, and I don't know why, but she kind of got a little bit freaked out. Like, I don't know, man, like, because I know I've heard all kinds of stories, like how, like, especially, a lot of the females from these movies and stuff, like they've had some pretty creepy encounters with fans and stuff, and I don't know why that kind of freaked her out a little bit. But then also, like, as I was leaving the convention, I didn't mean to, but I think I got in the elevator first, and then she got into the elevator the same time I did, and we both rode the elevator down to the bottom. She was going back to her hotel room, and then, like, I was going to leave, and then, like, I think I had to go to the toilet or something, and then I remember coming out, and there was this one guy, like, talking to Ken Sagos, and he was getting an autograph, and he's like, I'm like, oh, man, he's getting a free autograph. I'm going to go up and see if I can get a free one. So I walked up to him, and I'm like, hey, man, would you mind signing my Elm Street 3 and 4 DVDs? He's like, yeah, sure, no worries. And like, as he's signing my stuff, this other guy is still talking to him, right? And this guy actually propositioned him. He's like, hey, like, would you like some company at your hotel room? and there's like a brief pause, and I'm standing there like, oh, dude, this is so awkward. Like, even though, like, I'm just, like, kind of a bystander, and like, this is so awkward. And like, Ken just comes out with, no, sorry, I'm straight.
Oh no.
And yeah, I thought that, like, and at that point, like, I'm trying to hold back the laughter. Like,
yeah.
I'm just like, thanks for signing my stuff, dude. Like, yeah, like, I think I shook his hand, and I'm like, yeah, catch you later, but I thought that was pretty funny. Like, yeah, this guy, like, probably he's probably grown up like this huge crush on him or something. But I thought that was pretty funny.
Well, that's a
I
lot
was
more.
actually close to telling Lisa. I was pretty close to telling Lisa Wilcox that. Yeah, I was like, like I've always had to think of you all my life, but friggin', I had my girlfriend with me, so I didn't end up doing that, obviously. But what's actually kind of funny is it was a pretty big bummer though. Originally at that first con, it was supposed to be Robert and Heather Langenkamp was supposed
Oh,
to, and then for some reason she pulled out, and man, that pissed me off. Like, I would have loved to have met her.
yeah.
Like, I've had a huge... Like, I like Lisa Wilcox, but Heather Langenkamp, to me, my personal opinion, she's one of the most beautiful women to ever walk this earth. Yeah, she's beautiful, man, to me. She's so cute. But, yeah, that would have been cool.
Yeah, I can remember watching the first Nightmare on Elm Street when I was, 11, 12-ish, thinking, oh boy, this is what high school is. There's girls like this. I can't wait. So I agree about Heather Langenkamp.
Yeah, I just remember, the first time I saw the first one when I was a little kid, thinking just, wow, like who's that,
And she,
it was like the first time I ever saw Phoebe Cates or something,
probably the same thing for you, but when I was watching Nightmare originally at the ages of 11 and 12, she seemed so old, and now you watch it and oh my God, she's so young. And then she's got that line where she looks in the mirror and she's like, God, I look 20 years old.
I knew you were going to mention that, yeah. And she was almost 22. She was like, I think 19 when they filmed it, I think, something like that. But she's got to be like close to 60 now, or maybe even early 60s. And, obviously she's gotten old. Everyone gets older, but she still looks pretty good, man, for her age. I will say that.
Yeah.
And Lisa Wilcox, I don't know, like whose blood she's drinking, but she looks really good, man. Like, obviously she's a little bit younger than Heather, but from the last time I saw anything from her, like she still looks almost the same. Like, when I met her, like I'm telling you could have put her back like in an Elm Street movie, and this is like 2012. You could have put her in like a sequel to Part 5, and you could have just set it like, I don't know, handful of years later, and you would have totally brought it, man. Like, she looked the same.
Yeah, I think I can remember seeing, like interviews with her from around that time and thinking, wow, the same thing. Like, some people definitely age better, don't they?
Yeah, that's for sure. But yeah, it'd be really cool. That'd be like one of the first things I'd want to do. If I ever do make it over to the States, I'd love to, go to a few of these cons and meet a few more, horror celebrities and stuff. But there's like, there's a few that I probably wouldn't bother with. And like, one of them, like, sadly, is Tom Savini. Like, I wouldn't bother meeting him. Have you heard much about like what he's like with fans and stuff?
No, sounds like he's not very good with fans.
Nah, he's just, from what I've heard, he's pretty standoffish and just, I don't know. Just, I think I've heard, and I'm talking like I've heard like a fair few people's opinions on like their encounters meeting him and stuff, and there's only like maybe a couple where I don't know, maybe they caught him on a good day or something. And just apparently he's not very fan friendly or anything like that. And like, I remember, like, I brought that up like one time in a forum, because like someone was talking about him, and this one guy that I was like friends with at the time, like, was like, oh man, you got to understand, the guy went through Vietnam. Like, like he goes through like withdrawal or whatever, like, and things like that. And I'm like, yeah, okay, like, I can definitely understand that. But like, even if that was the case, like, then like, why would you put yourself in these situations. You know what I mean? Where you've got to interact with fans. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't get that. But
So he
yeah,
was
I mean, sorry.
he was at conventions and that he decided to participate in, and then he was like a kind of a standoffish.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Just really just kind of disinterested. And I can see the side of it, like, like how many times, can you be asked, like, like, what was it like working on Friday 13th? What was it like working on Dawn of the Dead and all the other, splatter films he did? But, it's got to get old, I guess, at some point, but I don't know. It's just, I've just had an overwhelming response to it. Yeah, he's just kind of, pretty blasé when you meet him. It's all just about, getting that $30, $50, or however how much it is now, to get his signature and things like that. Like I'll share one with you. Like there's this one YouTuber that I watch quite a bit. I won't mention his name, but he met him once and he handed him $100 bill, right? And I think like the autograph was probably like maybe $30-$40, something like that, right? And he just like took the $100 bill and then just like threw it into like some random box he had like near his table or under his table or whatever. And like, so this guy, like I think he said a couple of things to Tom Savini, and he's like talking more to his assistant, just like made conversation with his assistant. And like Tom Savini like just starts staring at him. He starts staring back at him. And they're kind of just having this standoff stare for like a little bit. And then eventually, this YouTuber guy just says, "Hey man, like, where's my change? I gave you 100." And like Tom like kind of played dumb. He's like, oh, people just hand me money, man. I don't know. Like he's like looking around and like, eventually gives him his change. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if like, like this guy's like, this guy said like, I don't know, like if Savini thought like, like this guy's wasted so much of my time like talking to my assistant that he owes me this $100 now. Like, I don't know, man. But, I'm not paying someone whatever, however much it is to meet him now, and just like just have it shadow me childhood dreams and that, like I'm not gonna do that, But I don't know, like the whole pay someone to meet them thing, like I don't know, it's not 100% my thing, you know what I mean? Like even when I met Robin England, it's like, I could pay this guy like, money just to talk to him for a few minutes, you know what I mean? Like I don't know, it's sort of a weird thing to me in a way, you know what I mean? But I mean, don't get me wrong, it was fun and all that, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of horror fans I know, like in the YouTube community, that they're so burnt out on like meeting like horror celebrities and that now. Like they used to do it like a lot, like way back in the early 2000s and stuff. But like now, like when they go to cons, it's just all about hanging out with their buddies. They don't even really bother like that much with the celebrities, which I kind of find interesting.
Yeah, I mean, in my older years, I mean, like I say, I only did it once, pay to meet Robert Englund and the autograph, and one and done was kind of enough for me. I never was so much of a nut where I felt like I wanted to go and meet people. I'm honestly more, and you can understand, you are as well, I'm more interested in going to see the Friday location than to meet anyone from the movie,
Yeah, I'd say I'm more interested in that. I mean, there's probably like a handful of like horror celebrities that I still would really like to meet. Like one of them's got to be Amy Steele. Like, I'd love to meet her. I'd like to meet Heather Langenkamp, like them two.
Dana Kimmel.
And, like, I don't know, it'd be cool to meet... Sorry?
Dana Kimmel, don't forget her.
No, I'd rather meet Kimberly Beckman. I'll spell go right from part 2, Final Girl, to part 4. You know, if I could meet those ones, that'd be pretty cool. I mean, I'd kind of want to meet Adrian King. I've heard she's like overly like friendly with the fans. You know, she acts like she's your mum or something. You know what I mean? That's from what I've heard. And apparently, Felissa Rose, you know, Angela from the original Sleepaway Camp, she's really cool to meet. And like, yeah, I've seen heaps of videos where she's like flirting with her fans and stuff as well, which is pretty funny. But yeah, there's a few I'd like to meet. But I mean, you know, some of these fans, they'll meet some of these people like, you know, multiple times. You know what I mean? And they got to like meet everybody. But yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. When I was cutting you off and making the joke, were you starting to say Kane Hodder?
Yeah. I was saying, yeah, I've always wanted to meet Kane Hodder because I've heard he's pretty cool with the fans and things and that, and he'll try to choke you out.
Oh God.
Shit like that when you meet him and that. So, yeah, apparently he'll ask you like if you go to have a picture with him, he'll say to you like, "Have I ever met you before?" And if you say no, then he'll choke you out a bit.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but I bet there's a lot of women that get off on that.
Yeah, you never know.
But yeah, man. There's a few. I mean, I'd kind of like to have like a picture with like all the surviving guys that have played Jason, and that'd be cool.
Yeah,
that'd be something cool to have.
It's crazy about like Ted White because I mean, from what I understand, is he still around? I think he's still around.
Yeah, I was about to just say that. Yeah, like if I want to meet Ted White, I'd have to do that very soon because he's like, I think he's like 93, 94.
I know.
Like
it's
that.
like
he was getting on a bit when he played Jason, and he was like in his 50s.
I was just gonna say that, like 50s back then. It's just like holy cow.
Yeah. And what's interesting about like I mean, you probably know this, but he really kind of loathed being Jason.
Yeah.
Like when he was doing the movie, man. Like now he kind of loves it, but yeah, when he was doing the film, he wasn't that into it. It wasn't really his thing.
It's always funny how I mean, even by the time you do the fourth Friday the 13th, you think, you know, the franchise might be popular enough. It's funny when you get someone to do that role. How many people like would have probably even at that time loved to have done that, and then the guy they get just can't stand it. It's just so ironic.
It's really funny you mentioned that because actually, yeah, it was pretty much talking about that very same thing with my friend earlier when we were watching part 3. Like, you know, I mean, I can understand, I guess, Steve Dash not wanting to come back because, like, you know, well, number one, he got fucked over. You know, we all know that. But, like, you know, like, it was only the second movie, and, like, Friday had some popularity about it, but it wasn't obviously what it is today or even what it was just a few years later. But you think, like, by the time, you know, Brooker came around or Ted White came around, like, you'd think, like, you know, like it was bigger. It had to have been big enough by that point where it's like, wouldn't it occur to the actor, hey, like, maybe I should stick around and keep playing this role? You know? Don't you think?
Yeah, I don't know what the reason was for them constantly changing it. I mean, people just get sick of playing them once and then they get someone else. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I know Ted White was offered, I think, 5 and 6. He declined both of them. I know that. I think, not sure if Brooker ever got asked back. I think even maybe Steve Dash got asked to do 3, maybe, I think. And then, yeah, I know CJ was going to come back for 7 if it wasn't for John Cal, Beekler, Watt, and Kane. And then, yeah, Kane's really the only actor that's, like, really lobbied hard, like to keep coming back.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. I think the thing is with Kane, I think he's got a pretty different personality to a lot of the other guys that played the role. Like, he kind of, I don't know, maybe it's got something to do with, like, what he went through with the burn accident and stuff. The guy's kind of like a high tolerance for, like, being uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And playing that role, like, it's got to be uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Like, wearing the makeup, like, you got to wear something over your face that, like, I mean, now I know from the few times I've worn a beat that, like, having something cover your face while you're being active, like, it's not easy. You keep re-breathing the same air, and I imagine it's pretty much the same thing wearing one of those hockey masks. That alone's got to be uncomfortable. So I guess that's maybe another reason why, yeah, some of the actors didn't want to come back, because it's a hard gig in a lot of ways for those reasons.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's what's kind of funny about Kane Hodder, though. Hey, like, he was a decent Jason, but he wasn't in the best quality films, eh?
Yeah, I mean, I actually like Seven quite a bit, because I think it's the first one that I saw, and I just think it's a fun, mindless romp, and it's one of the just most iconic.
I love 7 too. Yeah, I love 7 too. Man, I'm wow, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about after 7.
8's not great,
Right. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm right there with you with 7. I enjoy part 7 a lot, man, for what it is. It's a fun film. It was actually, it might have been my dad's favorite Friday film, to be honest, because he wanted to watch that one, like, a lot. Like, we were just going to watch, like, a random one. He would go with part 7 quite a bit. But yeah, it's really just, I don't know, for me, it's like 8 and 9 that really hurt. His era of Jason, like, but I have all the love in the world for Jason X. I unabashedly love that movie. But yeah, he's kind of like the Timothy Dalton of the Friday series, you know what I mean? Like, he's a good Jason, but he wasn't always in the best movies, you know what I mean? But
that's a good.
Yeah, like I said, part 7's great.
Oh yeah, that's just one of the iconic Jason looks, isn't it?
Oh, it really is, yeah. Like, that was I guess the cool thing, about getting a makeup guy to direct one of these films. I'm sure you know that, John Carl Beekler, like, his background's in makeup and stuff, and sure effects, and yeah, he designed most of that himself, I think, and he said he was sick of seeing, like, this guy that had all these things happen to him, and there was nothing wrong with him physically. You know what I mean? Like, so he's like, I'll make a lot wrong with him. You know what I mean? Sort of thing. So, that was his take on that, and yeah, it really, really paid off. But yeah, it's got a lot going for it. Part 7. You ever thought Part 7 is, like, in a bit of a weird way, kind of like a remake of Part 4?
Oh yeah, that's come up. I may have even said that in my review of it, but yeah, that's definitely crossed my mind. Yeah, because you got the two different, the party house and the party house and the family house.
The family, one's a family. Yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Yeah, it's pretty interesting that. I've seen some location videos of, like, where they shot Part 7 there, and I'm telling you, you can barely recognize that the movie was shot there because like those areas are like completely like grown over pretty much. Like it's just like the lake is really like the only recognizable part that's left. But yeah, there's some really cool stories about behind the scenes and all those sort of things about a lot of the Friday films that I'll obviously share and save for when we do the shows. But yeah, I mean, I do definitely agree that like Part 7 is like in a lot of ways it is the cutoff. You know what I mean? It's like this is really like the last one where it's like it's it's still I guess a traditional Friday film and it's still a decent flick. You know what I mean? But I mean I can even go further than that though and even say like it finishes at 4. You know what I mean? In some ways.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen that batch of reviews me and a buddy did in '93. I think we were. I don't know if I said it, but I think he may have said it. That it pretty much should have. It could have. Definitely ended with Part 4, obviously.
I mean, even if you think about it, like even just tone wise, like the later films have a very different look and style even to the first 4 films. You could even splice all them together, and you could almost believe they're one movie. You know what I mean? They have a very uniform look to them, and that. And after Part 4, they had a very different look to them. Even like the film grain looks a lot different. And like if you look at Part 6, Part 6 looks like a music video in some ways. Like as much as I love the film, it's a very polished looking movie. You know?
Yeah, and 7 as well.
Yeah. But what's funny though is I think 6 looks better than 7. Like it has more of that polished look. Like 7 doesn't look as polished as Part 6. Part 6 looks like a very polished movie, and I think that's just to do with also the kind of director that McLaughlin is. You know what I mean? He's very much about that kind of look of these films and stuff. Have you ever seen his earlier film? I can't remember what it's called now. It's some ghost movie.
Yeah, I don't think I have.
Tom. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called. He did it like a few years before he did Friday. I think it kind of was like what got him the job to do Friday in a weird way. But he's a pretty interesting guy. Like, you ever seen him interviewed?
Yeah, like I think some of that stuff or whatever that's in the Scream Factory box set thingy or stuff. Yeah, he seems like a passionate, smart guy.
Yeah, he's really into gothic horror and that too. Like he loves like all the old Frankenstein movies and stuff like that. But yeah, I'd like to meet him. He sounds like a pretty easy going dude. But did you know there's a like a pretty new fan film out where they bring back Tina and Dr. Cruz and stuff, and it's actually the actors.
Yeah, I think
Terry Kaiser and
I've seen some images from that. I think it was on YouTube, I would imagine, or
yeah, it's on YouTube. Yeah,
I think I saw the trailer or something, and yeah, that was interesting. That
yeah, I don't.
The trailer was kind of enough.
I don't want to bag out someone. Sorry?
I said the trailer was enough for me.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I can't help myself. Anything where let's see, especially if they manage to get back like original alumni. Like I've got to watch it at least once just to see, what it is.
No, I mean,
yeah, I'm not gonna. I don't know. I don't want to bag out someone's it's a fan film at the end of the day, but I mean, look, I'll put it this way. It was cool to see, Lara Park Lincoln and Terry Kaiser come back up. I'll leave it at that. That was cool to see them play the characters in the movie again, even though it's they're not in the movie that much, but that was cool.
Yeah, can you imagine being a fan of the franchise or the movies and actually being able to get them for your fan film? That must have been insane for them.
Oh yeah, I could only imagine. Yeah. The one fan film though that I reckon you should give a shot is Jason Rising. I reckon you might enjoy that. It does have its moments, and there's some pretty cool stuff in there.
Yeah, I remember thinking that looked okay. So perhaps one day on a dark and stormy night, if I can remember, maybe I should. How long is it?
Um, I think it's only around like maybe an hour long. Most of them only are like around an hour long, but
Okay.
I don't remember it being too long. Yeah, yeah, it's got some fun moments and stuff in it. I didn't mind it for what it was, but um, yeah, man, like yeah, the fan films there can be hit and miss, but some of them are yeah, pretty well done. And I don't know, like for mine, like I have probably too high aspirations of like what I want to aim for, like a you know like
Yeah,
it
that
just has to look and feel the right way and all those sort of things.
yeah, that happens a lot. I think with people that want to do independent movies or whatever. You mentioned doing a short in the past. Is that all you've done, or have you dabbled more than just like with that one short? Or
No, that's really that's really mostly what I've done. Yeah, like I mean, I've done like little other exercises here and there, like with buddy of mine like years ago. Like we did like little things, not like not much to write home about, but yeah, it's mostly just the one short. Yeah, sorry that I did, but yeah, I mean, I mean, I don't know. At the moment, it's to even get it made, it's a maybe. You know what I mean? Like my aim is to best way to probably go about it is to shoot the trailer first and try to get interest from that, and then hopefully maybe start a Kickstarter or something like that. Like most of these that's how most of these fan films get funded and stuff. But yeah, that's probably like the best way to go about it.
yeah,
But
it's definitely easy.
making a movie, it's never easy.
Yeah, that's for darn sure.
Yeah, so what were you gonna say?
Oh, I don't even remember. I was gonna say I think a lot of people that haven't done a whole hell of a lot of stuff oftentimes do possibly aim too high, but it's something that I was doing. I was doing shorts for years and years and years before I did my feature length movie, and I learned over the years that you have to. I learned over the years to not to know what I was capable of doing, so I didn't over or whatever it's called over. So I wrote to my what I knew I was capable.
Yourself?
What?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't want to sound arrogant. It's not really like I don't really feel inept like my own capability to shape the movie the way I want to. It's more like I don't know. Like, I think I'm gonna be pretty demanding on like what I expect from everyone else. You know what I mean? Like with regard to the acting and I mean, yeah, obviously it's a slasher film, but like I don't know. I just don't want it to feel phoned in or any of those kind of things. You know what I mean? People are got to be right for the characters, and like in like personally, like don't get me wrong, like like doing the later part of the film that's more like a traditional Friday the 13th movie is going to be a blast and really fun, but I'm like really interested in doing the prequel part of it, which is like the young Jason and Pam part of things. You know what I mean? And, like telling that whole story, and that's like the part that I'm really focused on. Like I've got to get that right. You know.
Yeah, well, absolutely. When did it
Yeah, that's always
when did it first occur to you to do this?
Well, to be honest, like I don't know, I guess maybe the genesis sort of is like just pretty much growing up and like watching, the movies and that, and I always thought like, why don't they do a prequel? Like why don't they do a movie, or at least like, I don't know, the first half an hour, or first half maybe even of, like when Jason was a kid and all that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? Like I know there's a lot of fans that like frown upon that are against that, and I think some of it has to do with like what Rob Zombie ended up doing with his Halloween remake. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really do, Nate. I really do think that's why. I think people saw that and they're like, oh, this is stupid. This is not what I had in my head when I think of like young Michael and things like that. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's what makes people afraid to like for someone to attempt the same sort of thing with, telling Jason's like story when he was a kid. But I really do think, there's a story there, man. You know what I mean? And it really hasn't been told. We've just seen little glimpses here and there in some of the movies and things like that. You know what I mean? But it's pretty much just from just always thinking that and like always kind of hoping that they would do that with one of the movies, and then they almost were kind of going to do that with I think it was just going to be called Friday 13th 3D.
Yeah.
I think it was, which is the one I think they were getting around 2013 or something like that. They were gonna, I think part of that was gonna be the origin in that. But I have looked through the script a little bit of that, and it's not that close to what the vision that I have for it and what I've always wanted to see. Like I think they were even going to go as far as I think it was going to be like a 3 like kind of act movie. I think the first act of the film was going to be like a little bit of Jason like when he was a kid, and he was going to be wearing like a beep dude like on his face. That was like what they were going to use to cover up his face. I don't know if you've looked at the script or whatever, or heard anything about it, but that's what they were going to kind of go for. And I think they were going to quickly glaze over like Pam doing the killings like she did in the first movie. That was going to be like the first act. And then the second act was going to be like Potato Sack Jason, but instead of Jason, it was going to be Jason's dad under the potato sack. And then, like the third act was supposed to be, Jason doing the hockey mask and that and doing his thing. But I've heard a lot of fans roll with that now, though, that Friday 2 is not actually Jason, that it's Jason's dad with a potato sack on his head. Now it's like, really? Like, really? Like, there's no indication of anything like that in the movie. But there's actually one fan film. I think it's called Voorhees or something like that. It was okay. There's one part where, like, how at the beginning of the original film where Pam kills the 2 teens at the beginning in the loft area.
Oh, yeah.
At the beginning, the first 2 killings in the beginning of the movie. In this fan film they do like a different slant on that. They have that be Jason's dad that did those killings. Like that wasn't in the fan film. They say that wasn't Pam. It was actually Jason's dad.
Well, I mean, so, I guess there's no way to no way to prove one way or the other.
Yeah, that's kind of true, I guess. I mean, it's interesting, but where was I going with this? Kind of lost in my own thoughts now. But no, like, that's yeah, basically, yeah, like it's just pretty much from my perspective, it's pretty much just I want to make the film because it seems like I'm never going to get it from Hollywood, mate. That's pretty much why, to be honest. Like it's like if I don't make it, then I'll never see it. You know what I mean? It's like I want to be able to watch it. So I want to make it. I guess I'll have to make it myself. You know what I mean? That's kind of, I guess, yeah. The long and short of it is of how I look at it. I guess.
Yeah, well, that makes sense to me.
But I find it interesting though. Like, what year was that when you made your little Friday short?
Oh, that one I showed you. Yeah, that was 92.
Like, you have to be like one of the very first people that ever made a Friday short. You know that, yeah?
Yeah, I've never thought about that, but now that you mention it, probably. Yeah, that's kind of cool. And how not to toot my own horn, but how cool is it that it's kind of like kind of way before its time, like it takes place in between the first and second movie where Jason is living in the woods and getting his, and then in the short he got his boots and getting some you know, living off the land and the people that go through the woods and stuff. Yeah, we were really proud of it at the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all those thoughts rushed through my mind as I was watching. I was like, yeah, he's doing things in this little short that, like, a lot of the guys that are making the fan films now are doing, and that was, yeah, like 30 years ago. It's just, interesting, very interesting, man. And it's, I mean, yeah, as a teenager, it never occurred to me. Like even though I was interested in making, movies and that even back then and stuff. Like I first thought of being a director when I remember having this random conversation with a buddy of mine who was a lot older than me. He was like my friend and my dad's friend as well. He loved movies too. And I remember saying to him once, like, when you like to be like, like a really well-known actor and like, making big movies and that, and he's like, yeah, that'd be cool. He's like, I've always, had interest in being an actor and that. He goes, but I think it's a lot more interesting and cooler now to be a director and have control, and it's your vision, things like that. And I remember that was like the spark that just went off in my brain that just kind of really, made me more interested, like in, like behind the scenes stuff and what a director does and all those sort of things. But yeah, it is as a, like, even when I was getting into that stuff, like as a teen and even in my 20s, like I don't remember a time when, it really occurred to me like, I could make my own Friday short. It wasn't really until, a lot of the guys started making the fan films and that, and just like my own, like frustration with Hollywood, just not like, why can't you just do this origin? Just do it. You know what I mean? Like that's pretty much, the whole genesis, I guess, of just, like why, I wanted to do it, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And just because Rob Zombie screws an attempt up at an origin doesn't mean, another one's going to be screwed up. You can't not do it because of that.
Yeah, I mean, people aren't going to, I mean, who knows, you will listen to this after the fact, but, some people aren't going to like me saying this, but he couldn't have been more wrong to do that movie. He really couldn't have been. Like, he's not the right filmmaker to make that kind of film. I mean, there are people that will say to you, like, oh, you don't have to like Rob Zombie's Halloween, and honestly, Rob Zombie doesn't give a shit if you like it or not. You know what I mean? Like, it has its fan base and things like that. And I can meet you halfway and kind of understand that, I guess. But like, couldn't he have just made his own movie? Like, did he have to call it Halloween? Like, like, I don't know. Like, It's just, I mean, because I was really interested in that too. Like, I was really interested in what you could do with an origin story with Michael. You know what I mean? Like, just seeing how this, like, somewhat, I guess, normal at first suburban kid, just goes from like this normal kid to just one day just randomly, stabs his sister to death, and it's like, what made him do that? You know what I mean? And I mean, I guess, I don't know, in a way, it is scary not to know why, I guess, but I did always think that, and I always thought there was a story there you could tell fairly well, that just like his take on it's like, he came from this white trash family, and like, everyone was saying, I'll skull fuck you to death, and all this shit, and it's like, well, then no wonder he turned out to be a psychopath.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, okay, that's, I guess, one way to go with it, but it's not even anywhere near as interesting as, where I think he could have went with it. Like, I remember seeing, like, this fan film, like, about a couple of years ago, Nate, where it was like, an origin of young Michael. It was very short. It was only about, like, maybe 5 or 6 minutes long, sort of thing, and it took place right, like, literally probably maybe half an hour or an hour before he ended up killing Judith. And, like, he's like, Michael's standing across the street, and he's sort of like watching his sister and like her boyfriend like mucking around and stuff, and then out of nowhere, like, a fully like grown Michael Myers, like in the shape mask and that, starts stalking young Michael, and then kind of like takes him over somehow, and then like possesses him or something like that, and like that's sort of like tries to explain like how he became evil and that sort of thing. And I remember thinking that, like, something that was probably shot over a weekend, you know what I mean, for nothing. I remember thinking, this is better than what Rob Zombie did.
Yeah, isn't that something?
Like, you know what I mean? Like, it. Yeah, like it's, and it, like, and I mean, for what it was, they really, like, they nailed that Halloween tone feel. Like, it really did feel like you could stick this, like before the beginning of the movie, and it would pretty much fit in there pretty well. You know what I mean? And that's, I mean, that's, I don't know, like, what I think about, like, my vision for my Friday film and that, it's like, is it achievable? You know what I mean? Because, like, I want it to be able to, like, feel and look like it can just fit, like, you could just slot it right into that, like, universe of, especially, like, the first 4 films, you know what I mean? Like, that's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, it's a bummer, especially with, just digital, and, those movies had such a different look being in 35 and early 80s, and
exactly, yeah. But I don't know. Like, if the opportunity does present itself, obviously, by making the trailer and that, if I can, and get that done and those sort of things, like, obviously I'll give it a crack. But I have very high expectations of certain things, and I think, like, most of it I can pull off relatively, not that hard. It's just, I got to get the casting right and things like that. Like, I do already have, like, people in mind who are right for certain roles. Like, I've got a buddy that I've known since high school. He would be Jason, and he's definitely right for that. And he's somewhat of a Friday fan himself. Not nowhere near as big as me and you, but he really digs the films and stuff. But and I got a pretty talented actress who was in my short, who she'd be good as Mrs. Voorhees and that, but like a younger Mrs. Voorhees, obviously.
yeah.
But I don't know. Like, like at one point I even toyed with like, what if I made it like a 3-hour movie and I just like kind of remade, like did like the prequel and then like kind of in a way like kind of remade like the original film, like it to kind of have it all gelled together, you know what I mean, and then like have it go into like, you know, Jason's story as well, like later on, like a traditional Friday film. But that's a huge undertaking now. And I don't know, in a way that kind of a little bit feels like, you know, friggin' heresy to try to remake the first film, I guess. But I guess that will kind of happen one. I'm surprised that hasn't happened now. Like I'm surprised they haven't done like a straight up remake of that first movie. You know?
Yeah, well, at this point, I mean, you know, everyone, including the studios, associate a guy in a hockey mask with the title Friday the 13th. But it would be interesting.
That's sort of a shame in a way.
Yeah, it is interesting. It's like that Scream question at the beginning of Scream, which you can, you know, be sure to stump everyone with, you know. Who's the killer in Friday the 13th? You know, you're pretty much going to stump anyone on that.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'll throw a little tidbit notion actually that I don't know. Well, yeah, like trivia, I guess, that you may not know. I'm not sure if Betsy Palmer had the short hair, like not long before I'm not sure if she cut her hair not long before they did the film, or I know she used to have the long hair in that when she was young, and there's a lot of people that reckon that like if she had had the long hair, and they had made her look more feminine. Because, like, yeah, if you look at her in the movie, that they try to butcher her up quite a bit. You know what I mean? Like with the sweater and things like that. There's a lot of people out there that reckon that would have been even scarier if it had been like, yeah, this like more feminine looking woman, instead of like this more kind of intimidating, you know, woman. What's your take on that? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I can, I don't know. I guess I can kind of see that happening. I think the reason why they had her kind of butched up is because, you know, throughout the course of the movie, you see, you know, hands, legs, stuff like that. And I think they wanted to kind of make it look like a guy was doing the killings, you know. And I think that's why they had her kind of more masculine than feminine. But yeah, I would imagine that's just the hairstyle Betsy Palmer had at the time. I don't think she would have cut her hair for the part. Yeah, but yeah, I guess honestly it doesn't. I guess it wouldn't really even matter that much to me, honestly. You know, I can't really even imagine, you know, her any differently than she is in the movie. It just would be like blasphemy. Like if she had long hair and high heels, it would just be like.
Maybe not high heels. That's probably going way too far. But I just like, yeah, I have heard that. I have heard a lot of fans say that statement. They're like, yeah, might have been scary if she had to look more like even more unassuming kind of thing. But
I don't know. I think
it's just I always thought it was interesting.
Actually, I'm thinking about it right now. It's kind of like I think the way they have her in the movie is fitting, and because let's face it, I mean, you know, when she's killing, I mean, it's her male son that's possessing her, so it only makes sense to, you know, how much is that male son a part of her psyche, you know, on a day-to-day basis. So I guess to have him.
I've actually never thought of that. That's a very interesting point. I've never thought about it from that angle.
Yeah, I think
there's a like that. Like obviously, yeah, like Jason's personality is like rolling around in there. Like how much of that's like, yeah, like affecting like her own appearance and things. That's interesting. I've never thought of that before.
Yeah, how's about it?
What I mean though, Nate, like for a movie that like, you know, is kind of just labeled, oh, you know, it's just a slasher movie, you know, like, yeah, whatever, kind of, you know what I mean, like to the average Joe, like, and I don't know, like even when it was made, I don't know how much the filmmakers like sat around talking about this stuff, but I don't know, man. There's always sort of something new I learn about the movie, or someone's different take on the movie. Like you just said that. I know I've never thought about that. Never thought about that ever, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it makes you wonder if we're just seeing, if we're just putting more into the movie that's there, or is the stuff there that we're slowly peeling back over the years? I don't know.
I also think, though, even if filmmakers don't, consciously intend things, I think on a subconscious level,
Exactly.
things still do seep in. You know what I mean?
Totally.
It's like when Carpenter says, you know what I mean? I never try to put in Halloween that sex equals death. Yeah, but that's definitely there. You can't deny that's not a part of the film. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or you can't deny that's not a part of Friday. Come on. These kids have sex and they fucking die. Minutes later sometimes. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah.
I mean, whether you consciously thought about it or not, it was definitely on somebody's mind on some level. You know what I mean? So, I mean, even Victor Miller even says that, on a subconscious level, Psycho got in, somehow in the script, because he kind of did the reverse instead of the. Spoiler alert for a 60-year-old movie, but instead of the mother being, friggin' dead and it's the son, kind of possessed by the mother, he did the reverse. It's the son who's dead and it's the mother doing the killing. So
yep.
You've thought of that before, yeah?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, he says that's not even something that he consciously was thinking about when he was writing the script. But like I said, for something that's written off as just it's just a slasher movie, it's another slasher movie. There's a lot of different things, a lot of different angles you can look at with it, which I find pretty fascinating to be honest.
Yeah.
Have you heard the yeah, you go.
No, go ahead.
There you go. Oh, I've talked enough. You go.
Well, I forgot what I was. Oh, I think what I was going to say is, have you ever emailed Harry Manfredini at all, or?
No, I've never. That's never ever really even occurred to me to do that. No.
Because I sent him some emails back in I think it was 2009, not long after I seen the movie, and then I think some years later, and he actually responded both times, and I was just gushing about. I think in 2009 I was just gushing about his music for the franchise and how much. And how important it is to me, and how much it's just been a part of my life for so many years, and how I'll kayak around a lake and play the music and stuff at night. And it's just, and I don't know, I just think maybe if you since you're a big fan, maybe before, while you still have a chance, it wouldn't hurt to, if you'd like to send a message his way and share those same sentiments. But I was just thinking of the movie, right? And I asked him some questions, like why the hell he didn't do the music for 7 and 8, and he said because those are Canadian productions or financed or something out of Canada or whatever. So
interesting. I've always wondered. I've never heard really an answer for that. Yeah, okay, that's very interesting.
Something to do with that, and as we all know, a Canadian composer by the name of Fred Molen, who was, previously working on the show Friday the 13th, the series, would do the music for not only, 7 and, with recycled Harry Manfredini music, but all of the music for 8. So, but it was really cool to just, I didn't even, when I wrote him, I didn't even necessarily expect a response or whatever, but I had some questions, and he responded, and that was just cool. And we were just sitting here talking, and I was just like kind of thinking about the music, and you just, the big fan you are, and I don't know, it's just kind of goofy, like for me to tell you what to do, but I'm kind of like, yeah, maybe if you haven't thought about sending him a little thank you note or whatever, I would imagine the music's important, to you as well.
The music is, I'd even maybe argue it's even half of the reason why the movie works, man.
Oh, exactly.
Or easily it's big part of easily the first 4 films, especially. It adds so much mood and atmosphere. You know what I mean? To it just permeate. That music just permeates like so much of those movies. But no, I've never. Yeah, it's never occurred to me to try and contact him. I did. I swear it was on such a, on my own part, it was such a lark. I remember one night I just finished watching Chopping Mall, right? and what's his name? Todd. Todd Russell. How he's both in that and he's in Friday too.
Oh, Russell Todd.
I don't know why, but Russell Todd. Sorry, yeah, yeah, and and out of nowhere, I don't even know why, but I was kind of just messing around on my phone, and I'm like, oh, I wonder if he's got a Facebook or whatever. So I just typed his name in and it popped up and. It came up on Messenger as well, so I just sent him a random message on Messenger, just saying just wanted to say, I enjoy your work in Chopping Mall and things like that. And I swear, man, within a few minutes he wrote back to me. I was like, oh, holy shit, and then we ended up talking for about half an hour about he was telling me about all this stuff about what it was like to make Chopping Mall and things like that. And I think I kind of started with Chopping Malls. I'm thinking, he probably gets asked about Friday all the time. You know what I mean? I'll probably get more likely to get a response if I mention something else. And then, after talking about that for a little, obviously, I asked him a few questions about Friday as well. And he was a really cool guy, man. But I don't know. It's never occurred to me to contact Harry Manfredini, but I guess I should give that a shot. How did you get his email address? Is it just on one of the Friday sites or something? Or?
HarryManfredini.com, as far as I know.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I may have to give that a shot, man.
Yeah,
I know. I know you can email Carpenter as well. I've heard people doing that, and getting him to sign stuff, and then I know that. But yeah, that's definitely a thought, man. I wouldn't mind doing that. That'd be cool, right? To send him an email and get a bit of correspondence through that way. But you know what would be really cool though, Nate?
What's that?
If we could get him on the show.
Yeah, well, I can't say that wouldn't be amazing. Yeah.
Hey, dude, that's becoming more and more popular, man. That sort of thing happens on YouTube quite a bit, man. And some of these channels aren't that. They're not that big. One guy I watched, he's been around quite a long time too, and who was it? There's someone that's scheduled to be on a stream with him soon. I can't remember who it is, but some pretty big horror celebrity, man. I can't remember who it is, but he's had other people on in the past. He had what's his name, Dwight Little, who directed Halloween 4. He had him on his stream not that long ago, and yeah, man. He even had Jonathan Tiersten, man, make an appearance on a sleepaway camp commentary he was doing. So, I mean, they can only say no, and every once in a while they'll agree to it.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. And nowadays with Skype and stuff, you don't even need their personal phone number or or anything like that. It's kind of
exactly. So they're even more kind of open to it because they're like, like if this guy gets inappropriate or pisses me off, I can just end the call anytime I like, or I don't have to worry about them. Yeah, like stalking my personal number and shit because I guess, sadly, I guess they get a bit of that sort of stuff. But
yeah, it's too bad.
there's even like a podcast that I've been listening to for many years, man, where they interviewed heaps of horror celebrities, man. Like they even interviewed Carpenter. They interviewed Carpenter and Craven and Hooper and Amy Steele and like just about everybody who's anybody that's had anything to do with the Friday films. They interviewed like most of those people, and like this is like going back to like 2007 and 8 and 9 and stuff. So I mean, yeah, I think some of it's to do with like your approach and that, and as long as you don't come off as a total wacko, I guess that you got a chance, at least. But yeah, that sort of stuff. That's very interesting to think about, and to be able to. I mean, I guess it's the next best thing to being able to, meet some of these people, and in a way, it's kind of cooler because like you haven't kind of got the awkwardness of like being face to face, and I guess you can kind of pick their brain a little bit more. And but there's a really good interview that this podcast did. It's called, I don't know if you ever heard of them. They're on YouTube as well. They're called Dead Pit. You ever heard of Dead Pit?
I think so. Dead Pit Radio.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, they did an interview with Steve Dash, right? It's like around like 2008 or 9. Oh, it actually might have been a bit later. I think it was. Actually, I think it was after the reboot came out. So it might have been like 2009 or 10 even. Right. So anyway, they interviewed him, right? And like, this is just obviously like a 2-bit podcast where like there's no limits really, dude. And he was extremely candid about how he feels about fucking Warrington Gillette, man. It was fucking hilarious.
So now Warrington is the one who was just his face at the end. Is that correct?
Well, pretty much, yeah. I don't know. There's conflicting stories like about this and that, and I think it's safe to say that Warrington did like a couple of other little things, like, I think her name's in the movie. Her name, oh geez, why am I blanking? The chick in part 2 that gets stabbed when she's looking for Sandra and Jeff. I don't know why I'm forgetting her name. I know her name, but
okay, yeah, yep.
Weird how that happens, but that she says that was Warrington who did that kill.
Oh, okay.
And then Warrington claims that it was him who killed Crazy Ralph as well. I know that. So, I mean, take that with a grain of salt for what you will, because I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't want to play favorites for anything, but like, and I don't know the guy personally, obviously, but I've heard some pretty shady things about good old Warrington, mate.
He comes across as shady.
Sorry?
He comes across as like just shady.
Yeah. I mean, for years he blatantly lied, dude, and said he was Jason, like in the movie. Like, you know what I mean? He never just said, I just did this and that in the movie. He's like, no, I was Jason. And then, even when Dash found out about this, man, like, he was like, oh, like whatever. That was something I did. At that point, it was like, something I did 25 years ago or whatever. And I think it might have been, I'm bad with names, man, especially like when I'm on the spot. The guy who wrote the book, Crystal Lake Memories. I know his name. Anyway, it could have been him, right? He's like talking to Steve Dash. He's like, "Nah, dude, you don't understand. Like, this is big. It's a big deal, man. Like, this guy's going to these conventions, like these huge conventions, and like signing all these autographs. He's making all this money, like, and it's you in the pictures, dude. Like, you were Jason in the movie. You could get a let people know, man. You know what I mean? So, yeah, like there's a lot more to the story, which I'll probably keep for when we do the show. But you know, it's pretty fascinating, man. You know, like some of these little slasher movies, I guess, in a way they are. You know what I mean? But there's just so many meaty stories behind a lot of it, and I mean, I got pretty good recall for some of it because, like, I listened to some of these podcasts like a few times over. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen Crystal Lake Memories like at least like 4 or 5 times or something. Mm. What about you? Are you a big fan of the doco or?
So there's I'm confused. There's like two things. There's like his name was Jason, right? Was that first?
Yeah, that's first. Yeah, that's like that. That's what I call the fluff piece. You know what I mean? It's not.
Yeah, I think you're not going to believe this, but I don't think I've seen Crystal Lake Memories.
Really? Jeez.
Yeah, isn't that something?
That's interesting. Yeah, you need to see that. I mean, that's required viewing for any Friday fan to me. You know, like I even got my buddy to sit through, who's like, yeah, he's a decent fan of Friday, but like you would never see him watch like a horror documentary. I'm like, no, dude, you just gotta see it. But like, yeah, there's a lot. There's a ton and a wealth of information in that documentary. It's like, I think 6 or 7 hours long is like a normal cut, and then there's like an extra like 2 or 3 hours, which is like extra bonus like interviews, stuff and that. So you're looking at like 9 or 10 hours. Yeah, it's the whole thing's, I don't know if you know, but it's all narrated by like Corey Feldman. And they interview pretty much you know, anyone that was ever in the movies and anyone that's still alive. And well, some of it's like there is some footage that would have been shot when they did His Name Was Jason, because I noticed pretty much the whole time they interview Amy Steele, like I can tell it's from back then because that's the way she looked back then, and also even the backgrounds they use, like I can tell it was shot back then, but they just didn't use a lot of it in that documentary because it was only 90 minutes long. But
okay,
man, you really need to see that.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think honestly the running time was kind of but you're probably right.
Yeah, I mean 8 to 10 hours, I guess. Yeah, it's pretty daunting. You can just treat it like, I don't know, like a episodic kind of thing, you know what I mean? Just like watch, you know, like one chapter on each movie, like, I don't know, every once a week or one every few weeks or something. Or I don't know, he's just a thought, just an idea. You don't have to do this, but I just come up with this idea. Maybe you could watch, because I think like every segment on each movie is like around like maybe 40 minutes, 50 minutes, something like that. Maybe like as we go through and do the podcast, you know, or what do you want to call them, radio shows, podcasts, on each movie, maybe like whatever the night before or the day before or whatever, a few days before, you could watch like that part of the documentary that's like, about the movie we're going to talk about, just so, you have like, more, I guess, like info in your head, and that'd just be cool, I guess, too, to get your thoughts.
Yeah, well, that would be the ideal situation.
Yeah, it's like I said, I've seen it a few times. There's some really cool stories in there, but like there's even things in that though that are left out, and that's the one thing I got to do. I got to, like, because I don't even own the Crystal Lake Memories book. I've got to rectify that and buy that and read that. I have read like little bits of it, like here and there, and that there. Like I think I have like a downloaded version of it, like somewhere, like on. I can't remember where I obtained that, but I think I got that like on one of my hard drives somewhere. I think I read some of it like on that. But have you ever read the book or?
No, I'm not. I'm not a big reader, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's the same. That's like one of the big reasons why I don't have the book. I'm just not, a big. I never have been, man. Like I've caught so much shit from people throughout my life from that. Like a buddy of mine who's like a real big read. He's like, man, like I read like a book sometimes 2 a week. Like you should read more and expand your mind and all this crap. And I'm like, yeah, no, dude, that's just not gonna happen. Like, like I don't know, man. Like I'm trying to read like a few novels, man. I remember when I was a kid, I tried to read Jaws, man. I got like through the first chapter, and I'm like, all it did was made me want to rewatch the movie. I'm like, why am I reading this when I can just go and watch the fucking movie? I don't know, man. I used to read, my fair share of comic books and stuff as a kid, and that. But I was never like the biggest reader, but I could see myself like sitting down and reading like a book that's all about like Friday stuff though, because I bet you there's stuff in that book that like I know one story which I won't tell right now. I'll save that for the podcast because it's a really cool little story about part 2 involving Steve Dash that I know is in that book. That I know, I'm pretty damn sure it's not mentioned in the documentary. But I mean, like, a book is like what, probably at least a 20-hour experience or whatever, you know what I mean? Whereas like even, a 10-hour documentary is still only half the time. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
You're not going to get everything in there, are you?
Nope.
But yeah, it's a really good documentary, man. Like it's something that especially as a big of a Friday fan, anyway. It's something. It's something I'd say you at least have to see once.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, it's fun. But, yeah, his name is Jackson. I don't really rewatch that one very often. It's not very good. Even they're all kind of made by the same people, like Crystal Lake Memories and Never Sleep Again. That's really good too. That's another really good one.
Yeah, I've heard that as well.
Yeah, I love all that sort of stuff. Like I remember being a kid, and because there really wasn't any way. Because I wasn't like a Fangoria reader like as a young kid. I'm not even sure if it was like available out here. I don't remember ever seeing a Fangoria magazine until I was like a teenager. But so as growing up, I knew almost nothing about like the behind the scenes things about the Friday films, and I always remember being really fascinated. Freaking wish there was some way I could find out about these things. I remember one of the little bits of knowledge I did have was I knew Kane Hodder was the only guy that ever played Jason more than once, and I knew he was a stunt guy because it said it in the credits and that. So I remember watching horror films for years after knowing who Kane Hodder, thinking looking at the end of the movie credit, especially horror movies, obviously. End of the credits, thinking I wonder if Kane Hodder worked on the stunts in this movie,
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's a lot of movies where even if he doesn't, he's like the stunt coordinator.
Yeah. What about you? Do you think that sort of stuff before you knew so much about the behind? When did you kind of find out about a lot of?
Yeah,
a lot of
probably.
that stuff. Like,
What's funny is I was always a huge movie fan, but I remember when I was really young, probably before 11 and 12, I remember thinking like credits, and credits in movies, like, why the hell do they even have credits? Like, who the hell cares who does what and who does this and that? Like, you don't even, who cares? I remember thinking that as a young
yeah, I
kid.
remember. Uh,
Probably because, maybe
I remember also. Here you go.
a lot of times movies will have opening credits, the classic white on black, and I probably just, as a kid, maybe sometimes, depending on the movie, you just don't want to sit through the credits. So I was probably like, who the hell cares about the credits anyway? But yeah, that's just funny. But I imagine I had the same thing that, like you did, when I became, a little more like 11, 12, 13, like starting to recognize names and credits and like and watching other movies, and like you said, let's see who did this, or oh, look at that guy edited that movie. And yeah, so the same thing with me, where just over the
Yeah,
years it was like just slowly kind of you started noticing more.
yeah. I remember even being like endlessly like fascinated with like what these dudes look like who play Jason.
Oh
You
yeah.
know what I mean? Like I remember thinking, like, who's this Ted White guy? Like, what kind of dude's he? You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? Or like Richard Brooker or any of the guys. You know what I mean? It's like I never knew what they looked like or anything, man. I remember like like when I first got my taste of like being able to search that stuff on the internet, and yeah, like when the like all the behind the scenes stuff was like first coming out. Like I remember when they released, you must have owned this, the Crystal Lake to Manhattan box set.
Oh yeah.
Like when that came out, like dude, I orgasmed so hard like getting that. Like, oh dude, that was awesome. Like getting to see like all the like that was kind of like the Crystal Lake memories of like its time. You know what I mean? Like they interviewed like quite a few of the alumni and those, and like just I remember like just learning so much and just being like this is so boss, to finally get to see what these people just number one what they look like. You know what I mean? Just thinking about it for years on end and things of that nature. Yeah, it's especially when DVD was first like coming out, and like, that was a fascinating time.
Yeah, isn't it something?
Yeah. Like even with like I remember being really excited too, getting the Sleepaway Camp box set too. It had the first 3 movies in it.
Oh
That was
yeah.
really cool.
I don't know which one. I don't know how it worked in where you are, but I remember I was on top of that release as soon as it came out. So I got the one with the actual Red Cross before they changed it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I always wanted that, man. I didn't even know that even existed, dude. Like when I got my one, I didn't know anything about that, dude. It wasn't until years later, dude, that I learned that there was an original version of it then. Yeah, I've toyed with getting it. Like it's on. I know it's on. It pops up on eBay every once in a while on that, and I probably will pull the trigger and pick that up at some point. But yeah, I'd love to have that.
I wonder what the. Do you know what the hell they're going for now? I have no idea.
No, I mean probably not. Maybe as much as I don't know. Like maybe not as much as you think, but I think they go for it's anywhere between like my money, like anywhere between like $100 or $150 sort of mark sort of thing.
Okay,
Which I
interesting.
mean, yeah, considering for what it is, I'd pay that. Like I think I paid it was around $100. I think when I bought the other box set. So I'd easily pay like at least another $50 for that. That'd just to be cool, just to sit on a shelf sort of thing. You know what I mean? But I'm surprised Screen Factory, like they have all the movies now. Like it's funny how they haven't done a box set.
What,
Like fans would eat that up, man.
were you talking about Sleepaway Camp?
Yeah, man. Like, why haven't they done a box set of that? Like,
There's got to be some. I'm not exactly sure, but there's got to be some rights issues with 2 or 3 or something because they stopped selling 2 and 3 a long time ago,
well, they're
and
out of print. Yeah, yeah. Today, I don't know about you, but those editions of 2 and 3, they go for crazy amounts on eBay, dude.
yeah,
There are people trying. I'm telling you, they're trying to get like 200 plus for each of them, dude. It's like, this
yeah.
is nuts.
Well,
Like, I'll never own these editions at this rate. You know what I mean? I can't justify spending $200 on one Blu-ray. I just can't do that. You know. But what about you? Do you own 2 and 3?
yeah, it's crazy because I almost didn't get them because I remember being disappointed when they came out because I think it was after they put out Slumber Party 2 and 3. It was just a one release. It was a double feature. And I remember thinking, well, I was hoping that's what they were going to do with Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3. And when they didn't, I was like, oh, screw you. You're going to money grab and release them separately. So for a while, I didn't get them, but then I found them used somewhere. This is before they went out of print for cheaper. And I'm like, oh, okay, I bought them used. But yeah, I'm just glad that I frickin' bought them because yeah, I sure as hell wouldn't want to pay that price now for them either.
Yeah, I mean, there's rumors that they're going to release like 4Ks of them. So I really hope that happens, just so like, yeah, I can get them, and I want to be able to obviously add them to the collection. But yeah, I've heard the features on them are pretty good, so I'd want to get them just for that alone, even. You know?
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Well, hopefully they'll come out of whatever, just the out of print hell one of these days.
That actually, like, yeah, set up a memory. When I was watching your review of the first movie, and you were talking about like listening to the commentary and that, and how the director Robert Hill's like the dude's like asking him questions. He's like, oh yeah, does this mean this or that? And he's like, I don't know. Does it? What do you think? And it's like, dude, like, why are you doing a commentary? Like, you're not gonna forget to divulge anything. Like, why the fuck are you doing this? Like, just that, I thought that was freaking hilarious.
Yeah,
But,
what's funny about that is I listened to way back when, I can't remember if it was probably the Exorcist, the version you haven't seen, maybe when that came out on DVD or something like that, but there was a commentary by, the director, is it William Friedkin or something like that on Exorcist, on some DVD or Blu-ray of that, and I listened to some of that, and it was like the same thing. It was kind of like he was doing a like for visually impaired people, like as the movie wore on, he was just saying like what was happening on screen, and he wasn't talking about them.
They're the worst. I hate those kind of commentaries. I can't watch. Like, yeah, seeing Pacific, I'm like, dude, I've seen the movie. I'm fucking here to hear your story of making the movie, not what's happening on the screen, you freaking dumbbell. Like, like, actually, speaking of Exorcist, funny enough, I only first saw that movie for the first time like just a few months ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Like, to be honest, like, I never really had that much of an interest in seeing it. Like, I'm not the biggest, like, possession kind of guy, like, kind of, like, with horror movies, but, and it's also, like, I've seen, like, majority of, like, the possession scenes, like, in clips, you know what I mean? Like, over the years, like, on horror documentaries, and so it kind of felt like I'd already seen the movie in a way.
Yeah, that's understandable.
And, yeah, and then, like, like all the hype from all the years, people, it's the scariest horror movie ever made. Now, I mean, yeah. Granted, like, I'm a man in his 30s watching this movie, but I did try to watch it in the best possible setting. Like, I watched it on my own at night, and yeah, it didn't really affect me much at all. I thought Linda Blair put in a good performance, but that was really all I really had positive to say about the film. The film itself, I don't know. I don't know. It just feels kind of wrong to shit on something like Exorcist, I guess. But it just, yeah, it didn't really do all that much for me.
Well, that's understandable. Yeah, I had no interest in seeing it either until they actually released the version you have never seen in theaters. So it was kind of cool. I actually saw it for the very first time in the theater. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I remember when they did. I think like they did that, and then I think because that was successful, they did the same thing with Alien. I remember seeing Alien when they re-released that in the theater, like the theatrical. The director's cut. And,
oh yeah.
I'd seen Alien, but I'd seen Alien before, but it was almost like seeing it for the first time because I think I'd only even seen it like maybe once or twice at the very most as like a young kid. So like seeing it in the theater, was kind of like seeing it for the first time, which was really rad. But but yeah, Hills from what I've heard, he doesn't. He's kind of like a mystery man. He doesn't really, talk about like a lot of the like ins and outs sleepaway camp. And I do know some of the reasons why he wouldn't answer some of the questions on that commentary. Actually, funny enough, was because at the time he was trying to get a reboot made. Did you know that, or a remake or whatever made?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I don't know like if that was the same one he was working on, but I know there was another guy that was trying to get a sequel made that was supposed to take place about 20 years later. It was supposed to be Felissa Rose was supposed to come back, and it was supposed to like literally start when Angela's at the hospital. And now I think like it's supposed to be like when they're trying to give her a friggin' sex change.
Oh, good.
And like apparently like she like kills like two of the orderlies or something, like while the dick is just swinging in the fucking air. Like she's totally naked, like, and killing these orderlies and shit. And I think like the actual hospital that she was at was supposed to be Smith's Grove. So I thought that was pretty interesting. But that would have been an interesting movie had it got made. But yeah, I can't see how you'd really get away with a scene like that in like a mainstream movie. But yeah, that would have been interesting if it had happened. You never heard about that?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I think one of the dudes that was like involved with Freddy vs. Jason was involved with that. But yeah, that was like 5 years ago. I think I heard that. Yeah, I think I heard that guy tell that story on Adam Green's podcast. I don't know if you know, but Adam Green's got his own like movie podcast. I think that's where I heard that. But I remember being like, pretty interested, and I was like, oh man, I hope that gets made. It'd be cool to just see Felissa come back and play the role. What's your thoughts on like Felissa versus Springsteen? Like, who do you like better? Like, I guess a different performance in a way, but like, what do you prefer?
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, we never really saw Felissa like do anything. I mean, she was the character of Angela. So I mean, you can't really even really compare it, really, because
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's a good question, though. I mean, it's like for me, I mean, like what's her name on 2 and 3? I like her for for the goofy aspect of it. That's the problem with those 3. Well, I guess there's 4 sleepaway camps. Incidentally, we do have Austin in the chat there. Welcome, Austin. He says, let me just read some of him. He says, we don't need a sleepaway camp remake. Wasn't there supposed to be a sequel with the trial of Angela? He hasn't seen Return to the Sleepaway Camp. The DVD is hard to get from what he hears. But yeah, it's kind of a bummer about those movies. How it's like the first one is so much of what it is, and then the second one, or the 2 and 3, are kind of goofball, and the Return to Sleepaway Camp is kind of more or less a disaster. Have you seen that?
Sorry, have I seen what?
Have you seen Return to Sleepaway Camp?
Return to Sleepaway Camp.
I guess not.
Is that a movie? I mean,
Robert Hiltzik made it in the first it came out he made it in like '03 and it didn't come out until '08.
I think you might be mistaken. I don't think that's a movie.
Oh, so you're joking, right?
Yes. Unfortunately, I am joking.
So
yes.
you're pretending that like it never existed. I see.
Talk about a missed opportunity.
Holy cow!
Like I was in I was like in high school, right? Like right at getting to the end of high school when that movie was in production. Like, and I remember like spending like all my free time, like lunch breaks and stuff, like just like on the internet, like reading up about like behind the scenes of that movie and like them making it. And I remember being just so jazzed about it, like that Felissa was coming back, and I was like, oh man, this is gonna be fucking awesome, And then 2004 came and went. The movie didn't come out. There was no news much here and there. Like, you'd hear something here and there. And then 2005 came. The movie didn't come out. And I'm like, okay, something's not right here. And then, you finally got, some updates where it's like, oh, we had trouble with effects and this and that. And then it eventually came out, oh, we're going to try and finish the movie with CGI. No. And then, and then you'd hear this and little tidbits. It was usually at that point, I think the information was coming out of what's it called? Sleepaway Camp sequels.com or whatever. I think it was that website. I think the information was coming out of that. And and then I remember you'd hear certain things here and there. And and then it got to 2008, when the movie came out, and there was obviously no theatrical release, so there was no way I could see the movie other than buy the fucking thing, and I just knew I was pretty much prepared. This is gonna be a fucking shit show. This is gonna be a complete disaster. But I have to see it. I just have to see it. So. I mean, I didn't have an Amazon account or anything back in 2008. So I got a buddy. I gave a buddy money, and he sent it away. He brought it for me, and I took it home and I watched it, and I was like, "How did this get made? How is this from the same fucking director as the first movie? That just blew my mind. And especially the sort of things that you were hearing about, from behind the scenes, about how, we're going to try and make it as faithful to the first movies we can. We're trying to even make the film stock look the same, and you know what I mean. So they're talking about it's supposed to be this really, faithful sequel and that, and then, you got some fat kid telling fart jokes for. Most of the movie, and it's what the fuck am I watching?
He's getting bullied, and then he bullies people back, and vice versa, back and forth. Complains about being bullied, and then he bullies someone back, and that's the whole movie.
Yeah, I know exactly, and it's I kind of get your half-ass, and I do stress half-ass attempt at trying to recreate what Angela went through in the first movie, but it doesn't work when the character's just as vile and fucking disgusting as the fucking people who are picking on him.
Or worse, yeah.
It doesn't... Sorry?
Or worse.
It just doesn't work. There's just no positives really about that movie. And like I remember I remember watching it and looking at that cop and thinking, that cop, there's something off about that cop. Like, like for the first, I don't know how well you remember the movie, but like for the first few seasons, this cop looks really like strange, like especially for a man, you know what I mean? Like it looks like a disguise. I'm thinking to myself, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, if that's fucking Angela, fuck this movie. Fuck this. And it's fucking disgusting STD ass. Like, seriously. And then it turns out to be Angela. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Really? This is the movie. This is what you've come up with an idea. This is what you got funding for. Like, that movie pisses me off. It really. I try not to think about that movie because.
Oh, whoops!
It's just such a missed opportunity, man. Like in all aspects, you know what I mean? It's like, and the thing is, like, like we all knew she was going to be in the movie because, anyone who knew anything from behind the scenes knew that she was going to be in the movie, and then that Angela was going to be in the movie, and then that, like, now we know none of the characters. We're not seeing Angela anywhere. I'm like, well, has to be something like she's in disguise, and that cop was a dead giveaway. And what is with that weird, like, scene with her at the end, man, where she half-assed tries to recreate what she did in the first movie?
Yeah, it's a disaster.
It's just sad, dude. Like, it's so bad, man. Like, dude, like, I don't care how boastful this sounds, Nate. I'm telling you, I reckon if me and you, like, met Felissa Rose at, like, a convention or something and said, hey, like, come to this, like, camp location for, like, 3 days and we'll make, like, a short sleepaway camp sequel, I'm telling you, man, we could have made a better fucking movie.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
Like, it's just nothing about that movie works. Like, it's one of the worst movies ever made. I'm serious. Like, it's one of the worst things I've ever seen. Like, and even Jonathan Tiston, like, he's really got no place in the movie. You know what I mean? He just kind of pops up at the beginning and then just kind of turns up again at the end, and it's a very strange, like, silly movie. Like, I think I've only ever watched it like maybe 2 or 3 times, and that's 2 or 3 times too many. But like, I don't know. Like, it's like you kind of watch it, and it's like the only reason to watch it is like just to see, like, a train wreck. Let's just see how far off the fucking rails this train can smash. You know what I mean? Like, I can't believe how bad it is, man. It's such a terrible movie. Like, if you look at I remember watching Sleepaway Camp 3, right? Like, when I first saw that, and thinking, like, this is not the best. It's okay. You know what I mean? Like, compared to Part 2, I really like Part 2. Obviously the original, but I don't know what your feelings are about Part 3. But I mean, I like Part 3, but it's not, for me, it's not the best it could have been. You know what I mean? But, like, dude, that movie might as well be fucking Citizen Kane compared to the fourth one, man. It's terrible.
Yeah, that's for darn sure. Austin, let's see here. He says, when was Return to Sleepaway Camp filmed? I think it was filmed in like 03, 02, 03-ish. Yeah.
Around like
and then, like Verisimilitude was saying, I mean, each year would come and go, and it didn't come and go. And then at some point we got that goofy ass, like, lo-fi trailer. I don't know if that was 06, probably 07, maybe something like that. And it's just like, oh my God. Austin also says, how come Felissa Rose didn't do 2 and 3? Probably just because she was probably just growing up, I imagine, and just being probably, I don't know, a young woman, I would have.
I can interject one. I kind of know why.
Okay.
Well, yeah, pretty much. She did audition to do those movies, right?
Oh, really?
What's his name? Michael Simpson, I think, the guy who directed 2 and 3.
Uh-huh.
And she reckons, like, obviously, it was a pretty big departure from what she did in the first movie, and she wasn't really getting the humor. Like, it just, I don't know if it went over her head or she just couldn't perform that way properly, like, for the tone of the film and that. And she knew, like, that. I think they kind of just got her to audition almost out of obligation because, like, she's the originator of the character. But she knew that, that the director wanted Springsteen anyway.
Oh.
And she wanted to go, and then she wanted to go off and go to college pretty much anyway. Felissa Rose, because that was around the time she was old enough to go to college. So that's pretty much in a nutshell, I guess. The reasons why she didn't do 2 and 3.
Okay, well that makes sense.
That end, she would have been, like, in a way, she would have been kind of too young to play the role too, because she was only been like 17, and the way it's written in those movies, Angela's supposed to be a fair bit older than. Well, at least in the second one, she's supposed to be a fair bit older than the other kids, the kids and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, she's supposed to be like, what do you reckon? She's supposed to be at least like what, 22, 23 kind of age range, I guess.
Yep.
But that's pretty much why.
Well, shit, I don't think I ever knew that. Austin says there was supposed to be a sleepaway camp for The Survivor in the early 90s. They shot some of it, but was never completed. It's in that old box set as a bonus feature. Is that in your box set?
I don't think so. I have seen bits of that. I think somebody, like, tried to restore that and make, like, an actual movie out of that.
Yeah, someone did. They took, like, clips from... They took clips from the first 3 movies and integrated it with the footage from 4, yeah.
Yeah, I've never really had much... Like, I'm totally aware of how they try to make that film, but I've never been terribly interested in checking it out because, I don't know, just... From what little I have seen, it looks like it would give Return to Sleepaway Camp a run for
exactly
worst movie. Like, it just, I don't know, it doesn't seem like anything about that movie worked. But no, like, I think, like, Sleepaway Camp, like, it's kind of even to this day, I don't think it gets the props it really deserves, especially the first movie. And
I'd agree.
It could have been a much bigger franchise than it ended up being too. You know what I mean? If it had been handled a bit differently,
Oh yeah, I agree. Austin really likes Sleepaway Camp 3. He just wish it could get a uncut version.
Okay, yeah, I know that was it was pretty heavily cut and stuff. I'm not sure if it's in the actual movie. I don't think so. But that reporter that's in the third one?
Uh-huh.
Like, she, like, apparently, like, covered, like, the reports for, like, the murders in the first movie. And I think that's why in the movie, like, Angela tries to keep her distance from it. She's like, I don't want to be recognized by this chick,
I don't get it. You're saying the actress was in the first movie, or what?
No, it's the character, like, I think was supposed to be, involved with, like, covering the news reports from the first movie.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, it makes sense because Angela was trying to keep her face covered.
Yeah. One thing I don't get, right, like, what's his name? Officer Barney or whatever. Like, he's met Angela. Dude, how come he doesn't recognize her? I'm like, okay, she's older. She's like, what? It's supposed to be... I think she's, supposed to be 21? if I remember correctly, in the third movie. So she's like what, like a good what, like 7 or 8 years older, which I guess is a little bit. But like, really though, like he doesn't. I mean, all right, she's wearing a wig and that I get it, but
Yeah, that's funny.
come on, he doesn't. Like, there's no part where like there's not even a part where he's like there's something familiar about that girl. Like there's nothing, dude, in the whole movie.
Yeah, what would you do if you ever? What would you do if you ever met her, Barney? I'd cook her dinner. I'd fix her ankle.
I think that's a reference to how her ankle gets injured in the third movie.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that was they had to do that. I think in real life she did really injure her ankle.
Oh, you think?
And they had to write it into the script.
Oh my God.
Right into the movie. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure that was a necessity thing they had to do.
It could very well.
If you think about it, it's kind of random. Like all of a sudden she just hurts her ankle. Like there's really no reason for it.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Austin says, did 2 and 3 get a limited theater release? In most areas, it went straight to video. I don't imagine it. I mean, I don't imagine it. They were ever in it.
I think in New York, I think.
Oh, okay.
I think they had like screenings, and that was about it. I don't know, dude. Like sometimes I surprise myself, and I know some really random dumb shit about like behind the scenes productions of movies, man. Like I don't know, man. I've watched so many commentaries and things like that I just I don't know. There's some information that I know, man. Like I'm like I don't even remember that I knew that. Like I don't know. Someone will bring something up like he just did. Like I never tried to remember that. Like obviously I've heard that somewhere, but I never tried to remember that. Like I know that they had like a few random like screenings and that like in New York for the 2 and 3, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Yeah. Austin managed to get the 2 and 3 Scream Factory Blu-rays before they went out of print.
Nice. Again, you lucky bastards.
I know. I'm so lucky that I freaking found those 2 previously viewed, because if I hadn't have found them, I probably wouldn't have got them and I would have missed out on them. It's just so funny looking back to how my mentality was like, oh, you're going to release them separate, huh? Well, then screw you. I'm not going to buy them. And that would have been, it would have been me being screwed.
Yeah, that never put me off. Like, I'd actually rather them be separate, to be honest. I mean, I know like now they were filmed back to back and all that, but I don't know. I think they both deserve their own release. But like for me, like the reason why I miss out on like some of these, like especially Screen Factory releases and things like that, is because like living where I live, man, like I get killed on the exchange rate for starters, right? And then there's like it's extra to even ship the fucking thing, dude. You know what I mean? So if I want a Screen Factory title, like man, I'm up for anywhere between like 50 to like $80.
Oh shit.
And that's for one movie. That's for one movie.
Yikes.
Yeah, like I want I really want that release they did for Alone in the Dark. And like if I want that, like the cheapest I've seen on even eBay is like $65. So I mean, it's really shitty.
That's a bummer.
Like, yeah, like even the Friday box set they released, like I had to have that. There was no way I was not going to get that. But I had to get a buddy that I've known for like a fair while that lives in the States to order that for me, like from Screen Factory. I wanted it ordered from them so I could get the like all the extra stuff, like the posters and stuff, right? And I'm telling you, like once, like the exchange rate and the shipping and that, like it was close to $400.
Jesus.
Just to get that box set. So yeah, that'll give you some idea, man, of just how much I love that franchise.
Oh shit! I didn't.
I was willing to part with that kind of money, man.
God, and then those things play. What region are you down there?
Oh yeah, I have to have a region free player.
And
I've
then on
got,
top of
got a
that, you
couple
need a
of
region-free
free
player. Oh
players.
man.
Yeah, like, and then the thing is though, like, yeah, it's cool to have like, you know, the box set looks right for a change, and they got the artwork and all that right. That's really cool. But the thing that really motivated me to get that set was I wanted that extra gore footage from part two. Like that's a Friday the 13th fans' wet dream. Obviously, like I guess you can understand that, obviously, but like I want like when they discovered that footage, man, that extra gore from part two, dude, I was like a kid in a candy store. Hey, like they actually, I don't know if you know, but it actually got leaked on YouTube first, and I remember I must have watched that thing like 10 or more times, like in one day.
So what was the footage? What when you finally got to see it? Was it good for you?
Oh yeah, well yeah, it was. I'd always wanted to see man the deleted gore from part two, man. Like
Yeah.
especially thinking that we never would get the set. What
Yeah.
about you? Did we? Yeah, were you impressed with it or?
Yeah, honestly, I think that Alice's death is probably better the way it is in the movie, honestly. But the other stuff, it was nice to see extended. And did you see? You must have seen some of that stuff that some people did on YouTube where they like combined the gore into the actual other.
Yeah, that's how I actually first saw it. Yeah, that's actually how I first saw it on YouTube. Yeah.
Some people did some really great jobs combining it into the finished normal scene, and it makes you wish. I mean, it's like if people on with YouTube can do that. I mean, they could have. Scream Factory could have easily done like a version that incorporated the gore back in.
Yeah, everyone. A lot of people mentioned that. Like, oh, I'd love to do that one day. Hey, just even if I have to do it myself, just splice that footage back into the actual movie. You know what I mean? Have like a cut like that. That'd be dope.
I don't know if he's still here, but we've got FutureBoy also in the chat. Oh, he just said something else, so I guess he's still here. Welcome, FutureBoy. Austin says he got just to keep on, just sticking it to you. He got the slip cases with the Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3 Blu-rays just to keep sticking it to verisimilitude. I guess he's continuing to stick it to him. He says he got the Friday box set for $120. Yeah, well, you live in the United States, Austin, so count yourself lucky or unlucky. He says the Friday parts.
Well, I mean, there's plenty I could say that I could stick it to him, but
yeah,
I'll be the nice guy for Jim.
He says the Friday Part 2 gore footage was cool. People have reinserted that Part 2 footage back into the movie with audio. Yep. FutureBoy says from physical media collecting, he learned one thing. If a title went out of print, wait and they'll re-release a better version down the road. Yeah, I actually bought The Forest on Blu-ray for, I don't know, $40 only for them to re-release it like last year on Blu-ray, which was a bummer, but oh well.
You know what's funny though about that Friday footage of the Part 2 gore?
What's that?
Is I'm pretty sure it's on I'm pretty sure it's on Crystal Lake Memories. There's a part where they interview what's his name from KMB Effects?
Oh, Nicotero or something?
Sorry?
Greg Nicotero or?
That's it. Yeah, him. They interviewed him, right? And he's talking about how he was at Carl Fullerton's house, the guy who did the gore for Friday 2. And he showed him I think maybe at the time it might have been like 16mm or something, like the unedited gore, right? Like especially like the double impalement on the bed kill and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, like I think somehow he knew that his gore was cut out of the movie, like before even Carl Fullerton knew. I don't know if he just worked on the movie and then just moved on with his life and didn't really like check up on things. But he's like, oh yeah, man, like all this stuff gone out of the movie. and stuff. And I always found it weird, like how, like I remember thinking about it, like around that time that I saw the documentary, is like, so you're telling me that Rick Nicotero saw this footage at Carl Fullerton's house, and nobody over all these years thought to go up to Carl Fullerton again and go, "Hey, dude, do you still have that footage?" You know, like it took like, well, I think that documentary came out in like 2013, I think. You know what I mean? And like, what we got the footage was it last year? So you know what I mean? Like it took like nearly 10 years, man, for like someone to like, you know, reach out again and be like, "Hey, man, like, have you still got that?"
Yeah,
Like, I thought that was, you know,
and then you said
pretty fucking dumb.
You said 16 millimeter, which if that still existed would have been a lot better than the VHS.
Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, I think it might. Yeah, well, it could have been 16. It could have been 32, maybe. I mean, I don't know. That might even be a false memory. I can't. Don't quote me on that. But I think he said, yeah, that he saw it on actual film. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe somewhere Carl Fulton still has, yeah, the actual film footage, dude. And just for whatever reason, no one's asked for it. But what's funny about that though is, yeah, I think it was, I still can't think of his name. I can't remember it. But yeah, the guy who wrote the book, the Crystal Lake book, he was the one that went and got the footage from Carl Fulton, man, and yeah, like he didn't even want anything for it. Apparently, I think he was getting ready to retire from like the business and that, and he's like, "Yeah, here you go, like you can have it," you know.
Yeah, but it is like you say, it is weird that regardless of what format it was, he was talking about the part 2 deleted gore 10 years or so before we even saw it. So yeah.
Yeah, I know. And what's really like funny too is like it was on a VHS tape, man. Like VHS tapes have a shelf life. You know what I mean? Like how much? And apparently, like he just had it like out in his shed or something, man. So like, who knows how much longer that tape would have survived?
Oh.
You know, and they had to like bake the tape and that. Like I don't know if you've seen that, but like. I can't remember where I saw it. It might have been like on maybe the Friday Tenerife official like site, but they showed like the process they went through. Like they baked the tape and yeah, like to get like the best quality and make sure like the tape didn't break like when they digitized it and stuff like that. Like it was a whole process to even get that footage off the tape itself. But pretty fascinating. But yeah, like how that documentary came out so long ago now, and no one thought to ask him is pretty weird.
Let's see here. Austin says he doesn't see anybody releasing Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3 anytime soon. Well, that's, you never know, though. Things just like The Forest or whatever, I mean, you never know. Hopefully for all the fans that would like to have it on Blu-ray, hopefully that will happen sometime soon and people can have them. FutureBoy says he never would have thought Sword of the Sorcerer would get a 4K treatment.
Well, haven't has like some people I know call them Scheme Factory.
Yeah.
Haven't they even started re-releasing some of their stuff in 4K, like their early releases, like Life Force and stuff? I think it's getting a 4K, so
yeah,
it seems like they're going to go through all their whole catalog from all passing years and just redo them all in 4K. So I mean, I imagine somewhere down the line they might do Sleepaway Camp, or who knows, maybe Arrow might pick up the rights to do Sleepaway Camp, or another company. You know what I mean? Like, I think it'll probably happen.
Yeah, just don't let that guy whose favorite color is black anywhere near it.
That was hilarious, dude. I'm not gonna trust this guy his favorite color is black to transfer the film. I always thought that was pretty cool. But, yeah, that's a pretty bad snafu to fuck up if that's like your profession, eh?
Oh well, Austin says My Bloody Valentine got butchered the worst by the MPAA. He'd say worse than Friday 7. What are your thoughts on that verisimilitude?
Well, funny enough, I actually revisited My Bloody Valentine. I only just this past February 14th. I'd only ever seen the film once.
Oh wow.
The edited version, and to be honest, I didn't really care for it the first time I saw it. But this time I had, like, with the actual extra gore in it, like, really does add a lot to the film. It's really interesting. How much the gore can really mean to a film. But yeah, I really dug it this time around, and maybe I might even pick up that release. I actually still really dig the remake as well. You probably hate the remake, but I dig the remake for what it is. But regarding on what's worse, like cut wise, out of like, I mean, I don't know. Like, obviously, I'm nowhere near as familiar with My Bloody Valentine as I am Friday 7. But if I had to guess, I would probably say Friday 7, because, like, from what I remember, watching the edited version of My Bloody Valentine, I think there's still like a bit of gore in that. Like, can you remember, Nate? Like, watching, like, how familiar are you with the film?
Yeah, I that movie's been a part of my life for the majority of my life. I'll probably agree with Austin. I'd say that movie was probably cut down more than or the cuts, the MPAA cuts were probably more detrimental to Bloody Valentine than Friday 7, as much as it'd be nice to have the Friday 7 footage restored. That'd be amazing. We can see the guy's head be completely crushed and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, down to like a walnut, yeah. There's no denying, though, that Friday 7 was really butchered, though. Like, they butchered the hell out of that movie, man.
That's for darn sure.
I mean, it's sort of like, that film it's pretty much like the setup of a gag without the punchline. You know what I mean? It's like, you see kind of the beginning of something, and it's like, well, where's the rest of that shot? Like, that's the one thing about Part 7 it's a real shame. It's just, it's so heavily edited, man.
While you were talking, I was just thinking of him jamming the horn into that one girl's eye, and just the genius little added detail of the horn going, making a noise is just genius.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I always enjoyed that. Yeah, there's some really good moments in Part 7, man, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get another miracle like we did with the Part 2 gore with Part 7. I think that footage is probably very, very much long gone. Yeah, it just exists in that fifth generation
VHS
video footage. It's the best you'll ever get, probably.
Yeah, that'd be.
You know what's funny, though? Like, I mean, even if you could do it, I don't know if you could. I mean, I guess you probably could. It would cost a fortune, probably, but, like, couldn't you take that footage and sort of enhance it with CGI to try to restore it that way?
It's funny. Me and Matt were talking about that. With today's technology, you think you'd be able to take standard definition and run it through some AI program and have it, like, fill in the little spaces and turn it into HD.
Yeah, I mean, I do know that, like, video footage is sort of like, just at the end of the day, it's video footage. I don't think just by running it through like a digital system you can really improve on it, really. But like, I don't see why you can't fill in the blanks with CGI and kind of just, I don't know, like map over it.
Right.
Like a CGI effect and just sort of, just, it costs a lot, but just like do the best possible job that CGI can possibly do to recreate that real life look, you know what I mean? And do it that way, because I think that's probably the only way you'll ever get it anywhere near what it was supposed to look like.
Yeah. FutureBoy says Sleepaway.
I just was going to quickly say there's some really interesting stories though with the behind the scenes of Part 7. I'll just say that.
Oh,
I'll talk about the movie.
That's for darn sure. FutureBoy says Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3 will get a re-release that he can guarantee. He would like to see Watchers and Watchers 2, Fright Night 2, on Blu-ray.
Yeah, Fright Night 2 is a big one, man. A lot of people want that, man. I know a lot of YouTubers talk about that. And Watchers, that's with Corey Haim, yeah?
I'm not familiar with Watchers myself.
Pretty sure I've seen I don't think I've seen the second one, but I'm pretty sure I saw the first one like a handful of years ago. But Fright Night 2 actually revisited that back in October, man. Yeah, I watched that for Halloween, the month of October. I hadn't seen it in many years, and feels great on me a little bit. Like it's nowhere near. It'll never match the first one for me. I mean, first movie, like I've said, for me, it's my favorite vampire movie. And I know even now, Matt agrees on that. But the second one, it does have its moments. It's not a bad flick. But I'd actually, because I know you're not really familiar with that film, and I know you're not like a big vampire guy, man. But I'd be really interested in hearing your thoughts on that movie.
Which one? Fright Night?
Fright Night, the original Fright Night, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can't remember if I've seen it or not. I streamed something online years ago. I can't remember if it was Fright Night or not. Was it the guy who directed Child's Play?
Yeah, Tom Holland, not Spider-Man Tom Holland, but the other Tom.
Yeah, then I think I did see it years ago. Then I think I can't remember much of it, but I didn't. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like it's a like. Do you remember? Sorry, did you say you don't really remember the film, or?
Yeah, I guess I don't. I don't really remember it.
Okay. Like, I mean, like I said, like I dig a good vampire flick, but I'm not like a huge vampire guy. Like I don't go out of my way to watch anything that's got anything to do with vampires. But I think Fright Night for me, I think it transcends just being a vampire film, in my opinion. I mean, like, obviously that's what it's about, you know what I mean? But I just think that movie just has a lot going for it, like it's got easily some of the best performances in it, like, for a horror movie, for starters. And just, I just really dig the acting in that movie, first and foremost. And I just think, I don't think you really, in my opinion, I don't think you have to really be like a vampire fan really at all, really, to enjoy that movie, to be honest. It's got great effects. I think the story's good. The acting's good. Even the score is really great. It's, what's his name? Brad Fiedel, who did the Terminator.
Oh, okay. And
Terminator. So.
Just Before Dawn.
Yeah, but, sorry?
Oh, he also did Just Before Dawn as well.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that. That's an interesting slash. Yeah, I've only ever seen that a couple of times, but I remember liking that for what it is. But yeah, man, I'd if you're up for it at some point and down the road, I'd be up for doing a show just about Fright Night on its own. But if you were interested in doing that, I'd really be interested hearing your thoughts because, like I said, man, I don't think necessarily, man, you have to really be like a big vampire guy to enjoy that film. I mean, that's just my opinion. But, yeah.
Yeah, well, we've definitely got options for future little audio recordings of whatever, talking about movies. If I may, let me just do a little bit of chat now that we've actually got people talking. Looks like Austin's sympathizing with your plight a little bit. He says Americans complain about the price for the Friday box set, but they don't seem to realize how good they got it compared to buying it internationally, or any Scream Factory title for that matter. Austin first saw Bloody Valentine on Cinemax in the early 2000s. It bugged him how dry the kills were. I think he means like bloodless or whatever. Well, now we know why they were so bloodless. He says watching the edited version of Bloody Valentine is like watching PG version of Saturday Night Fever. Austin says Friday 7, I'm assuming he means cut, is a tragedy. At least we can watch the uncut kills on the Blu-ray features.
You there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Austin says at least we can watch the uncut kills of Friday 7 on the Blu-ray features. Better than nothing. The Friday 5 uncut kills are the holy grail for him. We still haven't seen the footage. Austin says it's about the studios not wanting to spend money on restoring the scenes at the end of the day. Scream Factory still doesn't have enough clout to do it themselves, yet Paramount would have to do it. FutureBoy says to get a good HD quality video, you still need the camera negative source material. That's true, but I just figured in these days of like, whatchamacallit, deep fakes and all this kind of stuff, that maybe we're not too far away from being able to turn standard definition into something closer to HD.
Yeah, I think that's a good point with the deep fakes. Now, yeah, it's possible. Maybe in like another 5 years, 10 years, maybe. Yeah.
If the world's still here, maybe we have something to look forward to.
But just regarding to what he was saying before, like that does make me laugh, man. Like when I've been watching a YouTube stream or something, and there's some American complained about paying like $30 for a friggin' Scream Factory title, and I'm like sitting there thinking, if you only knew.
Oh my God.
Like I'm paying like easy twice that, sometimes 3 times that,
That's a frickin' bummer.
Yeah, it is, but what can you do? Life goes on, I guess.
I should also put this out there. It's obviously up to him or whatever, but FutureBoy, well, anyone for that matter, but FutureBoy is already on our little group thing. He's more than welcome to join the call if he wanted to. Obviously, it's his choice. Let's see here. Probably won't be too much longer. I'll be heading out. I'd say I've only got like 30 minutes left in me. As a matter of fact, you probably...
Yeah, I was just about to say, I'm getting ready to pretty much head off myself now. So I already stayed on way longer than I planned to. But that's what happens when you get caught up in good conversation, I guess.
Yeah, part of me wants to apologize for keeping you, but I don't think I need to, do I?
Nah, dude. Nah. I'm in control of my own life, mate. I can sign off whenever I want. I know that. That's just the sort of dude I am, man. Once you get me talking about these sort of things, I just kind of forget about everything else sometimes. Just how it is.
Yeah, just for the record, Lucky Verisimilitude gets to go and watch, if I'm remembering correctly, a double feature with Commando and Predator in the theater tonight.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Should be a blast.
Oh my God, those movies with an audience should be really, really fun.
Yeah. You usually get obviously, people, pretty much everyone in the audience is a big fan, so yeah, it's always fun, man.
Well, I'm definitely...
Anyways, on that note, I'm gonna probably head off on that note.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for showing up, my man. Well, like I say, send me a message on Skype when you want to do the Start the Friday little talks.
Yeah, for sure, man. No worries. I'm definitely down for that. Yeah, should be able to, like I said, kick that off early next week, man. Would be good.
Sounds great. Just let me know.
No worries. We'll do, Nate. Yeah, thanks for talking to me, and yeah, thanks to everyone else for listening to the show. And man, yeah, talk to you next week, I guess.
Yeah, we'll talk to you next time.
All right, catch you later.
Bye. All right, finally can catch up on some chat here. Where the hell was I? Austin says to FutureBoy, you could still accomplish it with VHS footage. It still wouldn't be quite as good as camera negative, but it'd still be done. It's very expensive, a lot of hard work. Austin says he used VHS inserts from Beyond Blu-ray, but they restored the VHS footage as good as they could. Still looks great. Those, are you sure those were VHS shots? Those look pretty good to me, but who am I to, I don't know. Austin says it can be done without a negative. FutureBoy says if they get the source from VHS, would be an upscale SD on Blu-ray quality. Discotech do this type of transfer, does not look good, but they use the method only if there's not good source material. Austin would take an upscale over nothing. It doesn't have to look 100% HD to him when it comes to uncut footage inserts. Oh, yeah, the show, thanks for showing up, you guys. The show started really on a slow note. No one showed up in chat for the first, I don't know what, 4 hours. I don't know if it's because I got all pissy last week. It'd be understandable, but really kind of a slow show this week, but that's okay. People have lives, damn it, and this and that. Austin says, yeah, they were the VHS shots for the unrated version of From Beyond. They lost the negative years ago. That seems hard to believe that those were VHS shots. Yeah, FutureBoy, you can jump on for, I probably only got about 30 minutes left in me, but you're welcome to give me a call. The speaker's on, the phone's ready if you'd like to jump on for 30 minutes. Very more than welcome to. Yeah, it's hard to believe that those unrated shots from Beyond on the Blu-ray are VHS, but if you say so. I guess FutureBoy, since I'm not talking with anyone else, you could also just call direct. You don't need to do the group thing because I'm on with no one else right now, but it might be easier, I don't know. But yeah, we had a record today at the beginning, the first half of the show or more, where there was chat was just dead as all hell, but maybe it's because the weather is improving out there. Not so much for us, although I guess it is improving for us though, because it's in the 40s now versus teens, so I guess the weather's improving for us. So I guess I can't complain. We had Matt for a little while, maybe, I don't know what it was, a couple hours or something, or just under a couple hours at the first part of the show. FutureBoy is trying to call. I guess I could. I'm not seeing anything on my end. I guess I could try to give you a ring. Oh, there we go. Oh, looks like you're. Hello?
Hello.
Hey. We've got FutureBoy on. Welcome. What's on FutureBoy's mind?
Oh, nothing. just sorry. Yeah, last week I was busy, and this morning too, so I couldn't get on.
Oh, that's
Um,
okay. That's understandable. Well, thanks for showing up at when you did.
what time do you guys start?
Generally, if I'm doing a show, it's 1 p.m. Central Time every week, and
Oh,
to you, that's gonna be whatever 2 hours earlier. So,
yeah. So like, okay, sounds good. But yeah, anyway, I was talking about this VHS thing because Discotech it's a boutique label. They do this on anime or cartoons too. But when they don't have the actual source material, they put it. They have a line they call as like standard definition on Blu-ray, and pretty much is because they don't have the negatives. So it just kind of looks like a VHS rip on a BD, like on a Blu-ray disc. So because and usually they do a lot of the like episodes long, like seasons. So instead of like getting like 20 DVDs, all that SD quality, like the standard definition on a BD, can actually fit into two Blu-ray discs instead of getting this, a stack of DVDs on the shelf. But yeah, so that's what I was saying.
yeah, that's really cool to be able to fit like a whole hell of a lot of like standard
Yeah,
definition stuff on a Blu-ray. That makes a lot of sense, and I would
right.
imagine you could fit even more on a 4K.
No, okay. Here's the interesting thing. See, the thing is that's why I never got interested in the 4K format because in Discotech, I'm a huge fan of this company, by the way. But on their streaming service, so I mean, they do announcements, like what license they got. The one interesting thing they said about the 4K format, it's a completely different ball game when it comes to that format compared to the regular Blu-ray disc, because they said they cannot program standard definition on that 4K format, and to me, I find that interesting. So okay, so it's a complete different like I guess coding to that format compared to the regular Blu-ray. So if they cannot do that, I don't see it as a big I never thought like that's why I don't see the 4K format taking over Blu-ray at all. And plus, I see a lot of these companies they pick and choose what title goes on a 4K format. It's not like all across the board. They pick and choose, and also that when they mention that standard definition cannot program on a 4K format, then I knew that's a completely different technology. It's not the same. So that's why I never got on a 4K bandwagon like everyone else is thinking, because they don't know that aspect of it. Like they don't know. A lot of people don't know that the 4K format is a different technology than or the way it's made up is different than the actual Blu-ray disc.
Huh, that's really weird. Yeah, you'd think
Yeah,
that at the end of the day that it's just a disc that can fit data on
right,
it.
right. It looks like it physically looks the same, right? And it looks like it has more obviously more data, four times the data, whatever, or storage. But when they try to even this one time so they do dwindle into the 4K format a little bit, and the last one they did, they had a hard time. Like you always see that there's some kind of defective thing going on with the 4K format. Like there's like a lot of people they have sound issues or they can't really program right, so they always get recalled. And that's why I've noticed that the 4K format I don't think is there to stay. I think it's just it's for the enthusiasts more than the actual masses of the public.
Yeah, I'd like to think that 4K. I'd like to think that as well. That it's not going to replace
No,
Blu-ray and stuff like that. I'm just thrilled on it. I don't know what your stance on DVD is, but I'm still thrilled that DVD is still even. They're still
I
making
think
DVD. It's
yeah. Well, here's the thing about DVD. For me, well, I mean, because if you get an HD TV, the DVD is going to look like kind of like. See, the thing I wear glasses. Every time I change the prescriptions from every 2 years, and I see clearer, like more clearer. It's a different feel. I feel like I'm just seeing things for the first time. When you see things clearer on a Blu-ray or yeah on a Blu-ray compared to a DVD, I just can't. Have a hard time going back, unless it's a great transfer. Or I don't have any other choice because here's the thing: I collect a lot of cartoons, like GI Joe, He-Man, Jim and the Hologram, and all that. They haven't got a Blu-ray transfer. So I mean, that's the only way to get it. I mean, I don't mind that, but if I have choice, I'm gonna go for a Blu-ray, obviously, for the clearer picture. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, once you go to something clearer, obviously the older format's not gonna look as good. I'm fortunate to have a lot of, it depends on the way the DVD is made. Some upscale on a normal HD TV pretty well, but some look like crap. So I understand that as well. But yeah, I was a DVD guy from like year one of DVDs. So I
Yeah,
guess
yeah.
when you've got so many years into, you're so used to looking at something, it still looks fine to me. But I hear you.
Well, the thing is too is like when people like when the DVD first came out, it was obviously it was replacing the VHS because when one aspect of the DVD that it advantage over the VHS was you could rewind, you could stop, you can there's no rewind anymore. That's a huge plus, and you can stop it right on the spot. You can change different aspect like where you want to rewind to or where you want to forward to, and like pinpoint position, I guess you could say, but. When people like they start transitioning to from VHS, obviously because VHS is heavier, it takes a lot of shelf space, and DVD is so much smaller. So they went through that route, and then eventually the Blu-ray started hitting. By the way, I was one of those HD DVD enthusiasts back in the day. I thought
Oh,
that's
that's
going to
that's cool.
yeah, because I mean, I like the name of HD DVD. It's a lot easier because it's an easy transition from DVD to HD DVD. Kind of makes sense. But because at the time it was Microsoft versus Sony thing, because the HD DVD Microsoft adapted it through their Xbox, with it like an add-on you have to buy, and then Sony. It was Blu-ray is a Sony format.
Yep.
And Sony had the PlayStation, and then the PlayStation it was a number one seller. That because DVD got sold because of PlayStation 2. People might not remember that. PlayStation 2 it was a huge seller, and people didn't have a DVD player, so the only way to sell it is to sell the system with a DVD, included. So people would buy a video game system with a DVD player, and they get best of both worlds with instead of getting two different systems. That's how they sold the DVD, and that's how this DVD got really started. Um, but what was I saying? Yeah. So but now it's like when people have a huge library of DVDs, and all of a sudden this Blu-ray started coming out like 2007 or so, and all of a sudden the Blu-ray hit the market during the PlayStation 3 era. Then people decided saying, well, fuck, do I have to actually go back and rebuy everything now? And that's not good, because obviously it's that shit takes a lot of money. But that's why the 4K format, people are like worried, like, fuck, do I have to actually upgrade everything to 4K? If I go on Blu-ray.com and I look at the transfers on the 4K format with the Blu-ray, and I always look for 4K scans on a Blu-ray. To me, that looks. I mean, that to me looks better. Not because I'm trying to down like what do I say? I don't know. But to me, that looks better because I look for 4K scans on a Blu-ray, because these old movies, it doesn't really benefit the 4K format for these, because you'll see more grain. It's more grainy because you're getting more grain out of the film, which is, I love grain, by the way. I hate DNR. I can't stand that shit. But grain, to me, I'm a huge enthusiast for grain. But yeah, I look for 4K scan, and a lot of the times when they do the transfer for 4K, they don't have a good transfer. If you look at the Arrow 4Ks, they don't. The Blu-rays gets a better rating than the actual 4K. But see, there's a lot of elitism out there in the internet world.
Yeah.
Where they think like, oh, I'm getting the best format ever. Like I'm getting the best shit ever, and it's just an elitism type of thing. It's not so much as the quality of the actual disc. It's more of like, hey, I have this. This is the best shit ever, kind of thing. It's just to show like I have the bigger dick kind of thing.
Yeah, it's the whatchamacallit, flexing. Yeah.
Flexing, yeah, and a lot of people have that. Like even I've noticed a lot of YouTubers. I'm not a huge fan of a lot of YouTubers. I really pick and choose who I follow, because a lot of them are kind of they follow that trap, the elitism trap. Like a lot of them they don't like Amazon. They feel Amazon is below them. I mean, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of Amazon's how they treat the employees and all that shit. I don't give a fuck about that. But I mean, I'm not working for them, but I understand where they're coming from with that. There's a lot of companies don't treat their employees fucking right. But the way they stand against that is like, oh, I'm not buying from Amazon. I'm gonna go buy from these mom and pop sellers, which is only a couple online. I mean, there's only ones I know that's mom and pop seller. It's Orbit DVD and Diabolic. And that's the ones that get the imports, because I buy a lot of imports because I like martial arts movies, and Eureka they get a lot of those martial art movies now, and the only way to get it is either through Eureka actual website is free shipping, or sometimes through Diabolic. Like for example, like this the Arrow that's coming out, the what do you call it, the Portrait of a Serial Killer. That's a UK release, and Diabolic they're gonna have that, and I can't get anywhere else unless I have to pay shipping up the ass for it. And that's it, you know. But a lot of YouTubers like, no, I'm not buying because of whatever. But one thing good about Amazon is that they have great return policy. You can actually return it without a disc in it. Just let you know that.
Yeah, I recently tried to buy, it was in the last several months, the Universal Blu-ray release of Dune, and I got some other Universal movie in the case, so I just told them that I didn't get anything in the mail, so then they just sent another Dune, so I got to keep the other movie too. So one of the advantages to the behemoth Amazon company.
Yeah, the returns, right? The return policy. They have great return policy, and sometimes you could just say, I mean, just a hint. I mean, you could say it's defective, and you can return you can keep the disc and return it without anything in it. Because what I've heard, what I've heard is that they actually they take it, they don't check it, they don't even know if that doesn't mean they don't care, because it goes to this like they put it in this huge bin and they sell it to a third party seller.
Oh my God! So they don't even look in there.
No, they don't. And then this third party seller, I heard a lot of the times they get like brand new shit, nothing wrong with it, because people they want to return it, but they don't know what to say, so they say it's damaged. So a lot of the third party sellers they get that stuff for like really cheap, and they're brand new because people don't they just put that option in there.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So Amazon don't check, because Amazon. I mean, it kind of makes sense because Amazon's such a huge ass company. They don't have everybody to check for returns. You know how much return they get every day? I bet you they get a lot of returns.
Oh my God!
Yeah. So that's one of the advantage of going through Amazon, because you don't have to talk to anybody. You don't have to make a point. Like for example, like Best Buy, if it's open and I told him it's damaged, like sometimes the steelbooks for them is damaged. I have to actually go there and explain to them that this is damage, and I have to show them and all that shit, because it's against the law, for media to be open because of copyright and all that. But you still have to give proof. With Amazon, you don't.
Yeah. So one of the perks, not that I would recommend anyone do this on the record officially. Right.
But anyway. So anything exciting you planning to get?
Yeah, right now there's not a whole lot that's on my radar. I've been waiting for Creature Blu-ray to come down, and now it's come down below $25, and now I'm like 19 cents shy of free shipping. So now it's too cheap to get free shipping. So now I have to figure out something else I gotta buy to get free shipping. So.
Right. You're talking about Vinegar Syndrome, right?
Yeah, Creature from Vinegar Syndrome.
So I guess halfway to Black Friday is happening. I guess this at 9 p.m. or at midnight or something today, and I heard that they're gonna have a sale. I mean, that's why they do it every year. It's nothing new here, but I don't know how much it will go down. But if you need the free shipping, here's the thing. if you don't want to go through Vinegar Syndrome, I recommend Orbit Orbit DVD. It's a mom and pop. They do great packaging, but you have to buy 3 to get free shipping.
Mm-hmm.
And I would recommend that if you do want to go that route, because the Vinegar Syndrome, I don't know, for some reason they don't go down in price. Very rarely. I mean, unless it's one of those Black Friday deals or whatever, they go through their website itself. I'm not a big fan of that company. I am a big fan of the quality of the discs, but I'm not a big fan of the titles they choose, because it's very trashy. And I'm picking choosy. Right now, I'm actually looking for, like, there's 4 titles in my queue that I'm interested in, which is Girlfriend from Hell. And have you seen that one, Girlfriend from Hell?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay. And then this one, the X-Ray, the slasher X-Ray, and Schizoid. What do you call it? Screen Factory used to have the rights for that.
Is it Schizoid?
Yes, yeah, that one. Schizoid, whatever. Yeah, that one. It's a double feature with X-Ray.
Okay, yeah, I may have heard of that. I've never seen X-Ray, but I've got the Schizoid, an old VHS of Schizoid.
Right. Yeah, they used to. The Screen Factory license is out of print now, but I guess Vinegar Syndrome picked it up and put it on a 4K disc. It goes for $40. Yeah, and then have you heard of this one, Reformed Schoolgirls?
That title sounds familiar. Yeah.
Okay. It's like a cheerleader type of prison exploitation type of movie.
Sounds great. Who's putting that out?
Yeah. And no, that's Vinegar Syndrome. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just came out.
Like you say, they do a lot of trash.
Well, but sometimes it's good trash. But I mean, I'm talking about 80% shit.
Yeah.
And then some good one slips in there, and that's what I look for. And then, of course, The Lamp. I never had it. Have you seen The Lamp?
I haven't heard of that one at all.
It's The Outing. It's called The Outing.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've seen it.
It goes by 2 names. It's also like an 80s slasher type of thing. Screen Factory had the rights for it, and Syndrome. Anyway, I have these 5 in my queue. I'm trying to see if it goes down in sales. It's like if I add it all together, it's 146 for 5 titles. That's ridiculous. Yeah. No thanks.
Yeah, I can't spend that much at once on pretty much anything.
Yeah.
Let's see here. You had what the hell was it called? My brain's dead. You had that one movie on it was you had that on order. It was coming up on My Brain Is Dead. It's the one with the Corey Haim and Corey Feldman and
Watchers. Yeah, Watchers and Watchers 2.
No, it's got that hot chick in it that shit, you were talking about it the week before last or whatever. It was
Corey Haim? Oh, you're talking about Little Dream?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah. I got that one.
Okay, yeah, that chick in there is hot.
You know who I think chick is hot? You seen obviously Godfather 2?
Yeah, I'm just reviewing those right now. Who?
Right, I saw the first one. It's pretty good. No, I'm talking about the girl, the Italian girl, when he went to Italy, Sicily, and he married her.
Oh, that's from the first film. Yeah.
No, first one? Oh, is it first or second? Oh, yeah, it is first. That's right.
It's the first one. Yeah, I talked about that in my review. Oh my God, ooh la la, yeah.
Yeah, she's super hot.
And then you get, I was gonna say something worse, but that's okay. Yeah, I hear you there. Did you just see Godfather for the first time, or?
Oh no. Okay, I'm 44 years old.
Oh, that's right. You sound a lot younger. You sound like you're 24.
I know, I get that a lot. If you see me, you'll see that too. But actually, yeah, no, I'm 44. I saw that movie a long time ago. It's one of those classics. Here's the thing about The Godfather. And do you find compare The Godfather with Casino or with Goodfellas? Do you find The Godfather is a little on the boring side compared to the other two?
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. I'm not so familiar with Casino or Goodfellas, okay. But those two are Scorsese, correct? So
yeah,
Scorsese I think has a much more interesting visual style. So I'd say I'd agree with that. The Godfather films are more boring than those two Scorsese movies.
Yeah, the thing is with Scorsese, he has a lot of energy. Like he puts a lot of energy. He puts like kind of like Tarantino-esque, or maybe Tarantino got it from him. It's like there's like that energy they both have to their movies.
Yeah, it's like even if something maybe isn't that interesting going on, like somehow he makes it interesting visually. So, yeah, I'd agree with that.
hmm But yeah, because yeah, definitely gotta watch Casino or well, that's the only ones really as far as Mafia goes. That's good. Oh, actually, Donnie Brasco is pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that. Have you ever seen Scarface?
Of course. Yeah, Scarface. I mean, it's it's funny. It's Scarface. It's been highly regarded in the black community. And as far as like Scarface it goes, he's a fake Spanish guy. You know, he made up that accent.
So the actual character is playing is fakely playing Spanish guy?
Well, no, yeah. I mean, like the Scarface, the movie from Al Pacino, he created that character. That character never existed in real life. But it like even the accent, like the accent he created, that accent never doesn't exist other than the character that he created.
Oh, okay. It's an accent that's exclusive to that character.
To that character, yeah, and people like, find it highly regarded because it's so unique and it's so cool and so like, all that because he's talking about well, I guess you could say capitalism. You can be what that kind of thing. But I got the special edition of that movie. It came with an actual the original the original Scarface from 1932.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they actually sell that separately, and people prefer that over the actual Scarface, which is I understand because both of those movies has its own is a timepiece. It's like it has its own era. Scarface in the 70s, I believe, or was it 70s? Oh, 80, but they just like in the 70s.
Yeah.
And then from Scarface 32, black and white, it's from that era. But yeah, it came with all the package, and it came with that statue of that the world is mine. That statue in the movie, the world is mine.
Yeah, I'm not so familiar with the movie, but he's got a statue in his house or something.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, yeah. It came all together in one package, that's why I got it really cheap too on Amazon. It got like for $30. It's like steal.
That sounds really cool. What are your thoughts on movies like that Scarface from 1932? Do you like older movies or?
Okay. So I'm in '80s. I mean, I grew up in the '80s. I never been a big fan of Silent Hill. Silent movies. It doesn't attract me. Because here's the thing. I'm Generation X, and so are you, and we're very visual. We grew up on TV. We grew up on the TV speaking to you, type of thing, and so. I always find that I can't get into silent films or even older films because the older films, in my opinion, like the old Hollywood, they get into this like kind of like a play, like not realistic.
Oh, the acting is like fake. Yeah, okay.
So I get pulled out of the experience because I feel like they're not real people. They're just acting like they're in the stage.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying.
That's my issue with the old movies, like black and white. A lot of people, I mean, the older like the baby boomers, they love that, because they grew up on that. They grew up on radio. They grew up on black and white. They grew up on that kind of style of acting. I grew up in the '80s where they revolutionized that era. And they created a whole new era, and I'm into that. So I'm more into the '80s, aesthetic and acting and everything else and plus the charm that's a huge thing. The charm doesn't exist anymore, In the '80s, the charm was a huge thing, and that's why I go back to that era because they were charming, they were innovative. Today. All that bullshit, it got, I don't know. Yeah, I have a theory why it's happening, but I'm not getting into it.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I have this theory as well. Almost like movies nowadays, they're so soulless. I'm almost convinced that AI is actually just making these movies in the computer.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. You probably want to get off, right? If you do,
I
you
got
want.
I got a few more minutes. Incidentally, I'll say that Matthew Heagerty showed back up. And sorry, I'm not talk or interacting with chat, but this is the first time we've got to hear FutureBoy on his own. So I'm just giving him the attention. I can
Spotlight.
yeah, he's got the spotlight. But no, we can go for a little longer if you'd like.
Okay.
It's cool. It's cool hearing someone else get in the
Yeah.
spotlight.
Here's the thing. Do you believe? Okay, so I'm going to give you my 2 cents on the theory why the movies are happening, what's happening right now. Not other than the woke shit and everything else that's happening. But do you believe, like, how humans can be like an infant? And this is my 2 cents. I mean, I'm not trying to. But you know how human it starts as an infant, becomes a teenager, becomes a young man, and then middle age, and then gets to be a senior, and then he dies. That the
The
human
human
life, pretty
human
much.
condition, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. See, nations are the same way. Each nation is the same way. There's a time it grows, it becomes a teenager, it becomes like that, and then dying. I think the movie industry in the West, it thrived because the nation was thriving. And throughout time, the nations die out, because if you look at every other nation in history, empires, whatever, they died eventually. And Hollywood was a spokesman for that new nation that was thriving at the time in the 80s and during the Cold War and all that. When I see the movie industry it's reflecting what the nation's going through. That's what's my 2 cents.
Well, that's definitely a good way to look at it. I mean, the things were definitely a little more booming and whatchamacallit, quote unquote, prosperous in the
Prosperous.
80s.
Here's the thing. The blue collar. I have an issue with the blue collar work class is getting absent completely from the entertainment industry, from the political spectrum, from anything. And who's getting oppressed is the blue collar class, and that's the reason nations die out, because once that middle class fades, it collapses.
That's interesting. So you're saying you're not seeing like the representation of blue collar people in movies that are being released
Movies.
now?
Absolutely. I don't see that, and that's why you see woke shit going on, the political garbage that's happening, because these people are elitists. These people who is creating these decisions, or they's making these decisions, came from an upper class families, a silver spoon in their mouths, and came from a high colleges, like high caliber colleges that probably got family influence to get him in these colleges. And if you look at the college politics, it's pretty like toxic. How they look at the world, they're very out of touch.
Oh my God, absolutely.
Yeah, those are the people who are at least making these decisions today, and they're in power, and using that whatever they learned in their out of touch college environment into these entertainment. And that's what's happening, because if you bring a blue collar work class into these, like the 80s was full of blue collar work. Like look at these movies like I can't think of a name right now, but the Worm in the Ground comes out. It's like a
Tremors.
Tremors. Yeah, that's one of many examples of the blue collar being represented in a movie.
Yeah, that's a good point. Even like the original My Bloody Valentine.
Yeah, exactly. See, all these are blue collar, because at the time in the 80s or during that time, the blue collar was the working class. There's the one who's making the nations prosperous. Once that blue collar is fading away and pushing all these manufacturing blue collar work overseas and leaving the blue collar like not shit out of luck kind of thing. that's what you see today, and that's what the toxic political environment is happening. That's why that all that liberal shit that's happening too, because an average middle class blue collar wouldn't think of all this stuff that's happening today, or they would never think like that because they have a strong family values. They have strong religious backgrounds. And that's the middle. That's how those nations prosper. If that fades away, all you left is poor people and rich people, and it will collapse on its own. And that's what I see.
It's interesting. Yeah, if I know you're not a big fan of movies from the 30s, but if you look at a lot of movies from the Great Depression era, it's a lot of the same thing where it's like almost every movie you watch from back then is like people, like it features the characters are rich people in mansions and all these flowy gowns, and it's kind of was almost like the same thing back when around the Great Depression in movies, like
Right.
it's just movies were just about rich people a lot of the time and
Right.
stuff. So that's an interesting.
The thing too with the depression, I mean, they wouldn't get out of it if it wasn't for World War II, because World War II, they got into World War II because so they can get the manufacturing going again, because people are not buying cars. The blue collar were building tanks instead of cars. That's how they got out of the Great Depression. So again, the blue collar saved the nation.
Yeah, well, that's definitely part of it. Yeah, that's true.
And now they're completely absent because all the manufacturing, because all these companies and these and these greedy corporations, they want to get cheap labor with no looking out for the average common man here. That's it's dangerous area we're going, but that's what I see.
Yeah, well, I'm just thankful that, and you probably are as well, that we're as old as we are, so we got to live quite a nice amount of life before everything went to shit. I feel bad for like people
But
like Matt who are in their
yeah.
early 30s.
hmm Well, here's the thing too, because there's going to shit. It wasn't overnight. It was about 20 years in the making.
Yeah, that's exactly true. We were
It's
talking
a
about that.
gradual thing.
Talking
No one
about that at the
mentioning.
beginning of the show, where it was like, ever since 2001, things really went to.
Exactly. 2001, I think, is a turning point to a worse time. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway.
Let me just read Austin. Austin says, have I seen The Godfather Coda? I'm not a big fan of the third film, so I'm interested in seeing it, but from what I hear, the changes really aren't that big a deal, so I don't think I'm really ever going to see that version of Godfather 3. What about yourself?
Okay, so remember I mentioned earlier about you can buy the movie and return
Oh,
it.
okay, so I remember that.
No, the Coda was one of them. So what I did, so what I did is I went to Best Buy like about 2 years ago or so in Black Friday. They had the set for the whole Godfather set, and it was about $12. No joke. With the bonus disc and everything, all the
Wow.
stuff they buy today for $150, it's in the Blu-ray with the same transfer. That transfer is not changed, by the way. And so the only thing I'm missing is the Coda. So I bought the Coda, I got a disc, I put it in the set, and I returned it without the actual disc. So I'm good to go. So I got a better version. I got the whole set for $12, where people are today are buying the 4K for $150. That stupid coffee table shit that they bought, and I think it's a waste of money.
So what are your feelings on
The Coda?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Oh,
I didn't see it. I never cared for that movie really. I'm a huge fan of. I mean, I'll see it eventually, but I'm a huge fan of the first and second. The '90s. Here's the thing. Okay, so the '90s for me, it's a love-hate relationship. I never liked the '90s era. I lived in it. I know everything about it. I just didn't like a lot of the. Because they use early, not Godfather, but a lot of movies they use a lot of early CGI and.
Right. Well, so let me ask you one question. So you're only a year younger than me. So would you say that maybe the first couple, like maybe 91, 92 were okay, but then after Jurassic Park, then it's like you can.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I think, yeah. Well, Jurassic Park was a big spectacle. It was this new CG. It kind of because they used practical too. I mean that
Right. It was mostly
T-Rex.
mostly
Yeah.
practical.
hmm Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was
No, no,
just saying
no.
that Jurassic Park was mostly practical effects and a little bit of CG.
Right. But okay, have you noticed? Have you noticed in the '90s movies? I know maybe a lot of people don't, maybe, but they use a lot of I don't know how you say it. They use a lot of glare. You know those things. Remember in the '90s when people used to want to take tans? They used this foil that reflect the sun on their face
Okay.
in front of. They used a lot of that in the movies, like a lot of that like bright kind of like it looks like a fake. You know what I'm talking about?
Are you talking about lens flaring or what?
Not lens, not lens. No, I'm talking about like you know how sun reflecting. So for the sun to reflect, you have to have one of those silver foil things.
So they're doing a lot of reflecting of light into silver foil for movies.
Well, okay. So I know in my heart hard to see, but a lot of the movies they look kind of bright. It looks different than the '80s. Like in the '90s, they used this. I can't explain it. I have to actually like point it out on the thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not something I can explain. But anyway, it bothered me. They use techniques different than what they're used to, and it's only during the '90s era.
Well,
And of course, early CG is garbage.
oh my God!
Rely on CG.
Isn't that funny if you watch like Mortal Kombat?
Oh my God! Yeah, the Scorpion. It's terrible. People love that movie. The only thing I went to the movies, I went to the movies, got excited because I'm a gamer too. I got excited for that movie, and the only thing good about that movie is the soundtrack, really, and that's it.
Yeah, we're talking about the one from the '90s, correct?
The '90s, yeah. But people, they always have this nostalgia lens, looking through the things in the past.
Even if it's crap, yeah, that's funny.
Even if it's garbage, it doesn't make any sense to me. If it's garbage, you gotta call it out. It's garbage. Just because the shit you get today is garbage doesn't make that old shit garbage better looking. You know, it's garbage. It's garbage. It doesn't. It's not. You're not gonna sugarcoat it.
So you don't like any garbage?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Who does? But what people do like, obviously, Vinegar Syndrome fan base, they love that shit.
A lot of people like garbage. Okay.
You know, it's crazy. It's Vinegar Syndrome fan base, the fanatics or the fanboys. Oh my God, man. I don't know what is deal with Vinegar Syndrome. All they do is polish the turd. That's all they do. And they polish it really well with the slip cover, and people love that shit. Slip cover, really? It's a fucking cardboard. Anyway, but yeah.
Isn't that something about the Vinegar Syndrome slipcover thing? Yeah, a lot of them aren't even that. They're either an exact copy of the cover, or they're not even that great. Anyway, it's really it's really funny.
Yeah, yeah. Most of these the art style on this covers is not that great, and then they pay top dollar for that shit.
Isn't that something? People probably just probably just go on eBay and collect covers.
Yeah, like they belong in a club or something. I find that to be fascinating because I feel like maybe their lives are so empty that they have to fulfill it with shit because why would they like that stuff? Like why would they? Because the movie itself is a lot of the time is garbage, and they're excited to put it on the shelf. It's just taking space. I don't know. I don't know. I don't adapt that kind of mentality, but. These people do. They love that shit.
Yeah, a lot of people like a lot of different things. Austin says the Coda has the uncut neck stab with the glasses, so maybe it's got some more gore in that version than the theatrical version of Godfather 3.
Okay. Well, I heard just that recently that the Coda it's the canon now. Like the original cut is not canon. It's canon, but whoever's making these decisions, they said the Coda is the new canon.
Oh, it's kind of like almost George Lucasing it or something.
Yeah. Oh, another thing that George. Oh God. Okay, so George Lucas. Why wouldn't Disney just release the original cut of that theatrical cut of Star Wars original series, What is the deal with that?
Yeah, you'd think out of all companies to milk the fans for the money, you'd think
exactly.
that Disney would do that.
By the way, I think Disney is an evil corporation beyond belief. But yeah, why can't they just really release the original theatrical cut? People will kill for those cuts.
Yeah,
before
that would be huge.
Before George Lucas' dirty hands got involved, and I don't know. I heard something about his ego, something because people wanted that original cut, and he said, "No, fuck you guys. This is my property." Something like that. I don't know if I believe that he actually threw a fit and he didn't want to release the original cut. Maybe it's something maybe I'm also thinking that before he sold the property to Disney, maybe he had some kind of in the option there, like you cannot sell the original cut, maybe.
Yeah,
part of the contract.
It's hard to say, but I think if nothing else, I mean that's so we're told. I mean the special editions are the version that he regards he always wanted them to be. So all that baloney.
Well, the thing is too, because I mean, in the end, you know how the I don't know who's the actor of Darth Vader was, but the actor, they changed him to this Anakin, the young kid, and in the end, the hologram in the end of that of the Return of the Jedi, so he wanted like the trilogy, or like the from 1 through 6 with the kid Anakin. Anyway. I don't know. Yeah. So if they wanted to milk it, they could easily milk that franchise with the original cut. But anyway.
Austin likes some garbage if it's entertaining. He doesn't care for vinegar syndrome slips.
No, I'm not judging or anything. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's your shtick. That's your shtick. But for me, I mean, I like. Okay, so for example, like Andy Sedaris, you know who that is?
Why the hell does that name sound familiar? Yeah, what?
Yeah, well, he made like a lot of like So Bad So Good, like the highway Ticket to Hawaii. What's it called?
Oh yeah. The TNA action movies.
Yeah, exactly. The chicks with guns stuff. But yeah, yeah, Malibu Express, Hard Ticket to Hawaii, and all that shit. Yeah, those are fun. And Mill Creek released them. I'm a big fan of Mill Creek. I think
I've had a lot of success with their Blu-rays. The only one I complain about is their Blu-ray of The Freshman with Marlon Brando and Matthew Broderick was a disaster.
Oh, was it bad transfer?
Yeah, it looked worse than the DVD I got, almost pretty much. Yeah, It was just like crap. It looked like the DVD just put on a Blu-ray.
Okay. Yeah, they're infamous for going cheap. They're like really cheap route of packaging and everything. Well, actually, the only thing they're really doing well is with the Ultraman series.
Yeah, I've seen those. I'm too cheap to get them. There's so many of them. I don't have time to watch them all. Yeah.
I never thought that they had so many Ultramans overseas. Oh God. But yeah, the Ultraman that's the number one seller, and some other shit too. But I like their stuff. Like I just got a few things from. I forgot the name of it right now, but yeah, I like that. But my favorite actually is Paramount Presents. People don't talk about that one.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to get Trading Places on that version, but since movies that I watch just like once a year, I have a hard time buying them over and over and over.
Right. Yeah. That and Warner Archive. I'm a huge fan of Warner Archive.
Yeah, that's fun too.
Yeah, this one I'm actually excited getting this year, or this Tuesday comes out. It's called let me see here. It's called The Wonderful World of Brothers Grimm. It's a fairy tale from the 60s.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, I've heard of that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm excited to get that one. I like because I like fairy tale. I mean, I like a lot of shit, but I like cartoons and everything. But yeah, like earlier he was, and the gentleman, I don't know who mentioned it about that he wants Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3. I said to myself, I never thought Sword and Sorcerer would get a 4K treatment, but it did. So why not Why not that will get a re-release?
Yeah, it's very true, and it's just a bummer that has to happen with certain titles where for whatever reason they have to like go out of print, and then people are, scalping, poor people.
Yeah,
Of
right.
course, people aren't forced, obviously, to pay
Buy,
hundreds
yeah.
of dollars for a Blu-ray, but it's just a bummer. It'd be nice if those could get back out in the Blu-ray market for a decent price.
Hmm. Well, it's all about licensing. I mean, once the license, it's once the
Yeah,
license.
it'd be nice if someone could get the license or do what's necessary and get them back out in the Blu-ray
Yeah,
market.
yeah, I know it's true. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, I don't know why it goes on out of print. I really don't understand that either. Like, why does it go out of
Yeah,
print?
like if you
Unless it's,
can make
I guess.
money on something, why would you? If you've got the license and can make money
Hmm.
on it, why would you want to? It makes no sense to me, but whatever.
I'm thinking because they cost, maybe it's not selling as many as they press in it. They press in it.
Yeah, I
Like
mean that could, I guess,
maybe like the inventory is higher than what actually they're selling.
you never know.
Something like that. Maybe they have too many. I don't know. Yeah, and it's like, you know what? Let's stop it for now. Let's get people enticed again, and then we'll re-release it down the line. But this will get re-released. People like going after these things like it's going out of style. It's not going to go out of style. It's always going to be there. And once it's released on the market, it's always going to get re-released, and just got a matter of time. But some people, some YouTubers and shit like that, they want to flex and say, "Hey, look, I got this." Yeah.
Yeah, like one I missed out on that I want, but not bad enough to get it on eBay is a Blu-ray of Sorority House Massacre. So that's something that
Oh yeah.
came and gone, and I don't want to do the same thing that I did with The Forest and get it on eBay and then have it end up being re-released anyway. So hopefully that'll happen with Sorority House Massacre.
Mm. Did that get released by MVD? Is it MVD?
No, it was I can't. My brain's dead right now,
Oh,
so
no worries. No worries.
yeah, it wasn't MVD. It was
Okay.
Code Red, I think.
Code Red. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, Code Red, because I think they're affiliated with Kino. Code Red is like I don't know. They have very limited time licensing these movies, and they partner with Kino
Yeah,
to release them.
yeah. Kino started. Yeah, exactly. Kino started putting out some of the. They put out the re-release of The Forest, so hopefully someday they can put out whatever I just said, Sorority
Yeah,
House
yeah.
Massacre.
So, yeah. Oh yeah. No, hey, listen. If you want to go, and let me know. I'm good.
Yeah, I probably should.
Okay.
My brain is absolutely dead,
No
but
worries.
it's definitely been fun talking, and hopefully we
Oh,
can
absolutely.
do it again in the future. And
Likewise. Likewise.
okay, well, enjoy your movies, and I'll do
All
the
right.
same.
All right. Take care.
We'll talk to you again.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye. All right, everyone. Well, everyone, I'm dead. This is actually a freaking record. I wouldn't have gone this long except for we finally got to hear from FutureBoy on his own. So I wanted to give him his time in the sun. Matt showed up. I would imagine Matt's probably still not with us, but if he is, sorry I didn't interact with you or whatever, but just giving FutureBoy the little bit of his own spotlight or whatever, and sorry about Austin not keeping up on your comments, but so he says, yeah, Godfather Coda has a little extra gore. Okay, well that's kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I might end up with it at some point. I know it's not very expensive now, but it's my least favorite of the three films, so who the hell knows, but it looks like in closing, Matt got a birthday tablet. He got a Samsung Galaxy tablet. It was $100 cheaper than iPad, so he went with that. He got a birthday tablet. Happy birthday, Matt. I'm assuming it's sometime around his birthday. I think I'm dead, so I think I'm going to be heading out. Yeah, Austin says 6.5 hours this week. Yeah, something's got to give, I tell you. But whatever. It was nice to hear from FutureBoy having his own little space today. So I wasn't gonna bail on him. Hopefully we can hear from him again and some new people at some point. So I guess that'll pretty much do it, I think, for this week. Way too long. Very dead beginning of the show, and it was a much funner whatever. Last half or whatever. It was fun. I guess that'll pretty much do it, I think, for this week.